Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If Guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei Became the God of Magic. Now before starting, please give this video a like, and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. At the beginning, for the first 3 hours or so, Issei was just like a normal newborn baby. It didn't matter if it was his ugly appearance, his endless cries, his closed eyes. Everything was absolutely normal, just like it should be. The difference happened when around 3 hours passed since his birth. At that moment, he opened his closed eyes. His cries stopped immediately. Instead, they were replaced by an eerie silence. Everyone in the room was surprised. No matter if they were the doctors, Mr. and Mrs. Hayao, there was no exception. That was because, not only did he stop everything and opened his eyes, he began to look around. His look wasn't filled with the innocent look of a baby. Instead, it seemed colder, more sinister. Just from opening his eyes, it seemed as if the temperature of the room had dropped a few degrees. The little Issei looked around for a couple of minutes, absorbing every detail, before finally closing his eyes and going back to sleep. With that, the room ceased its coldness. That was the first time that Issei demonstrated his uniqueness. After that, he didn't cry even once. He was always quiet, observing the world with a bored look. No matter if it were babysitters, clowns, his parents, his expression didn't waver. He would never cry or laugh. His expression remained the same all day long. The doctors couldn't explain why he was like that, and his parents could only deal with it. After some months, they came to the conclusion that Issei was simply that way. Nothing could be done about it. It kept like that for a few more months before Issei began speaking. Not even a year old, but could already speak. His parents were elated, but they soon discovered that although he could speak, he would only do so when necessary. As such, his sentences were short and cold. When Issei became 2 years old, he could already read. His body was no longer baby-like, and was more childlike by that time. His gaze, ever since the beginning, was set on a bored and even aloof look. To Issei, the world was dull and boring. There was no such thing as fun or interesting. It was all plain and boring. It was as if the world was colorless. He viewed the world differently from everybody else. While everyone thought it was a blessing to be alive, Issei simply couldn't stand it. Everyone was so stupid, so plain, so boring. It was as if he viewed everyone else as nothing. As if no one could ever hope to match up to him, as if he was superior to everyone else. With such a strange child, Mr. and Mrs. Hayao were saddened. They then tried hard, and when Issei was 4 years old, she got pregnant. Curiously enough, on the day of his birthday, April 16th, his new sibling decided that it was time to be born. As if destiny decided to play a sick game on the Hayao family. 10 hours later, after arriving on the hospital, his mother died during childbirth, along with his future little brother. Mr. Hayao, utterly depressed, committed suicide soon after. All that was left of the Hayao family was the little Issei. That even as his parents died one after the other, his gaze only wavered lightly. Within his eyes, a hint of surprise could be seen, but it was soon awash with his usual look of being bored. On his 5th birthday, both of his parents died. At the moment, Issei couldn't help but to feel the irony of the situation. He wondered if the heavens wanted to give him a birthday gift, but screwed badly on the process. Like, really, really badly. 3 days later, since he had no other relative, he was moved into an orphanage. The orphanage was the best one in Kyoto City. It was composed of a large building with various employees. The children in there could enjoy a pretty good life and were treated fairly good. As soon as Issei arrived, he came to the conclusion that this place was also boring. Even more boring than his household. At least there, his parents could talk and read. In here, it seemed as if the children only knew how to scream and run around. The children weren't fond of Issei either. With his cold and distant look, no one wanted to approach him. As such, for the first week, Issei spent all his time laying on his bed, reading. He would only get up when he felt hunger or when he needed to go to the bathroom. On one of his daily trips to the bathroom, he came across a strange room. Because this time he tried to take a shortcut, he ended up facing a black door. It was like any other door on the orphanage, only that on its surface, a paper was glued onto it. On the paper, the name Shirou was written. Looking at the door, Issei took a mental image of it and then went to the bathroom. On the way back, he didn't immediately go to his room. Instead, he walked over to the door. Not bothering to knock, he opened the door. Immediately, for the first time in his life, his eyes widened. That was because, not too far away from him, sitting on the ground, was a pale-skinned girl. She had long, messy white hair with a plethora of colors mixed at its ends, such pale blue, purple, pink, green, and yellow. Her eyes were large and beautiful, painted in a golden color. She was small, seemingly only 5 years old. She was sitting on the ground, a chessboard in front of her. She looked at the game briefly before moving her black horse. Soon after, she spun the chessboard around and moved a white rook. Issei stood motionlessly at the entrance, looking at the girl who was entranced by the game. From all of those, what truly caught his attention was the girl's eyes. Within them, he could see the reflection of his own eyes. At the moment he saw them, he understood that she was just like him. After reaching that conclusion, he directed his attention to the chessboard. He had never seen that thing before, and he was wondering what someone that seemed to be like him was doing with it. After a couple of seconds, he understood that it was a game to be played by two players and that she was acting like those two players. Some time later, he understood that the objective of the game was to capture the piece that was slightly taller than the others. A couple of seconds after that, he already knew how each piece moved. With that information in mind, he walked over. The girl ignored him and was about to turn around the chessboard, but was then stopped as Issei held it down. Looking up at Issei, she gazed at him confusedly. That was when she also noticed his eyes. They felt similar. She could feel they were like hers. Without saying anything, Issei moved a piece. Seeing his movement, the girl didn't bother opening her mouth. She then moved another piece. Issei then calculated a little and moved another piece. They kept at that for a few minutes, seemingly in a situation where one could not get the upper hand, before the girl came to the conclusion that the boy in front of her was truly similar to her. Deciding to kick things up a notch, she focused on the game more. Their situation of being tied was then reversed, with the white-haired girl taking the lead. She then ended up winning the game. Without them saying anything, they rebuilt the chessboard again and once more played. This continued on for a few hours. At the end, they had played 20 matches in total. Although the girl started out winning, at the end, they had an equal number of 10 losses and 10 wins each. Issei looked up and looked at the girl at the same time she did. Their eyes met and Issei couldn't help but to smile lightly. That wasn't a forced smile, it was one from deep within his soul. In his entire life, he had never felt so alive. The girl was the same and also smiled. At the moment he saw her smile, his dull world changed. Colors appeared: blue, green, yellow, red. They were so beautiful. Lights, shadows, colors, everything that didn't exist now came to life. At that moment, his smile grew even wider and so did the girl's as she experienced the same thing. "My name is Issei," Issei said, with the smile still on his face. "What is yours?" "Shirou," the girl answered. Although her answer was smaller, her smile was just as wide. Her voice was that of an angel, soft and sweet. From that day onwards, Issei returned to his room only once. That was to grab his things, such as his books as well as his other necessities. He then brought them over. In his mind, why would he live anywhere else? He had finally found someone like him, someone that understood him, and he wasn't about to let her go. The girl also thought the same, and didn't mind having a new roommate. Immediately after bringing his stuff over, he went back to playing again. While playing, they talked a little. Through her short answers, Issei understood that she had been in the orphanage from since she could remember. She, like him, excluded herself from others. Because of that, the owner of the orphanage decided to give her her own room. The kind man also arranged for her to have some board games, along with food delivered to her. Although Shirou didn't show much affect towards the owner, he loved her like his own daughter. After all, she had been in the orphanage since she was a few months old, so he naturally grew to care for her more. They then played the entire night. And after it reached 9 in the morning of the next day, they went to sleep. Issei climbed onto Shirou's futon without saying a word while she did the same. Soon after, both of them fell asleep, with Shirou slightly holding on to Issei's clothes. Even though they had only met for one day, they felt an affinity to each other. They knew that in the entire world, only them could truly understand one another. They felt as if they had known each other their entire lives. As such, things as sleeping on the same bed were nothing. Furthermore, they were only children. For the next 5 months, Issei and Shirou's relationship only grew better. When the owner found out about Shirou's new roommate, he immediately had people deliver food to him too. In the entire orphanage, Issei was Shirou's only friend, and the kind owner was determined to let him go away. He even went as far as placing another bed on the room, but ever since it was placed, it was never used. They only slept together. At the start, they only had a sense of familiarity and of understanding one another. However, within a week, Shirou had already begun to seek his physical contact, making sure to keep a hand tugging on his shirt whenever she could. On the second week, she began calling him Nyai. By the third week, they were already inseparable. They would stay together every moment of the day. They would either play board games or video games. About the video games, they were a new addition to Issei's and Shirou's lair. It happened 1 month ago, when the owner of the orphanage bought a television along with a video game. He then handed a test to each child and said that whoever could finish it within a week would win the television and the video game. At that moment, for the first time in 4 months, Issei left the room, with Shirou glued behind him, holding onto his long shirt with her tiny hands. Issei then casually went there and without even looking at the others, picked a pencil. 10 minutes later, the television along with the video game were already on his and Shirou's room. From that moment on, they began to play video games all day long. They also had developed a way of playing. No matter if it were single-player or multiplayer games, Shirou would always, without exception, be on his lap. After getting the video game, it didn't take long for they to become addicted to it. They, children of 4 and 5 years old, would pull various all-nighters, and so the days were spent on this manner for the two of them for 5 months. But suddenly one day, an apparently normal couple arrived at the orphanage. They, who already had an adopted daughter, were hoping to find a little brother for her, since she had been begging for a little brother to take care of for quite some time now. Since the daughter was 7 years old, they wanted a boy of ages between 5 and 6, not too old, but not too young. In the entire orphanage, only Issei fit the criteria. All the other boys were either too old or too young. The couple then asked the owner of the orphanage to meet with their, hopefully, future child. At that moment, the owner was in a tough situation. He knew that it would be impossible to separate Issei from Shirou better than anyone. They were simply glued to one another. "You want to meet with Issei-chan?" The husband nodded. "Yes. His age seems to be close to that of ours little angel, so we wanted to meet with him." "Well, we might have a problem," the owner said with a bit of uncertainty. "Oh, what might it be?" "Well, you see, if you choose to adopt Issei, you'll have to adopt another one with him." "Oh, but the papers said that he didn't have any siblings." At the moment, the owner's sweat dropped. How was he supposed to explain this? "Well," he begun, before deciding to bring the couple to meet with Issei. It would be easier for them to see with their own eyes. "Follow me." Back in the room, Issei, with Shirou on his lap, was playing a hack-and-slash. Although the game was single-player, they constantly kept changing who got the controller, depending on the situation. Suddenly, just when they were about to face a boss, the door to the room opened up, and the owner, along with a man and a woman, both around their early 30s, walked in. Issei turned his head around, his hands never stopping from playing the controller, and looked at the newcomers. He first looked at the owner, then at the man, and finally at the woman. When he turned back, the boss was already dead. Issei smirked internally, beating a boss without even looking. The owner could only sweat drop at Issei's antics. Not only did he not greet the visitors, he completely ignored them. But, at least, he bothered looking at them. The entire time, Shirou was snuggling in his lap, only paying attention to the television screen. The owner then spared a glance at the couple, in order to see if they were annoyed or something. But, thankfully, they were only staring at Issei and most specifically, his hands on the controller and the screen. "Issei, Shirou, you must greet your guests," the owner said, using a rather forced tone. Issei and Shirou, sweat dropping again. The owner used a more forced tone, "Greet your guests." Deciding to end this bullshit, Issei turned around, looked at the couple, and said, "Hello, guests." He then turned around and shot the owner a look that said, "What the hell are these losers doing here?" And finally returned to his infinitely more important game. Shaking his head, a little embarrassed, the owner said, "I'm sorry. He's just like that." The woman immediately shook her head. "No, it's not a problem. But I wonder, how come they have their own room?" The owner's eyes then widened a little before he explained. "You see, both of them are a bit antisocial, and in the entire orphanage, they only have each other as friends." "I see," the woman said before walking forward and sitting on the ground, this time facing Issei sideways. "Hey, sweetie, why don't you try to socialize with the other kids?" It was at that time that the owner's eyes widened, and inside, he started saying a silent prayer. "Please don't tell them that. Please don't tell them that." Without even bothering to look at the woman, Issei, while still paying attention to the game, said, "Too stupid." "Huh?" asked the woman. "Did he just say too stupid?" "As I said, they are too stupid. Not worthy of my or Shirou's presence," Issei continued casually, as if what he said was the most obvious thing in the world. Once again, he didn't turn his head from the screen. "Issei, why must you be so hard? Can't you see that they are planning to adopt you?" the owner exclaimed in his heart, while he already knew that Issei was doomed to never be adopted. The woman then looked at the man, who looked back at her. They then smiled lightly. Turning her head around to look at the boy once more, she said, "Too stupid? Can you prove that you're smarter than them?" Sighing, Issei looked over and also paused the video game at the same time. Since her source of entertainment was stopped, Shirou started looking at Issei, as if it was a new type of fun to watch her knee. Of course, like before, she didn't even glance at the couple. If it was said that Issei was haughty and aloof, Shirou was even more. To her, the couple's existence were not more important than the dust in the ground. Would you bother talking or looking at dust? No, and Shirou thought the same. Prove that I'm smarter. Sure, but that would take from my precious game time. How are you willing to make up for it? He said with a bored look as he looked at the woman. Seriously, can't these losers just go away? I'm dealing with important business here, you know. Make up for it, the woman asked, slightly taken aback by his question. Yes, you must give me something in return. Or else, it wouldn't make sense for me to stop playing video games to prove the obvious, Issei continued in a matter-of-fact tone. At that point, the owner felt like banging his head on a wall. What the hell is up with that arrogant kid? Isn't being arrogant to the other kids enough? Why must you be like that with even adult guests? How about? The woman began, before taking out her wallet, that happened to be filled to the brim with money, 15 yen. Issei's left eyebrow was raised a little. Money. Well, that works too. He then, with utmost care, got Shirou out of his lap and grabbed the chessboard that was near the futon. He then came back, placed it in front of the woman, and said, "How about chess?" Shirou immediately climbed up to his lap once more. That was her favorite seat and no one could make her seat elsewhere. The woman looked at the little boy in surprise before glancing back at her husband. At that time, both shared a knowing smile. She then looked back at Issei. Chess. Okay. She, along with Issei, began to place the pieces on their places. When they were done, she was about to move, since she had gotten the white pieces, but Issei's voice stopped her. "How about we bet?" The woman, along with the man, looked at Issei with surprise. "Bet?" "Yes, betting," Issei began. "That would make stuff more interesting." "No." "I see," the woman said, before asking Issei, "So, what do you want?" "Let's see," Issei began, before smiling a devious smirk. 3,000 yen in reality. There was a game that Issei and Shirou wanted, and its price was exactly 45 yen. As such, from the moment he saw the thickness of her wallet, he knew that he had hit jackpot. "Oh, 3,000 yen. The woman said, slightly surprised, but then smiled afterward. For some reason, she was liking the little kid. She then glanced back at her husband, and after a mental conversation, she looked back at Issei. "Okay, but if I win, I'm adopting you. How's that?" "Sure," Issei said offhandedly. It wasn't like they would win, anyways. To him, he was nigh invincible. Furthermore, he also had Shirou with him. They were good when they were playing alone, but if they were playing together, no one could stop them. Even if they asked for his life, he would gladly accept. Seeing him agree so easily, the woman as well as the man couldn't help but to be taken aback because of his confidence. Was this kid so sure that he could win? How interesting. "Then, may I start?" the woman asked, receiving a nod from Issei. At that moment, she was already thinking of what room she would place Issei in. Sadly, it wouldn't go that way. What followed was a one-sided slaughter from Issei's part. Not even 10 minutes later, he had won. Looking at the woman who was staring at the chessboard with disbelief, he extended his left hand and with a serious face, said, "Money." Looking at the board with disbelief once more, she chuckled, before getting out 3,000 yen and handing them to Issei. After receiving the money and placing them on his pocket, he said, "Anything more? Or can I go back to my other business?" In reality, he wanted to say important business, but restricted himself. Although the woman had lost, she managed to put up quite a fight. Sadly, even if she was 1,000 times better, she would be no match for him. But it was still a fact that she managed to do something, so he treated her with slightly more respect. Issei was a person that only gave respect to those that he thought deserved it, even if it was God. If Issei deemed him stupid, he would disrespect him completely. On the other hand, be it a beggar, if he could challenge Issei mentally, Issei would treat him as a friend. That was how Issei worked. Shirou, on the other hand, was slightly different. She would treat any and everyone with indifference. Even if they managed to win against her, she wouldn't care. For her, the only person who deserved her attention was Issei. She belonged only to him, and him only to her. The woman then smiled and said, "How about another match?" "Another match?" Issei asked, slightly puzzled. Did this woman like losing money or something? He had thought that she was smart, but that thought was immediately washed away by that sentence. "Yes, another one." "Same stakes?" Issei asked as he turned back to the chessboard. "Yes." "Good. More money isn't bad." The game then began once more. Surprisingly, this time, the woman had gotten better, but ultimately lost in the end. Even tough she had lost, Issei was looking at her in a new light. This time, the way she played was over 10 times better. Looking up at the woman, he saw that she was smiling at him. He then saw as she looked back at the husband, who also had a large smile on his face, before she looked at him again and handed him the money. Right after giving him his reward, she said, again. Issei was startled. Did this woman have so much money that she couldn't spend it completely even if she tried? Nevertheless, he wasn't the type to let such a fat sheep go away. Once more, they played and she lost. Surprisingly enough, this time she was over 10 times better. Looking over at her in surprise, Issei saw that she was smiling even more. She then handed him the money and immediately said, "Once more." Nodding his head, Issei rearranged the pieces and played after that. Not surprisingly, she lost. But this time, the match lasted over 20 minutes. This time, the woman got 100 times better than her previous match. At that point, her face could barely contain her smile. She then asked as she once more handed him 3,000 yen again. And, with that, they played once more. Much to Issei's surprise, the match lasted over an hour, and he had to use quite a lot of his mental power to win it. The woman had improved by over 1,000 times since her previous match. At that point, Issei was excited. He was even thinking about willingly losing, since he knew that if he were to live in a house with people so smart and with so much money, his life would be even better than here. Obviously, he would take Shirou with him. No way in hell was he going without her. The woman then handed him more 3,000 yen. Again, this time, it was Issei who asked. Not only did he want more money, he was also enjoying the match. He could only play like this with Shirou, and playing with another person aside from her wasn't too bad. Of course, the woman said, this time she decided to end this once and for all. She had already decided that she was taking this boy home, no matter what. Seeing the resolution in her eyes, Issei couldn't help but to feel a foreboding feeling. He knew that this time, he might not win. He then decided that he should do something about it first. Just as the woman was about to start moving her pieces, Issei said, "Can I change the gambling stakes a little?" "Oh, of course," the woman began. "What do you want to change?" Issei then sighed and looked down at Shirou. "If I lose, you'll have to adopt both me and Shirou." "Shirou," the woman said as she tilted her head to the side. She then pointed at the little girl. "You mean her?" Issei nodded his head while sending Shirou a warm look. Shirou had also noticed that there was a chance of losing, and she was about to ask Issei to suggest that, but since he had already done so, she kept quiet. By that point, even if she had to bring the whole orphanage home, she would accept. She came here looking for a little brother for her daughter, but ended up finding Issei. Not only would her daughter definitely like him, he was also smart, insanely smart, and she was determined to bring him to her house. But, as she looked at the little girl, she could also feel that she was incredibly attached to Issei. This might be troublesome later on. Our little angel is extremely possessive, and I'm sure she will attach herself to Issei greatly. Oh well, they must learn how to share. The woman finally nodded. "Sure, if you lose, I'll adopt both of you." They continued playing, and look of concentrations appeared on both of their faces. Neither of them were willing to lose. It had already been 2 hours since the match started, and at this point, they had already disregarded the betting stakes. Now, it was a question of pride. They reached the point where they would battle until the very end. It was currently the woman's turn, and it had already been 15 minutes since Issei had made his move. But neither of them felt hurry. In their minds, they were thinking of countless upon countless of plays. They were devising a strategies for every move the opponent may or may not make, thinking of every possible variable. The what-ifs were infinite. This level of thinking was already above the one of a mortal. They thought of thousands of possibilities each minute, calculating moves, strategies, possibilities. Even Shirou had begun helping and was also thinking of thousands of strategies. The man and the owner of the orphanage, on the other hand, had long since directed their attention to the television to the room and were watching a basket game. To them, who didn't have an absurdly impressive patience, watching the game where neither player moved for minutes was the same as throwing time out of the window. If they had to wait, might as well do something worthwhile, right? Occasionally, they would look back to the game, only to see that both of them had yet to make a move. They could only sigh as they thought of just how much longer this match would go on for. After 5 more minutes, the woman finally made a move. As soon as both Issei and Shirou saw it, they crushed dozens of strategies that were in their mind and already came up with backup ones. Both of them looked at each other before nodding. Shirou then beckoned for Issei to bring his head down a little, and started whispering in his ear the best strategies. Issei nodded through the whole ordeal. After Shirou was done, he looked back at the board and started to mix his strategies with Shirou's own. Dozens of minutes later, he moved a pawn. Once more, everything repeated itself as the woman started thinking of countless strategies. It was an inexhaustible, endless cycle in which thousands of possibilities and variables were in play. A wrong move could be your doom. This endless cycle repeated itself for hours, again and again. By the time they were on the last, decisive, and future-changing move, it was already evening. At this point, both the owner and the husband noticed that the mock had reached its zenith, so they had turned off the television and were now gathered around the board, watching with rapt attention. After all, this next move would decide their future. It was currently Issei's turn. Sweat dripped down his forehead as he looked at the chessboard, his look one of helplessness. He was thinking as hard as he could, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find a way out. He sent Shirou, the petite white-haired little girl on his lap, glance. His message was clear, he was looking for help. But, sadly, not even the white-haired otherworldly genius could find a way out. At this point, they both knew that they had been utterly and thoroughly defeated. But Issei wasn't one to give up so easily. He glanced at the board one last time. He tried to think of every move he could, but no matter what, it all amounted to nothing. She had him cornered in all sides. No matter what he did, his king would die. Looking at his king, he sighed. He had failed him. He had lost, and that lost would be the cause of his death. He couldn't help but to feel bad for him, although he knew that in the end, he was an inanimate object and couldn't do anything. He then looked at Shirou one more time, and saw the look in her eyes. He could clearly see the meaning behind them. It doesn't matter where we go, nah. As long as I'm with you, it's heaven for me. Although those words weren't spoken, her eyes said those words and 1,000 more. His heart couldn't help but to feel happy. He was truly blessed to have found such a good companion. Seeing that Shirou was fine with it, Issei no longer had any regrets. All of his previous downcast mood vanished as he playfully winked at Shirou. After that, he raised his head up and looked at the 20-something woman. who was observing him with her smart and entrancing eyes. He sighed, "It's my loss." Hearing his heartfelt words, that although sad, didn't contain a hint of resentment or regret, the woman flashed a beautiful smile. She couldn't help but to playfully say, "Checkmate." Issei sighed. He looked over at Shirou, and his face brightened over once more. No matter his mood, as long as he glanced at Shirou, he would turn happy. That girl, even just by doing nothing, could lighten up his life and free him from his worries. He looked back at the woman and gave her a smile. That at the same time wasn't one. "So, do I pack my things right now?" The woman nodded her head. "Yeah, I'll just sign the papers." Issei then nodded as carefully lifted Shirou from his lap and started to gather all of their valuables, which weren't many to begin with. Sadly, they couldn't bring the television and the video game with them, because although they monopolized them, it was still a fact that they were property of the orphanage and not theirs. At the same time that the Issei and Shirou were packing their stuff, the wife and husband pair were signing the papers that the owner of the orphanage had brought some time ago. "Are you sure about this?" the owner of the orphanage asked. Normally, he would encourage parents to adopt the children, and not the other way around, but he couldn't help but to make sure that they knew what they were doing. After all, Issei and Shirou weren't normal children by any means. The woman nodded happily as she finished signing her name. Seeing that his wife was happy, the husband didn't bother thinking about it and just signed the paper. Now, the process was finally done. The husband and wife pair turned around and saw that Issei and Shirou were already walking towards them. On Issei's shoulder, a small bag could be spotted. In it, there were some spare clothes, underwear, and some books. In other words, everything they truly owned. Shirou was by Issei's side, holding onto his sleeve. She was just like a little cat that relied on her owner. A couple of minutes later, Shirou, Issei, and the husband and wife pair were standing outside the orphanage, near a black, big, and extremely expensive car. On the entrance of the orphanage, the owner could be seen waving his hands at them, sending his goodbyes. The four of them then got inside the car, with the man driving and the woman in the front, by the man's side. On the back, Issei and Shirou were sat extremely close to each other, with Shirou's head on Issei's shoulder. The woman then turned back to look at them and flashed a smile for the two of them. "It will take quite some time before we arrive. How about we introduce ourselves and get to know each other?" Normally, before adopting a child, the soon-to-be parents would first talk with them, introduce themselves, and get to know each other. Obviously, the woman had no need for such formalities. Just from seeing how smart Issei was, she had already decided that she would adopt him. As for whether Issei wanted to or not, he even went as far as to gamble that, so it could be seen that he was ready to be adopted should he lose. As such, the woman had no qualms or regrets. But, now that they had time, she figured that it would be good for them to learn a little more from each other and create a deeper understanding of one another. "I see no problem with it," Issei said calmly as he caressed Shirou's hair, playing with it once in a while. The little girl, on the other hand, just couldn't get enough of the feeling. The woman ignored the sweet actions that were happening between Issei and Shirou, and introduced herself with a straight face and a smile. "Well, I should start first. Let's see. Well, my name Chyakusa. My husband here is Nobuosamu." Issei nodded his head. "My name, which I presume you already know, is Issei, and this little girl here is Shirou." Shirou, in turn, only slightly nodded her head, confirming that her name was indeed so. The woman, now identified as Chyakusa, nodded, already knowing the information beforehand. What she wanted to know was more personal information, such as what they liked, hated, loved, or enjoyed. Only the basic, primordial stuff. "So," began Akusa, trying to continue their conversation, "how long have you been on the orphanage?" Issei thought over it for a while before saying, "For me, 5 months. As for Shirou, my whole life," Shirou immediately added with a monotone look. Issei nodded slightly. The woman nodded, not finding the information too surprising. She then continued talking with them for a while, 30 minutes or so, until the car finally came to a stop in front of a large mansion. The building had at least 4 floors, and it was huge. Like, seriously, the backyard alone would be more than enough to fit 3 orphanages. The mansion itself, almost as big. Ikusa then got out of the car alongside Osamu, and both of them helped the children off the car. After that, they both walked to the front entrance. On the entrance, however, they stopped. Ikusa looked back at the 2 children and smiled. "Welcome home," and with that, she opened the door. Inside, what Issei saw was extremely luxurious furniture, made from ivory and other expensive woods and materials. On the ceiling, there was a huge chandelier hanging from it, lightening up the room its majestic radiance. As he looked around, Issei couldn't help but to wonder how much this house was worth if the rest of it was just as luxuriously decorated as the entrance. From his estimations, a couple 100 million yen wouldn't be too far-fetched. This made him wonder even more as to just who was this woman. Not only was she extremely rich, she had also managed to beat both him and Shirou in chess. He knew better than anyone how good he was, so, consequently, he knew just how hard it was to beat him. Also, when he looked at the woman, he couldn't help but to have an uneasy feeling. She had an aura of ancientness around her, and Issei just couldn't understand it. However, just as he was immersed in his thoughts, he heard the sound of light footsteps coming from somewhere. Looking forward, he saw a girl in white climbing down the luxurious stairs that lead to the second floor. The girl in question had long, flowing, golden hair and blue turquoise shining eyes. Her beautiful were extremely clear, just like a river of stars. She seemed to be either 6 or 7 years old, only a year or so older than the 5-year-old Issei. Her face was also no trifling matter. She was beautiful, the heavenly kind of beautiful. When one gazed upon her, they would feel like they were in a dream, watching an angel that descended from the highest of heavens. All in all, the best way to describe this girl in terms of appearance would be above perfect. But still, no matter how beautiful she was, in Issei's eyes, she still couldn't match up to Shirou. Even if she was hundreds of times prettier, to Issei, Shirou would still remain unbeatable. After all, Shirou was his Shirou and no one could ever dream of matching up to her. When the little girl caught sight of all of them by the door, a dazzling smile appeared on her face as she said while looking at Issei, "Athena, you're back." "Athena," Issei said curiously as he looked back and forth between the girl and the woman he though was named Issei. Issei, or Athena, as it seems, sighed. "Yes, I'm back, Seals," she said, seemingly turning a deaf ear to Issei's question. The girl, Seals, nodded. She then greeted Nobuosamu and then turned her attention back to Issei and Shirou. She pointed at the two. "Who are they?" "They," Issei started, but stopped. She then turned around and faced Issei. "Can you bring Shirou to another room? I need to discuss something." "No problem," Issei shrugged his shoulders. If she wanted to talk alone, who was him to interfere? He then looked around and said, "Which direction?" "Up the stairs. First room to the right." "I think you'll like it." Issei smiled at the two. Issei nodded and climbed the star, with Shirou holding onto his shirt. Once they climbed, he did as he was told and turned left. After walking a little, they finally arrived at the first room in the left aisle. The door was relatively big, also made of ivory. The handle seemed to be made of some sort of black stone. Issei then pushed it, opening the door. The room inside was dark, and when he looked into the room, he couldn't see anything. He turned around to face Shirou. "Do you want to go inside?" He clearly knew that Shirou was afraid of the dark. Apparently, it was one of the few fears that the little genius had. Shirou nodded. "I'll always follow Niai." Issei smiled and ruffled her hair a little, took her by the hand and walked into the room. However, much to his surprise, the moment he stepped inside, for some reason, the lights turned on, revealing the interior. The room was wide and big, about 7 times the size of the one he had on the orphanage. There was a huge sofa on one of the sides of the room, and in front of it were 3 huge televisions, all of them about 90 or so. Beneath each television, there were video game controllers. He recognized them with first glance. Xbox 360, Wii and PlayStation 3. His eyes then widened to the size of dinner plates when he saw that. Shirou's eyes were also equally as big. They immediately turned around, looked at each other, nodded, and then started running towards it. He immediately looked around and found 3 remote controls. He spared no time in turning all of the televisions on. Not even a second later, he dashed toward the television and quickly turned all the video games on, getting 2 sets of controllers from each one at the same time. He then turned back, laid them all on the sofa, and motioned for Shirou, who was still standing, to come over. She gladly did so as she climbed onto his lap. Issei then handed him one of the Xbox 360's controllers. Although he had never used one before, since the orphanage only had a PlayStation 2, he had already seen videos of how they worked, so he was quick to get used to the system. Inside, there was already a game, Dark Souls 2. Once more, Issei's face brightened up. Of course, he had heard of Dark Souls 2, the game that many considered painfully hard and extremely challenging. A wide smile appeared on his face. Oh, how he liked challenges. He then looked down and saw that Shirou's face was just as excited as his. He then placed his hands over hers, grabbing the controller along with her. Together, both holding the same controller, they begun playing. The game wasn't bad, so Issei actually enjoyed playing it. Furthermore, he was with Shirou. No matter what it were, as long as Shirou was by his side, it would be good. A couple of minutes after they begun playing, the door of the room opened and Issei and the girl named Seals walked in. Dark Souls 2, Seals immediately said when she noticed the screen. She then looked towards Issei and saw that he was playing it with Shirou on his lap. Issei smiled. "So, Issei, didn't I say that you would like it?" Issei turned around, nodded, and then got back to the game. He was trying to kill that strong boss of the beginning, which was practically impossible to kill in the beginner stages. Thankfully, he managed to find a glitch and was killing it with a bow, so as long as he had the time, killing it would be easy. Seals, by that point, had already noticed that Issei was actually going to kill that boss, and to say that she was surprised would be an understanding. "I always wanted a little brother to play with." It seems that Athena really managed to find someone good. As she thought until that part, she smiled lightly. Ikusa stood on the side and watched her reactions. When she smiled, she also couldn't help but to also smile. She had an idea of what she was thinking. Issei, can you please pause the video game? Ikusa said after a while. At first, she thought that Issei would have the decency to pause it when people entered the room, but it seemed that he had no intention of doing so. Issei said as he paused it and turned around to face Ikusa. What? Ikusa sighed. She then walked close to Seals and said, well, I thought that it would be good to introduce you two to your sister, Seals. Seals took that moment to introduce herself. It's a pleasure to meet you, she politely bowed, and since she was so young, it just looked adorable. Issei nodded. Likewise, he said in a bored tone. To him, although the girl was his supposed sister, she didn't catch his interest in the slightest. As of this moment, in the entire room, with the exception of Shirou, the only one he was interested in was Ikusa. After all, she did indeed beat him. Can I call you Ataudo? Seals asked with a hopeful expression. Issei nodded. Call me whatever you want. He was dying to get back to the game, but this foolish girl kept interrupting him. He was starting to get annoyed at her. Great. She smiled happily, not minding Issei's monotone tone at all. Now, she would have someone to play with. Also, she was fond of games, so it made the situation even better. Seeing that he was already her adopted brother, she didn't bother being reserved around him. She jumped onto the sofa and sat by his side, looking at him. Ikusa only kept quiet as she saw the situation develop. Seals always was a really sociable girl, and she could make friends in a matter of instants. This was one of her peculiar traits. A smile crept up on her face when she saw Issei go back to playing the game, with Seals by his side. After watching a little more, she exited the room. She decided that she would leave them to play for a while and only show them around the house later on. In the end, she just didn't have the heart to interrupt them again. As she walked to her room, she sighed. Given Issei's intelligence, it would only be a matter of time before he asked her about why Seals kept calling her Athena. At the car, she had forgotten that Seals refused to call her any other names aside from her original one, and ended up telling him her false name. As she thought, she couldn't help but wonder how life would go from now on. She could feel that Issei had something within him, a sacred gear, and, from the aura that she felt from, it was definitely a Longinus Class 1. As of this moment, she started wondering whether she would let him live a normal, peaceful life or introduce him to the world of supernatural. In the end, she decided that she would let Issei and Shirou decide it themselves. Entering her room, she saw that her husband, Nobuosamu, was already inside. He was currently reading a book in the king-sized bed. When he saw Ikusa enter, he smiled. So, Athena-chan, how did it go with the kids? Pretty good. Seals seems to have already recognized Issei as her brother. Fenrir, she smiled at her husband as she climbed onto the bed. He looked at Ikusa and smiled. But, seriously, Ikusa and Nobuosamu, couldn't you think of better names? Athena blushed slightly as she grabbed a pillow and playfully threw it at him. Shut up. Nobuosamu, or now Fenrir, smiled at his wife's antics as he grabbed the pillow before it reached him. Seriously, he just couldn't get over the fact that the beautiful, playful woman in front of him was the almighty Greek goddess of war and wisdom, Athena. Okay, I'll let the names pass, but still, do you plan on letting those two children enter the world of the supernatural? He said as he placed the pillow down and looked at Athena curiously. The boy has a sacred gear, after all. As for the girl, she seems special. Athena sighed. I'm still deciding. As soon as Fenrir heard that sentence, a devious smirk appeared on his face. What's this? Do you mean that the goddess of wisdom doesn't know what to do? Athena blushed even further as she grabbed yet another pillow and threw it at him. Fenrir only slightly smiled as he moved his head to the side, dodging the pillow. He then smirked at Athena. Also, about that chess match. Was the boy really that good? I saw you unseal at least 1% of your power in the last match. He is amazing, Athena said after a while. She had never thought that in order to defeat a human in mental games, she would actually have to use her divine power. Furthermore, the amount of power that she used was 1%. If the other gods were to know that she had to use her divine power to beat a child, she would be made fun of for eons. Fenrir nodded his head. And as he did, an idea suddenly appeared on his mind. Giving off a large smirk, showing his slightly bigger canines, he picked up his cell phone. When Athena saw him smirking, only to get his cell phone a second later, she couldn't help but to have a foreboding feeling. Cautiously making his way to his side of the bed, she asked, "What are you doing?" Just telling Hermes about what? Before he could, however, he felt intense killing intent. Slowly turning his head around, he saw Athena standing up on the bed, on her Greek robes, a large spear on one hand and her legendary shield, Aegis on the other. Don't you dare. Fenrir gulped slightly as he slowly placed his cell phone on the nightstand. Although he normally acted carelessly and constantly teased her, he clearly knew who was the most powerful between the two. Fenrir himself was only a yokai, and albeit a damn powerful one, he couldn't compare to the goddess. Seeing him put the cell phone away, the aura around Athena immediately vanished, replaced by a smiling place. Her spear and shield vanished into thin air, and her robes turned into a dress. That's better, she smiled happily. When Fenrir saw Athena's 360 personality change, he couldn't help but to shudder. In his mind, his only thought was that women were scary. While all of that was happening in the master bedroom, back in the game room, Issei was still playing Dark Souls 2 with Shirou on his lap and Seals by his side. After a while, he glanced at Seals and saw that she was looking at him. When she noticed that he saw her staring, her face blushed a little. She quickly recomposed herself and bashfully said, "What?" Issei sighed as he looked at her reaction. "Nothing much. I'm just wondering, why did you Isuka-san Athena?" "Isuka-san?" Seals cutely tilted her head to the side. After a while, her eyes widened. "Oh, so she gave you a false name." "What?" Issei asked, confused. "You asked why I call her Athena, right?" Issei nodded. Seals then revealed a mischievous smirk. "That's because she is the Greek goddess Athena." And just like that, Seals forcefully made her adopted brother enter into the supernatural world, without giving him a say in that matter. While Issei and Seals were talking in the game room, Athena was reading a book on her bed, with her husband Fenrir by her side. Finishing the page she was at, she was about to turn over to the next page, but suddenly stopped. It was as if she had been frozen in time as she stared blankly ahead. In her mind, however, she wasn't nearly as blank. "Wait, there's a chance of Issei asking Seals about me, right?" Athena thought, and the more she thought, the more she realized the mistake that she had made. Then ... is there a chance of Seals possibly telling him about me? However, she then shook her head. Oh, she must have gotten the hint that I don't Issei to know who I am. Wait, Athena suddenly stood up and ran out of the room, throwing her book in the bed. That's because she just remembered her adopted daughter's personality. She was playful and loved teasing other people. As such, there was a good chance that she may just tell Issei the reality for fun. As Athena ran out of the room, Fenrir casually looked up from the book he was reading and saw her retreating form. He then shook his head, with a wolf-like grin on his features. Seems like she remembered it. He then chuckled a little before going back to his book, while muttering, "So much for the wisdom goddess, huh?" As for Issei and Seals, it was just as Athena feared. After Seals had told him that Athena was in fact a goddess, she began explaining the world of the supernatural to him. The more she talked, the happier she became. She just couldn't wait to see Athena's look. In the middle of their conversation, Athena arrived at the door of the room. She was just about to open it, but stopped midway when she heard what was being talked. "So, since she is a goddess, just what is she doing here?" Issei's young voice asked. "Oh, it's because..." Athena's eyes widened as she immediately pushed open the door. There, she saw both Issei and Shirou looking at Seals with interest as she continued her explanation. Noticing that Athena was back in the room, Seals happily smiled at her and said, "Athena, we were just talking about you. You damn brat." Athena cursed in a low tone as she made her way over to the sofa they were seating. She then sighed and looked at Issei. "I believe that she has already told you everything." Issei nodded his head. "So, you are the Greek goddess Athena." The woman in question, Athena, nodded. Seeing her confirmation, Issei, along with Shirou, breathed out a sigh of relief. As of this moment, their expression looked much happier, as if a burden had been lifted off of their soul. Seeing their strange reaction, Athena couldn't help but to ask, "What is it?" "Oh, it's nothing much." Issei shook his head as he continued. "It's just that right now, I feel that my loss was more justified. After all, how could I, a human, beat a goddess and the goddess of wisdom at that?" "Wait, you mean," Athena muttered with disbelief, "that you are glad that I'm a goddess because it justifies your loss?" "Pretty much." Issei nodded his head as Shirou followed suit. "And, don't you think it's strange that I'm goddess? Aren't you, well, skeptical about it?" Athena asked again. This reaction was way beyond her scope. She expected him to be either surprised or full of question, but definitely not calm and collected. Hearing her question, Issei shook his head. "Not really. You see, me and Shirou don't socialize much with other people, and we used to spend most of our times reading books and playing games. As such, we don't share the same views as society, because, we were never part of it. Also, during the games, I noticed that with each match we played, you got better by a huge amount. At first, I thought that you were going easy with me and slowly going harder and harder, but now I think that's because you had to use your powers to beat us." Issei then stopped, looked at Athena with a strange look, and continued, "Either way, although I seem like I believe you, I can't be completely sure yet. So, can you do something a goddess can do? Like some magic?" "Magic?" Athena asked in surprise. She then nodded as she got up from the sofa. Suddenly, she was wrapped in golden light. A couple of seconds later, the light dispersed, revealing Athena in a Greek battle armor. In one hand she held a spear and in the other, a shield. Looking at her appearance, Issei nodded. "That settles it." He then looked down at Shirou. "How about you?" "As long as Nyai believes in it, so do I," was the simple but deep response. Issei nodded happily. Seeing that both of them now believed that she was a goddess, Athena couldn't help but to think that this was much easier than she thought it would be. deciding to turn back into her normal form. She was covered in golden light again, and after it went away, she was back in her usual attire. Looking over at Issei, she asked, "So, any more questions?" Obviously, the kid would be curious about the supernatural world, right? However, Issei seemed to be able to always shatter her expectations as he simply shook his head, grabbed his controller, and went back to playing Dark Souls 2. Huh, Athena muttered after a while. Issei's reaction was completely strange. He was a kid, so wasn't he interested in things like the supernatural? She was sure that he would have many questions. "You don't have any questions?" Athena asked once more to make sure. In her entire immortal life, she had never found someone as unpredictable as this pair of children. Without taking his attention from the screen, Issei answered, "Well, I do, but not right now. I'm in the middle of a boss fight, so." Issei's meaning was clear. He was asking her to keep quiet for the time being and not interrupt him. She then looked back at Seals and saw that she was also ignoring her, paying much more attention to Issei's face and occasionally turning her head to look at the screen. Ignored. Her, an almighty goddess, was completely ignored by a bunch of kids. She gave the kids an incredulous look before sighing, walking to the door. "Dinner will be ready in a while," she said as she looked back at the kids. Issei was the only one who showed that he listened to her question as he nodded. She looked hopefully at Seals once more, since she knew how much she enjoyed food, but was once again completely ignored. "Traitor," she cursed under her breath as she went out of the room, slamming the door in the process. She then ran back to her own room and opened the door. Seeing her husband there, casually reading a book, she couldn't stand it anymore as she leaped into his embrace, sobbing on his chest. Fenrir had previously used his enhanced audition to listen into the conversation that was happening in the other room, and was already expecting Athena to do this. As such, he wasn't taken by surprise as he patted her head. Looking down at her cute, sobbing form, he couldn't help but to smirk. "So, I'm guessing that it didn't go too well." Between sobs, Athena answered, I ignore red me." He then sighed as he patted her head once more and whispered words of comfort. In the end, he just couldn't get over the fact that the sobbing, childish woman on his arms was actually the almighty Greek goddess of war and wisdom. Normally, Athena would remain calm and composed under all situations. But if there was one thing that she just couldn't stand, it was being ignored. Ever since young, she had tried to gain the attention of her father, Zeus, but he constantly ignored her. Because of that, it left a scar in her heart and she would turn back into the cute, foolish, little girl from before when ignored. But, even then, Fenrir knew better than to make fun of her. She was extremely sensible when in this state, and could burst out in rage at any moment. The last time that happened, Fenrir shuddered just from thinking about it. This seemingly harmless goddess became a monster from the deepest part of the underworld that was hell-bent on making him suffer. It had to be noted that although it happened around 400 years ago, even to this day, he still felt occasional pains from his injuries. So, when she entered this fragile state was actually the one where he was the most cautious. He absolutely didn't want to face the punishment of this particular goddess again. And, to make sure, he kept holding her face to his chest, letting her cry out her tears, making his clothes wet in tears. At the very least, tears could be washed. As for blood, well, it was harder. Even more his blood, that was, well, special. After a while, about a couple of minutes, Athena finally settled down. Slowly taking his head from his chest, she looked at Fenrir deep in the eye. "I'm sorry about before." Fenrir gently shook his head. "No worries," and, in order to make the situation better, he planted a kiss on her forehead and then pecked her on the lips. Athena, who was slightly taken aback by his sudden show of affection, blushed a little. Her face reddened slightly and she was looking at Fenrir in a daze. Fenrir, on the other hand, couldn't help but to think just how cute his wife was when embarrassed. He knew that in the entire world, only he had had the pleasure of seeing Athena showing such expressions. After all, he was the first lover that she had ever had. Before she met him, she was one of the eternal maidens of the Greek pantheon, who vowed to never marry a male. Oh, how weak was her oath before the almighty, handsome him. But, in the end, an oath was still an oath, and when one breaks it, consequences follow. As for Athena, her punishment for breaking it wasn't something simple. She was made infertile. In other words, she couldn't give birth to a child, no matter how much she tried. Fenrir didn't really mind that, but Athena seemed quite bothered by it, although she tried to hide it. But, who was Fenrir? He had already been with her for thousands of years, and knew her better than anyone else. So, a couple of years ago, while on one of the occasional trips they made through the world, he had already decided to adopt a child when they got back to Japan. However, that thought proved to be useless. That's because, on their trip, they stumbled across a little baby girl. The baby had short golden hair and eyes the color of the ocean. It was only a few months old, and was left alone, with no other humans in sight. This baby, however, wasn't human. That was the first thing that Athena and Fenrir thought when they came across her. Not only did she not have the energy signature of a human, her magical power was much more erratic. and even to the point of making Athena admit that it was terrifying, even for her. Also, there was another rather important fact. They didn't find her in an orphanage or something like that. No, they found her in a divine realm in the middle of a desert. Divine realms, in essence, are planes separate from the Earth's main dimension, much like the underworld and heaven. But the main difference was that divine realms are usually much smaller and also much harder to find. As for how Athena and Fenrir found it, it was by accident. Both of them had been wandering around in the desert, enjoying the view, when Athena suddenly stopped as she detected magical power in the vicinity. Walking around, they finally found, in the middle of the desert and beneath a not-so-small amount of sand, a door. The door wasn't connected to any buildings, and just stayed up in the air with nothing as support. After looking at the door, they immediately figured out that this was the entrance to a divine realm. This group of a goddess and ancient yokai with unlimited power had no need to fear anything as they stepped inside the divine realm. However, when they entered, the expression was one of surprise. The desert landscape with the unlimited amount of sand morphed into that of endless ruins. Countless temples in pieces, statues crumbling, bones all over the place. This was the scene that they met. The sky was tainted red, and the stone ground covered in blood. The blood wasn't fresh and, at the bare minimum, had been there for millions of years. And the only blood that could survive for that long was the blood of immortals. And the most astonishing of all was that the plain was completely covered in this blood. The realm, that stretched far into the horizon, much bigger than any other divine realm, was completely covered in this fiendish immortal blood. The numbers of immortals that had died to achieve such a landscape was probably in their millions. Not only that, the ruins of temples were also equally surprising. That was because they discovered that the material that those temples were made was of divine metal. Divine metal was quasi-indestructible, and even Athena would have a hard time damaging it. But those thousands of temples made of this divine metal were all cut into pieces, as if they were slashed at by a sword countless of times. And, finally, on the ground, the bones of huge creatures could be seen. There were even some rib cages that stretched up for kilometers, piercing the red sky. There were also huge skulls that were kilometers long and hundreds of meters tall. The scene could only be described as the apocalypse. It seemed as if a grand battle had happened there, a battle beyond the likes of what Athena and Fenrir had ever seen. But there was still one place that hadn't been destroyed at. It seemed to be some sort of sacrificial altar, and was made of material that was even higher in grade than divine metal. And, in the middle of this altar, was a baby. This baby was none other than the cheerful blonde, Seals. At that time, she was crying and struggling around, making great contrast with the hollow, eerie and quiet atmosphere of the realm. Athena didn't know what that divine realm was, what happened there, what this baby was and what it was doing there. But, seeing the cries of the baby, her heart, that even in the midst of such a bloodstained battlefield, softened as she picked up the little crying baby in her arms. She couldn't just leave this baby there, no matter just how strange the situation was. It was just like that they first met Seals. Following that, they both brought her out of that realm and decided to head back home. They had already seen too much in this trip of theirs. Seals grew up nicely, but she had a peculiar characteristic to her. She had never called Athena mother and Fenrir father even once. Ever since the start, she would only call them by their names, that she learned by hearing their conversations. The girl was much smarter than everyone else her age and didn't have any friends to play with. Because of that, she constantly stayed confined in her room the entire time, only coming out once in a while. It was for that reason that Fenrir and Athena decided to adopt another kid and get her a little brother. As for why they were specifically searching for brother and not a sister was because that Seals constantly kept muttering how great it would be to have a male little sibling to take care of. All of that led to they going to Issei's orphanage, and in the end, adopting him along with Shirou. A couple of minutes later, Athena finally went back to their room and called them down for dinner. After a couple of minutes had passed since Athena had called them, Issei along with Shirou and Seals finally came down in order to eat. Currently, all of the inhabitants of the house were sitting around the large, excessively large, dinner table. Athena, who had long since stopped her crying and was more composed, looked at the kids. "What would you like to eat?" she asked as she motioned at the table. There was literally all types of food there. No matter what food you imagine, it was there. After all, in the kitchen there were over 20 high-class cooks that Fenrir managed to employ from various famous restaurants, including ones from the worldwide famous Nakiri family. "Anything with high nutritional value," Issei said casually, still a little bothered that he had to pause his game to go to the table. Damn, he was about to finish it and now what? He was interrupted. Now, when he gets back, there won't be so much emotion to it. Shirou, who had to get out of his lap to eat and was sitting by his side, nodded, same. She was also bothered because her game was interrupted, but she was even more bothered that she couldn't sit on his lap. That was her place. Seals, on the other hand, wasn't really bothered by anything and was rather anxious to eat the food. Looking at the plethora of food displayed on the ridiculously huge table, she finally found one of the most heavenly foods she had had the pleasure of eating: pizza. Athena sighed as she looked at the kids. She first grabbed a slice of pizza that was still hot and gave it to Seals. After that, she analyzed the table, looking for the foods with the highest nutritional value for Issei and Shirou. After a while, she settled for some salmon, broccoli, and a few other healthy things. She then handed the plates over to both Issei and Shirou. In this house, although they had many employees, Fenrir didn't like having people serving them at the dinner table. To him, dinner time was a time that belonged to the family, and he didn't want outsiders in it. "Thanks," Issei said quietly as he started eating his food, not waiting for the people around him. After all, he didn't know table manners, since no one ever bothered teaching him that. And, even if someone did, Issei wouldn't bother following it anyways. He was just too lazy and hungry to do that. Shirou, just like her Nyai, did the same and also started eating her food. For kids, they weren't picky at all when it came to food. As long as the food could keep their body up and running, they couldn't really care less. That thought, however, would change with time, mostly because of Fenrir's influence. Athena sighed as she saw the child's antics. At the very least, they were polite enough to eat with their mouth closed and some other basic stuff. Deciding to just eat for now, she also got herself some pizza, the same time that she got for Seals. She didn't have to worry about gaining weight, so she could eat whatever and all she wanted. After all, she was a goddess. It wasn't like she could get fat from eating. In fact, she didn't even need to eat. She only did so for the taste. And, damn, pizza was good. Fenrir, on the other hand, was the strangest of all. His plate didn't have neither pizza nor only nutritional things. His plate was full of sophisticated and high-grade food, with a lot of meat, and then even more meat, with some meat as topping. From that, it could be seen that Fenrir liked meat-related dishes. Being an admirer of tasty food, Fenrir himself was a chef, and pretty damn good one at that. Having lived for thousands upon thousands of years, he was bound to pick up on many mysterious and secret culinary skills that had been forgotten with time. If he so wanted, it wouldn't be really hard to gain the title of best chef in the world, but he didn't want that much attention to himself. He was fine with only himself eating his own food and enjoying his own techniques. Of course, he obviously appeared on the world of culinary sometimes, but it was only to help some of his friends, the Nakaris, a famous family known for their involvement on the food industry, even more so after that girl dubbed God's Tongue was born, to develop some new dishes, but that was a story for other times. At first, the meal had a pleasant silence to it, but after a while, Issei decided to break the atmosphere. Like he had mentioned before, he did have questions, but since he was playing Dark Souls 2, he didn't have time to ask them. Now that it was dinner time, he had plenty of time. Looking up at Fenrir, he asked a question that had been in his mind for quite some time already. "So, I guess that your name isn't Nabu-Osamu, and that you aren't human?" Hearing the boy's question, Fenrir couldn't help but to chuckle. "That's right. Nabu-Osamu, just like Ikusa, is an alias. As for my real name, it's Fenrir." "I see." Issei nodded his head before abruptly stopping. His eyes had a questioning glint to it, and so did Shirou's, as she seemed to have thought of the same thing as the young boy. "Wait, Fenrir isn't the name of a mythical being from the Norse mythology, son of the god Loki, if I remember correctly." Issei and Shirou had spent most of their time alone reading books before the video games arrived at the orphanage, and they obviously came across books of the Norse mythology. After reading them, Issei had a somewhat solid understanding of it. Not as much as what he knew of the Greek mythology, but it was still pretty decent knowledge. Fenrir and Athena nodded approvingly, happy that Issei and Shirou at least had some knowledge on mythologies. The former then smirked at Issei, showing that his two canines were bigger than most people's, by a not-so-small amount. "Indeed, there is that Fenrir. However, we are not the same, although in our true forms, we are both wolves." "True form?" Issei asked again, curious. Could it be that they could transform? He had seen many animes in which characters could become animals. Maybe Fenrir could do something similar to that. Fenrir sighed. "You see, what you are seeing now is my human form. In my original form, I'm a huge silver wolf, similar to Fenrir. But there is a slight difference between the two of us." "Difference?" Issei asked again. Fenrir nodded. "You see, Fenrir's name is only Fenrir in tribute to me. I was born many years before Fenrir, and in fact, am much more powerful than the useless knucklehead." As his speech reached the end, he had a teasing tone to it, as if making fun of the Fenrir from Norse mythology. "So, Fenrir's name was based off on you?" Issei asked, wanting to make sure of it. For a god like Loki to name his son Fenrir in tribute to him, then it probably meant that this man standing in front of him was truly not simple. "Exactly," Fenrir nodded. He could see that Issei didn't completely trust him, but he didn't really care. In due time, he would see the might of the most powerful wolf yokai to have ever existed, Fenrir. Hearing the man's answer, he couldn't help but to look at the man one more time. Before, he never bothered paying attention to other people, but now that he found out just how amazing his new adoptive parents were, he couldn't help but to look at them again and analyze them. Fenrir was in his mid to late 20s. He was tall, above 1.85 meters tall from Issei's guesses. His face was chiseled, and he had a rough but wild look to him that was extremely manly. His eyes were the color of amber, and his silver-white hair, which was swept back, was short and had a couple of strands standing out. His eyes were sharp, like that of a predator, and had a dangerous look to it. His face was also sharp, with well-proportioned features. He was also shaved, with no beard at all. As far as his body went, from what Issei could see, it was well-built and toned. Apparently, he worked out. All in all, he was a handsome-looking man with a wild touch, someone that would do well as a womanizer. Now, for Athena, she was a gorgeous woman. She was also tall, around 1.75 meters from what Issei could see. Her face was heavenly, and she had a kind, yet smart look to her. Her eyes were gray, a deep, entrancing gray. Her lips were alluring and seemed soft, with a red lipstick as her only makeup. She didn't need more makeup than that, as she was naturally beautiful. As for her body, it was lithe, and although it didn't seem muscular, it was certainly slim. She had an hourglass figure, with plump rears and a buxom bust, but not too exaggerated. After looking at the two of them, he turned around to Seals. She, as mentioned before, had golden hair that seemed to shine, and deep, turquoise blue eyes. Since she was young, there wasn't much to be said about her body, but her face was certainly pretty. With a pair of big, blue and curious eyes coupled with small, cute lips, she was an extremely cute girl. That would certainly make the boys her age fall in love at first sight. After analyzing the entire family, Issei decided to ask his final question. "All right," Issei said as he placed his fork down and looked at Seals in the eye. "So, are you human?" Shaking her head, Seals smiled a childish yet mischievous smile. "Nope." "So, you are." Issei stopped, intending for her to answer. However, the girl didn't seem to share such thoughts as she shook her head with a mysterious smile. "Secret." After that dinner, daily life flowed by normally each day. In that same night, Athena and Fenrir got both Issei and Shirou a room, although, in the end, Shirou ended up living in his. From that day onwards, their lives truly changed. On the following day, Athena and Fenrir explained to both of them the supernatural world, the three main factions, which were angels, devil and fallen angel, and also about others such as yokai. After the explanation, they told something about the object residing within Issei, the sacred gear. They also told him that fallen angels and other races might target him and the people around him because of it. Following that, Fenrir decided to teach Issei some basic things that he would need to know, like how to protect himself. Since Issei was human and couldn't use the magic that Fenrir and Athena knew, they had to resort to more normal ways to protect himself, such as martial arts and swordsmanship. Although that would be pretty much useless against a fallen angel, it would still be enough to help him to escape from one. At first, Issei refused the training adamantly. If it was magic, then sure, great. But Fenrir didn't know how to teach Issei to use human magic, which was a really letdown for him. However, when Fenrir explained that people may end up targeting Shirou because of him, Issei finally gave him. If it was for Shirou, he was willing to give up his laziness. Initially, the 5-year-old Issei began to build up his foundations, which was also his body, under Fenrir's tutelage. Since he had never practiced anything before, at first, it was quite painful for him, but after a couple of weeks, he managed to pick up the pace, and his young and tender body of a child was much stronger and fitter. Following that, Issei's sword training began. It had to be noted that Issei was a genius in absolutely everything. Even in martial arts and swordsmanship, he was unmatched. Adding the fact that he managed to suppress his laziness for Shirou, he progressed quite smoothly. Fenrir's original plan was to teach Issei the basics and make him able to defend himself and Shirou. However, his original idea was torn to shreds the moment he began enjoying teaching Issei. In all of Fenrir's immortal life, he had never had an apprentice to teach his techniques and pass on his abilities. He simply didn't feel the need to have the one, so he never bothered with it. However, when he began teaching Issei, he got pumped up and all excited. As such, instead of teaching Issei a usual, generic sword style, he taught him his own style, that he had developed himself after walking on the path of the sword for thousands of years. Normally, he would never teach this technique to anyone, as it was extremely precious to him, but as time passed, he began to view Issei as a family member, not as his child, but as his younger brother. From the start, Fenrir and Athena never had a father and mother relationship with Issei, Shirou, and Seals. Their relationship was closer to the one between siblings, mostly due to the advanced mentality of the three children. For a couple of years, Issei learned Fenrir's own sword style. As for Shirou, her physique was never made for physical activities, so she spent her days doing her favorite pastime that surpassed reading and playing games by a large margin, watching Issei. As time passed, it was also noted that Shirou also grew superior to Issei in some strategy games, such as chess. Before, they would always end in ties, but now she usually held the upper hand and would only lose once in a while. However, the difference between them wasn't too big, and they were close to being evenly matched. Shirou's slight advantage also probably had to do with the fact that Issei began spending too much time with his physical training, and didn't have nearly enough time to develop his mental capabilities. After teaching Issei the way of the sword, Fenrir felt that it was still insufficient. He still had much more to teach. As such, under Issei's constant curses and protests, he also taught him his own personal double sword style and, strangely enough, how to use the spear. As curious as it may sound, the spear was actually Issei's idea. For some reason, he always felt attracted to that weapon. Fenrir was more of a sword user, so he didn't have too much experience with spears, but he still knew the basics. As such, he taught Issei all he knew, which wasn't much to begin with. By the time that Issei finished training with all these weapons, he was already 11. As such, a little over 6 years had passed since he first entered the house. His body was much more fitter than before, even better than most 13 years old. In fact, if it wasn't like that, there would be something strange. After all, Fenrir's training routine for Issei was nothing short of devilish. As for Shirou, she had cut her hair, and no, it was much shorter, but her face was just as beautiful. In fact, she seemed even more dignified than before. Nevertheless, she was still the same lowly she always was, no matter how much time passed. Now, going to seals, she had changed as much as Issei, not only in appearance, but also in personality. While Issei was practicing with Fenrir, she would practice magic with Athena. Strangely enough, she was able to use divine magic, which was exclusive to gods. Because of that, she was well taught by the wisdom goddess. During that period, she trained her body, and was also fitter. She was still 12 years old, but already a striking beauty. She had a more mature aura around to her, which was the exact opposite of Shirou's. Her bosom was already budding, and it could be seen that it would grow to magnificent extents in the future. Her figure was also fit, and her hair was as golden and shiny as ever. Her eyes kept being blue, but with time, began brighter. As for the changes within her, those were the biggest. At first, for the first few weeks or so, she only saw Issei as a plaything, a pastime of sorts, and Shirou as an annoyance. With the passage of time, although her views on Shirou didn't change much, the changes as to how she felt towards Issei were humongous. Slowly but surely, Issei captured her heart. She didn't know when it happened, she only knew it happened. No matter if it was his goofy, yet lazy and smart smile, his handsome face, or his determined and kind personality, she came to love all of those. Initially, her feelings for Issei were nothing more than a crush. It then turned into love, and after that, true and extreme love. It got to the point that her affection for Issei were in the same level as the ones Shirou had. She truly loved the brown-haired boy from the bottom of her heart, and would do anything for him. Because of that, she worked extra hard on her training, wanting to protect him in the future. With time, she also started to watch Issei's training along with Shirou whenever she finished her own training earlier. As for Issei, he also had many changes in terms of emotions. Firstly, after living with seals for so much and getting to know her, she started occupying a space in his heart as big as Shirou's. Although he wasn't too dependent on her as he was with Shirou, he still cared for her just as much. Also, as he continued spending time with Fenrir, he started to acquire some of his personality traits. For example, he mostly lost all of his aloof and arrogant attitude and acquired a more easygoing, lazy, playful and teasing one, much like Fenrir himself. Aside from that, his level of perversion grew as well. Fenrir himself was a pervert, and although not too big of one, he was still a considerably nasty one, if the squeals and grunts, coupled with panting, that came from his and Athena's room every single night was anything to go by. Seriously, immortal beings just had way too much stamina. Fenrir wasn't exactly a closet pervert, but he wasn't an open one either, something that Issei took after. Issei became the type of person that when faced with a perverted situation, instead of getting a pervy face and a nosebleed, would have a serious and straightforward face and would give a thumbs up followed by a praise. This happened many times, mostly when he walked in on either seals or Shirou bathing. After Issei turned 12, Fenrir got mad that he had nothing left to teach him in the bladed weapons department, so he introduced Issei to cooking and guns. Fenrir taught Issei his fabled cooking techniques that were even more deep and treasured than his sword style and placed him on the path of cooking. Issei didn't fail to live up to the expectations, and when he was 14, he was phenomenal in that department. He had already absorbed most of Fenrir's cooking techniques and knew thousands upon thousands recipe that would put most chefs to shame. Still, when compared to Fenrir, he still sucked, but that was a given. Fenrir was just too amazing at it, amazing beyond words. As for guns, Fenrir built an underground shooting range beneath the house, and within it taught Issei how to use most of the fire weapons. Although Issei's aim wasn't exactly good at the start, one of the few things he didn't excel at, with time, he got better. As of this moment, Issei was already 15 years old and had yet to even go close to a school. During the entire time, he was self-taught in the mansion, learning from the various books in the library. Shirou did just like him. And as for seals, Issei took it upon himself to teach her what she had difficulties with, since although she was genius, she wasn't genius on Issei and Shirou's level. Issei, who was 15, looked 16 as he was tall and had a matured face. His eyes were sharp and smart, but still had a hint of playfulness and unwillingness to follow rules to it. His nose was thin and straight, and his lips in perfect symmetry with the rest of his face. His body was toned, with six-packs and, well, muscles in all the right places. After training for so long, his body had long since reached the optimal, peak condition. As for Shirou, she was 14 and looked as lowly-ish as ever. Her hair had grown once more, and it already reached her back. With time, her hair got more and more colorful, and it was dazzling now. Her face had a constant lazy and aloof look to it, and it would only turn bright and happy when facing her knee. Aside from that, she remained stoic. Her features were in perfect harmony, and also flawless. She looked just like a doll. When it came to her body, it wasn't undeveloped, but not too developed either. In height, she could be compared to 12-year-old girls, and in terms of BS and buttocks, well, they were still growing. Finally, we have Seals, who had become an overwhelmingly celestial beauty. Her face was flawless and had a mature charm to it. Her big, blue eyes, coupled with thick and beautiful eyelashes, could ensnare the heart of any man. Her lips had grown full and enticing, and one would feel the urge to kiss them just from looking at it. All in all, she looked nothing short of perfect. As for her body, it had become rather buxom with time, with large, supple BS and round, smooth buttocks. Her feature was the perfect hourglass one, a figure that man lusted after and woman would kill for. Sadly enough for the world's male population, she was all but available. She only had eyes for her adopted brother, and only him. Her prowess with magic was also huge, and she could be considered a genius when it came to divine magic. Her control of magic was completely flawless, and she could make it flow however she wanted. She specially learned magics that would work on fallen angels, since she had heard those were the ones most likely to target Issei for his sacred gear that no one could figure out. Issei's sacred gear was truly a mystery. At first, Athena and Fenrir thought that it was a low-tier Longinus. But after all these years, its power had somehow grown stronger and denser, comparable to the divine dividing and boosted gear. Strangely enough, it didn't have the aura of a dragon, so those two were ruled out. Even Athena, with all her wisdom, had no idea as to what it was. Issei also couldn't activate it, no matter how much he tried. It seemed that special conditions must be met in order to use it, but Issei had yet to find them out. Issei also had another layer of protection aside from seals. Recently, Fenrir had gotten him a pair of swords crafted by none other than Hephaestus, the blacksmith god. The first sword had a white blade with a golden hilt, and it was around 140 centimeters long. As for the second one, it had a dark blade with a dark purple hilt, also 140 centimeters long. Although Fenrir didn't say from what they were made of, Issei felt that they were definitely crafted from precious material. Shirou and Seals also got gifts from Hephaestus. Shirou got a light armor that was invisible and could be worn beneath her clothes, and it could protect her from all kinds of attacks as long as it wasn't overwhelmingly strong. Seals, on the other hand, had gotten the biggest amount of gifts. Since she knew how to use magic, she had many more uses for weapons and armors. Because of that, she got an armor specially made by the ultimate blacksmith along with a green longsword. Aside from that, Issei had also gotten some life-protecting talismans, but that was a subject for later. Currently, Issei, with Shirou on his right side and Seals on his left, was looking at Athena and Fenrir as they sat opposite from each other in the living room. "So, let me see if I got this right," Issei said as he carefully stared at the two immortal beings. "You two are going to travel for a couple of months," he began, and after seeing them nod, continued. "And in the meantime, we will be staying with a friend of yours." Fenrir nodded. "Yes, kid. You'll be staying with Surzech for a while." "Surzech?" Issei inquired with surprise, his left eyebrow set up. "The Mao Lucifer Surzech?" he asked, in order to be certain. Fenrir nodded with a slight smile, his white fangs showing from his lips, "The one and only." Hearing Fenrir's confirmation, Issei couldn't help but to ask, "Why him? Couldn't you choose some of your human friends? The Nekiri wouldn't have any problems, right?" Issei didn't really want to spend his free time in hell. Was there even Wi-Fi there? How would he be able to play video games there? And watch his animes? Just what was he supposed to do in hell? Also, he at least knew that the Nekiri family had internet, as they were filthy rich, being one of the most important families in the world and all. Furthermore, they lived above ground. As long as he was on the human realm, he wouldn't have any problems in getting himself a video game. The Nakaris were also good friends with Fenrir, so although Issei had never met them personally, he believed that they would have no problems in letting them live him them for a while. Fenrir shook his head. Not possible. You see, because of your sacred gear, you are bound to be targeted by other races. You are only able to lead a normal life because this house has a barrier around it that conceals your power. If you were to leave it, then they would take notice of you and hunt you. Because of that, I figured that it would better to have you stay with someone who is both powerful and trustworthy. And in the end, Surzech was the best candidate, seeing that he is a Mao-class devil. Issei then shook his head and sighed while motioning towards the room and his adopted sisters. Can't I just stay here alone with Shirou and Seals? This house has a barrier, like you said. We can take care of ourselves. Furthermore, going to hell isn't really on my to-do list. Fenrir let out a small laugh. Leave you alone with Shirou and Seals? I wouldn't be surprised that if by the time I came back, they would be pregnant. Hearing that, both Shirou and Seals blushed slightly, while Shirou edged closer to her Niai, looking at him with a monotone yet sweet look, saying in a cute voice perverted Niai. Seals, on the other hand, shot Fenrir an annoyed look. Issei just kept looking at Fenrir, obviously used to his teasing. Fenrir quickly continued, also, you guys have to go to school. Hearing that, the eyes of all three of them widened. Issei's eyes were at the size of dinner plates as he looked at Fenrir incredulously. You're kidding, right, Fenrir? Please tell me you're kidding. Issei was a person that considered himself tight on time. Going to school was nothing short of throwing your time out of the window to him. He knew better than anyone that he could spend such time doing much more productive things, like playing games. Smiling, Fenrir shook his head. Even though you guys don't really need to go to school, we can't let you guys stay here doing whatever you want all day. You should graduate from high school first. Athena nodded her head in confirmation as she shared similar thoughts. Looking at them, Issei took in a deep breath and finally said, okay, leaving the issue about going to school aside, how the hell are we supposed to go to school in the underworld? Or is Lucifer staying above ground this time? He asked, thinking that he had gotten Fenrir. Hearing his question, Fenrir sighed. No matter how much I insisted, Surzech didn't agree to staying in the human realm for a while, so, indeed, you'll be living in the underworld for this period of time. Hearing Fenrir's answer, he couldn't help but to ask, is there even schools in the underworld? Although he had taken many lessons on the three races, he was familiarized with their territories, so he didn't know how stuff worked down there. In reality, learning about the three races didn't really interest him. He was much more interested in the gods and yaokais and mythical creatures. To him, the three races were just a bunch of children competing for superiority. The other races were way more interesting to him. Fenrir then smiled lightly. The underworld is just like the human realm. It doesn't matter if it's the buildings, structures, schools, everything is similar. Even the size of the underworld is roughly similar to Earth's size, and the devil's population is about the same as humans. However, there are indeed some differences. For example, there are absolutely none humans. You'll find some other races aside from devils, though, like yaokais and mythical creatures. Aside from that, their world are pretty much similar to ours. Even the amount of devils that can actually use devil's magic is small, so, in reality, the biggest difference between most devils and human is just their increased strength, heightened five senses, and wings. Hearing Fenrir's explanation, Issei had to admit that he was surprised. In his mind, he always thought that the underworld was still in the equivalent of the Middle Age, with empires and stuff. Now that he had heard that it was pretty much a copy of his society, he couldn't help but to think that maybe it wouldn't be so bad. There is even the chance that they also have video games, after all. Fenrir then continued. Either way, Surzech should be arriving at any moment, so. However, before he could do anything, the doorbell rang. Fenrir's eyes widened and shortly after, he chuckled. Well, talk of the devil. Looking back at Issei and the girls, he said, he's here. Pack your stuff and meet me at the door shortly. After that, he got up from his seat, and with Athena by his side, went to answer the door. Issei then sighed, seeing that he had no way out of this. Athena and Fenrir just had to travel the moment that Dark Souls 3 launched. Now, he wouldn't be able to speedrun the game and set a new record. Oh, the anguish he was feeling. In fact, this was the main reason why he was so reluctant to leave. Nevertheless, in the end, he decided to just go along with it. It wouldn't be too late to set a new speedrun record later on, right? Shortly after, he turned around to look at Shirou and Seals. Shirou, Seals, let's go pack our things, he finally said, while sending the fleeting figure of Fenrir an annoyed glance. All right, Seals said a little cheerfully, not really bothered at going to the underworld as she would go along with Issei. She hurriedly got up from her seat, causing her BS to bounce a little, something that Issei obviously noticed. However, he couldn't admire the scene as he felt pain coming from his arm. Looking around, he saw Shirou pinching his arm with an annoyed look. Sheepishly shrugging the back of his head, he said, sorry. Shirou simply sighed, already used to her nice behavior. It was in moments like this that she wished that she would just grow up physically already so her nyai would also pay attention to her figure. In the end, the three of them headed towards their room. That in reality was the same one. A couple of years back, Seals also decided to move into Issei's room, and now all three of them lived there. Although Fenrir placed another 2 beds there for them to sleep in. They had never even been touched. Issei's bed was big, extremely big. A size that wasn't available in the market, if that meant anything. In there, even if there were 10 different people, it would still have space for more. It also helped that their room was nothing short of huge. Seriously, Fenrir just had too much money to spend. Initially, though, his bed was much smaller. It was only after Shirou and Seals began sleeping with Issei that Fenrir finally decided to buy a bigger bed for them. While searching for a comfortable one, he happened to come across this huge bed. In a whim, he bought it. On the day the bed arrived, he also didn't forget to tease Issei. "Hey, Issei, I'm looking forward to the day when you'll be able to fill this bed with girls." Strangely enough, Issei didn't get flustered as he smirked at Fenrir. "Don't worry, old man. I'll definitely do what you weren't able to." It was an understatement to say that Issei really did struck right where it hurt. Fenrir's original dream was to have a harem, something that Issei was aware of. However, after meeting Athena, his dreams were crushed when he saw just how hard it was to deal with a single woman. So, Issei took advantage of that to tease Fenrir back. In the end, though, he kept the bed since it was indeed comfortable enough for him. It was well made and extremely fluffy. Both girls also liked it, so all was fine. With time, they got used to sleeping in such a large bed. Either way, back in the room, all three of them began to pack their things. Issei's baggage wasn't much, just 2 dress shirts, tank tops, and some random t-shirts. He also placed in some underwear as well as his 2 prized swords. If it was up to him, he would also take the video game. But he had a feeling that somehow it would be useless, since he didn't know what type of sockets they had in hell, so he figured that it would be better to keep them here. As for Shirou, hers was even simpler. She got 3 sets of large t-shirts that reached her thighs, some panties, and she was ready to go. Her armor that she got from Hephaestus was worn 24/7, since it was comfortable and invisible, so she didn't need to pack it. Now, for Seals, she had the most baggage. She got a huge suitcase and started filling it with dresses, shirts, jeans, skirts. She practically emptied her closet. She then placed in some makeup, just in case she got to go out with Issei while down there. Seals was also the one that took the longest to pack her stuff, over 5 minutes, while Issei and Shirou both took less than 1. Finally, after Seals finished packing, they all went out of the rooms. Issei had his baggage, which was in a duffel bag by his shoulders, as well as Shirou's baggage on the other, with his hands pulling Seals' suitcase. He was wearing a white t-shirt that said, "Good morning, I see that the assassins have failed," as well as a black jeans and Snickers. As for Shirou, Fenrir had mentioned before they went to the room to wear slightly better cloth, so she wore a skirt, a white, plain t-shirt, and shoes. She, like always, looked just like a doll. Now, going to Seals, she was wearing a rainbow-colored t-shirt divided in layers, short jeans that hugged her thighs and a jacket over it, along with some shoes. They casually walked to the door, not in a hurry. When they finally reached it, they saw Athena and Fenrir happily talking with a red-haired man in a suit. Fenrir turned around and saw that the 3 teenagers had arrived. Looking back at Surzech, he said, "It's these 3. Surzech nodded as he looked past Fenrir's shoulders and eyed the kids. He first looked at Seals, and when he saw her, his eyes widened. Such strong magic power, he muttered as he shot Fenrir a questioning glance. The man, in question, simply shrugged his shoulders. He then nodded and looked at Issei. And when he did so, his eyes widened even more, looking back at Fenrir's smiling face. He understood what was happening and then gave him a calm smirk. "So that's why you asked me to take care of them." Fenrir noticed that Surzech had figured it out and nodded. When he told Surzech the situation, he didn't have enough time, so he didn't explain why he asked him to take care of the kids. He figured it would be better to show him in person. "So, which one is it?" Surzech asked Fenrir as he kept his eyes on Issei as he approached, wondering which Longinus tier sacred gear was inside that boy. No idea. Fenrir shrugged his shoulders once more and walked back to stay by the kid's side, Athena doing the same. Fenrir then looked at Issei, motioning for him to introduce himself. Issei nodded as he looked Surzech. "You are Surzech Lucifer?" he asked as he extended his hand. "Hi, Odu Issei here. Nice to meet ya." Surzech nodded as he shook Issei's hand. Following Issei, both Shirou and Seals introduced themselves. "Shirou," said the little lowly in a monotone face. "I'm Seals." Seals nodded with much more emotion than Shirou. Surzech smiled at them and nodded before looking back at Fenrir. "So, I only have one more question. Couldn't you ask some yokai friends of yours or some Greek gods? If it's for protection, I suggest them," he said, curious as to why Fenrir had specifically asked him and not the others. Hearing Surzech's question, Issei became thoughtful. Although he had indeed learned about the three factions, Fenrir and Athena didn't really bother teaching them about the other gods and the yokai factions. In fact, all the knowledge they knew about the gods were self-taught. And as for the yokai, they were clueless since there weren't any books about them in the mansion. He didn't know why they refrained from telling him that, and was quite curious in reality. As such, he sent a sideway look at Fenrir, awaiting his answer. Since all eyes were on him, Fenrir sighed. We tried to ask some Greek gods and also some other god friends of ours, but they were all occupied. As for yokai, it has been many years since I have met with someone of my race. As such, I don't trust this so much. He then lowered his voice as he moved closer to Surzech, so Issei and company couldn't hear him. Furthermore, getting them involved in the war with the three factions is more than enough. The other two wars, the one between mythologies and the one between yokai and mythical creatures, is too much for them to handle. Also, you know of the situation between Athena and the rest of the Greeks. Surzech nodded, understanding the situation. He then looked back at the teens and pointed at the limousine that was parked near the house. Go on without me. I'll be there in a second, he said kindly to the teens. The three of them nodded and made their ways to the limousine, leaving behind Surzech, Fenrir and Athena. Unbeknownst to them, Issei was in deep thought. When Fenrir moved in closer to Surzech to tell him something, he had focused on his hearing and managed to pick up on some things. So, there are other wars going on. And, is there something between Athena and the rest of the Greek deities? He muttered lightly with a thoughtful look on his features. Seals and Shirou looked at him, but seeing that he wasn't going to elaborate, ignored it. Going back to Fenrir and Surzech, they were currently talking about some other things. Surzech, I believe that you'll make sure that they will be safe while in the school, Fenrir asked. Now serious. Surzech nodded, his expression also becoming earnest. I will have her keep an eye on them. Don't worry. He then stopped, seemingly unsure of something, but decided to continue. Fenrir, are you sure about this? Even with her, something could still go wrong. Fenrir simply shook his head. These kids, they are much more than you can imagine, especially Issei and Shirou. Surprised, Surzech asked them. I thought that you would say the blonde one, Seals. She seems more special than them, if we were to not consider Issei's sacred gear. With an eerie smile, Fenrir continued, the sacred gear is probably the least amazing part about Issei. He has something else, but not even Athena can figure out his other abilities. As for Shirou, she is special. You'll soon see. Surzech still was confused, but decided to end the conversation there. All right, I'll believe you on this. Fenrir nodded as he smiled. Either way, we'll be going now. He then looked at Athena. Let's go. She nodded as she gave Surzech a parting smile and then grabbed Fenrir's hand. Soon after, they started glowing, and in the next moment, they had disappeared from sight. Sighing, the red-haired devil walked back to his car, wondering just what Fenrir was going to do now. He just hoped that it wouldn't be something too troublesome. He still remembered the huge amount times that he had to cover for the couple whether they messed around with territories belonging to the three factions. Getting out of the front yard of the house, he walked back to the car and saw that all three of them were already inside the limousine. He then nodded as he opened the door to the driver's seat and entered. Looking back at the kids, he smiled. We'll arrive in a couple of minutes. All three of them nodded, but inside, they were somewhat confused. A couple of minutes. Wow, hell must be pretty close, huh? Igniting the car, Surzech started driving to the train station. If it was up to him, he would just use a teletransportation magic circle, but since Issei and Shirou didn't have magic power, he couldn't pull that off. As such, he decided to just use the conventional way. He then remembered something else and couldn't help but to smirk. In a couple of minutes, just like Surzech said, they arrived in a train station. Getting out of the car, he brought the kids to an empty elevator. However, instead of pressing any of the buttons, he placed his index finger on number 6. The number in question started to glow, and in the next moment, it became 666. Looking back at the kids, he smiled. It's my lucky number. After that, he pressed the newly transformed button, causing the elevator to drop down much faster than before. On the panel that said in which floor they were, the numbers kept constantly changing, becoming higher non-stop in a very fast speed. Because of the absurd speed, although it wasn't enough to throw them at the ceiling, they still got unbalanced, causing both Shirou and Seals to take support on Issei by grabbing on his clothes. Through the entire time, Issei kept a straight face as he kept looking at the numbers that kept increasing. He then set up his left eyebrow and looked at Surzech. What are you doing? Surzech, surprised, looked at Issei. What do you mean? Issei sighed, as he struggled to keep his body stable. Firstly, it's obvious that we feel like we are going down, but why are the numbers increasing? Furthermore, if we consider the speed that the numbers are changing, we would be at the ceiling by now. Surzech widened his eyes, but then laughed a little. Not bad. I'm surprised. He then snapped his finger, causing the elevator to suddenly stop. He then looked back at Issei and said, That was just a special effect that is placed to amaze non-devils. I wanted to use this little trick with you, but it seems that it wasn't useful. He then smiled as he lightly tapped on the elevator's door. The moment I clicked the button, we were already transported to Hell's train station. That effect of going down was simply simulated. He then stepped out of the elevator and motioned for Issei and company to follow him. Walking outside, a large establishment came into their vision. The ceiling was high, so high that Issei almost couldn't see it. The place was also wide, with various seats here and there, but all of them were empty. In the distance, he could even see a food area with a Hell Donald's in it. It looked just like a MC Donald's, only that it was much redder. And in the parts that should be yellow, it was white with tiny skulls. He looked at Surzech with an amused look. Hell Donald's. Shrugging his shoulders, the Mao said, "Hey, don't blame me." He then motioned around. "Welcome to Hell's train station." Issei nodded as he looked around. It's indeed a train station like any other, only that it's much bigger. He then looked back at Surzech. "Now that I think of it, was there a magic circle in the elevator?" The red-haired devil nodded in affirmation. "So, how did we go by it? Isn't magic power required to use magic circles? Or could it be a different kind?" Issei asked curiously as he glanced back at the elevator that already had its door closed. Nodding once more, Surzech explained, "It's a special kind of magic circle just as you say. It allows being without magic power to be transported by temporarily coating humans with its own magic power." "All right," Issei nodded, "so, where to now?" "Follow me," Surzech said as he started walking deeper into the train station. Issei then looked at Seals and Shirou, who were on each of his sides, and smiled playfully. "Guess we are in hell now." "It's heaven if I'm with you." Seals coquettishly smiled as she winked at her adopted brother. "Cheesy much?" Issei smirked, but he couldn't continue as he was pinched on his waist by Shirou's little hand. The little white-haired loli was annoyed that Seals was getting all the attention. Looking back at his adopted little sister, he smiled warmly as he patted her head, calming her down. Looking forward, he saw that Surzech had stopped and was looking at them, waiting for their interaction to finish. Sighing, Issei said, "Come on. We wouldn't want to keep the almighty Lucifer waiting, right?" He then started walking forward, with Shirou and Seals once more at his sides. However, this time, they moved their bodies even closer to Issei and constantly exchanged vicious glances between each other, holding a mental conversation with their eyes. "He's mine, little girl." Seals narrowed her eyes in contempt. "The eye belongs to me." "He always has." Shirou glared back with a vicious look. "Who cares? Your time to shine is gone." Seals smirked as she sent a provocative glance at the little loli. "Shut up, cow." With narrowed eyes, Shirou mouthed the word cow slowly. "Cow, how dare you?" Seals exclaimed out loud, earning a surprised glance from Issei and Surzech. "You all right, Seals?" Issei asked as he strangely looked at the buxom 15 years old. Blushing slightly, the heavenly beauty answered, "It's nothing, Issei." She then looked at Shirou with a murderous look while sending her a message with her eyes. "You embarrassed me in front of him, you flat-chested bitch." At this point, Shirou's face became annoyed. One of the subjects she less liked was her chest department. In the end, however, she glanced at Seals with an annoyed look. "It's called justice, you cow." "Justice, please. Plot is much better," Seals quickly said with her eyes as she understood what Shirou was getting. In terms of reading manga and animes, they were on the same level of knowledge. While this conversation was going on, Issei only kept awkwardly walking, trying to ignore it as his adopted sisters kept narrowing their eyes and wriggling their brows non-stop, wondering just what the hell they were doing. After a couple more minutes of walking, they arrived at a train platform. In front of them was a rather, interesting train. The train could hardly be described as a normal train. It was about 10 times the length of a normal train and 3 times taller, and a dozen times wider. It was also much more archaic in design, and it seemed ancient. Surzech then pointed at the train as he smiled. "This is the train exclusive for Maois, the Hell Express train." He then waved his right hand, causing the doors in the train to slide open. "Come on in," he said as he walked inside and motioned for the trio to follow him. Nodding, the 3 of them walked inside, entering the train. Once inside, they saw what luxurious really meant. The seats, no, sofas would be a better word to describe it, were large enough to fit 3 people and made from a special kind of leather. In front of each sit, there was a television that seemed to not be of any of the brands that Issei knew. In total, there were around 100 seats like this throughout the entire train, giving off a rather interesting feeling. Even when Issei, who had lived in a huge mansion all his life and enjoyed all kids of riches, saw it, he couldn't help but to stand there, dazed. After a while, he glanced at Surzech. "You said that this is the Maois exclusive train." Surzech nodded, an embarrassed smile on his face. "So, does that mean that only Maois can ride on it?" Issei inquired once more, a rather amused look on his face. Once more, Surzech nodded. "Then, why the hell make it so big?" Issei finally exclaimed. "There are only 4 Maois. 4. Even if they wanted to, they wouldn't be able to use even half of this train." About that, Surzech's sweat dropped a little, wondering how he should explain this. You see, the previous generation Lucifer liked spending money. Huh. Issei's eyes widened, so he got this train, just for the heck of it. Pretty much. Surzech nodded with an embarrassed look on his face. He too wasn't so proud of his predecessor. That guy. He was just helpless. No matter who met him, they would be rendered speechless by his antics. Either way, Surzech continued, trying to take Issei's attention away from that matter. Make yourself comfortable. The trip to my castle will take a little bit of time. There is enough space for all of you. As you can see, on the last part, he had to suppress a sigh. Issei simply nodded as he looked around before randomly choosing one of the seats, or rather, sofas. He then sat down, quickly followed by Seals, who sat by his side, leaning on his shoulder, and Shirou, who sat on his lap. Issei didn't really seem surprised as he grabbed a remote control and started passing through the channels, trying to see what the people from the underworld watched. Surzech set up his left eyebrow as he with an amused looked at the scene of a boy with a girl on his lap and another leaning on him by his side, but chose to keep quiet in the end. Who was he to question? He then sat down on a seat not too far away and also turned on the television, intending to watch whatever the hell was on. A couple of minutes later, Issei came to the conclusion that, as strange as it may sound, devils were pretty similar to humans when it came to television shows. They had pretty similar programs, and if it wasn't for the fact that he was on hell, he wouldn't even see the difference. Seems like the underworld is pretty normal. Ha! Issei mused out loud as he finally settled on a channel. It seemed to be anime kinda thing, about a magical girl. He then looked back at Surzech, who was also passing through the channels. Hey, Surzech, are there any snacks here? He casually asked, as if talking with a lifelong buddy. If any of the devils were to see him casually talking with Surzech, who he had just met a couple of hours ago, like a close friend of his, they wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. Oh, yes, Surzech said casually as he waved his hand, making a menu appear in mid-air in front of him. He then waved his hand once more, causing the menu to float in air until it reached Issei's hand. Choose whatever you like, he then explained as he went back to watching television, seemingly uninterested. Thanks, Issei nodded as he began reading the menu. Unbeknownst to him, Surzech took a glance at him at that time and couldn't help but to sigh. This kid is just like Fenrir. Only that old wolf would dare to treat someone he just met so casually. He thought with amusement. Not that he minded, though. He wasn't one that was too concerned with formalities, and he took a liking to Issei's personality. That was just like his best friend's. Issei was unaware of this as he analyzed the menu, trying to see what could satisfy his appetite. As a person that learned how to cook under Fenrir, he was rather picky about food and took a rather long time to decide on a dish. After deciding, he looked at Shirou, who had turned around to look at the menu. So, have you chosen? Shirou nodded her head. Number 41. Issei then looked at Seals, who was with her head leaning on the crook of his neck as she read the menu. How about? Seals glanced up at Issei with her beautiful blue eyes and said with a smile, the one you chose. Issei nodded, already expecting that. He then looked back at Surzech. 3 number 41 seconds. Coincidentally enough, he and Shirou had chosen the same dish. Although she didn't cook as well as Issei, she still knew a thing or two about cooking and was aware of what was tasty and not so tasty. Because of that, their tastes were similar. Surzech turned his attention away from the television and glanced at Issei. Number 41. Not bad. He then snapped his finger, causing the menu on Issei's hands to disappear. He then lightly tapped his left ear, causing a miniature magic circle to appear on top of it. 3 numbers 41 and 1 number 15. Please, he said slightly, transmitting the message to the cook who lived in the train. Yes, there was even a cook there. Damn you, past Lucifer. As you wish, Lucifer-sama, the cook said respectfully as he quickly began to prepare said dishes. 10 minutes later, a maid came in from who knows where, carrying 2 trays of food with her. On one, there were 3 dishes that looked identical, and on the other, there was pizza. The maid was wearing the standard French-made clothes, and had a large bust that her attire did little to hide. Her hair was black and long, falling down to her waist. She first handed the pizza to Surzech, since he was the Mao-sama Lucifer and all that. He thanked her with a smile. She then turned around and walked to Issei and company's sofa, handing them their food. When she saw Issei, she stopped lightly and couldn't help but to wonder just where such a handsome male had appeared from. Issei, as someone who worked out every day, had an extremely well-built body, and since his shirt was rather tight, it showed off some of his muscles, something that was intentional, by the way. Since he has them, might as well show off, right? Going up to his face. He was undoubtedly handsome, with a smart yet relatively playful and wild look. His dove brown eyes were sharp and bright, something that also caught the maid's attention. His hair was also medium in length, reaching down to the end of his neck, and it was rather unruly. While she handed them the food, she didn't forget to wink at Issei, something to which Issei smirked, winked back and thanked her. She then secretely mouthed a string of numbers before muttering, "Call me," while the girls weren't looking. After that, she excused herself, walking away, swaying her hips seductively the entire time. Issei, who had looked back to observe her fleeting figure, smirked. Not bad. However, he couldn't enjoy it any longer as he had both arms pinched by his two adoptive sisters. Turning around, he saw the two of them sending deadly looks. Really, if glares could kill, he would have been died an unimaginable number of times just from looking at their faces. Moo, Issei. Seals pouted as she looked at Issei with annoyance. You just have to do that with every woman you see. Shirou nodded, for this was one of the only subjects that she actually agreed with her damnable adopted sister, Bakan. She then pinched him on the cheek slightly in order to make her point clearer. Sorry, Issei muttered, although it was obvious that he wasn't sorry in the least. Both girls sighed, knowing that there was no cure for their adoptive brother. They could only blame Fenrir for bringing him up that way. Surzech, on the side, couldn't help but to feel amused. He let out a smirk as he mused out loud, seriously. If I didn't know that he was adopted, I would completely believe it if someone told me that he was Fenrir's son. After that, not much happened in the train, the rest of the trip proceeding rather smoothly. A couple of hours later, the train suddenly started to slow down before completely halting. Surzech got up and looked at the trio. "We're here." He then motioned for them to follow him outside as he walked through the door. The three of them nodded, and after Shirou, who after a lot of protests, finally got out of Issei's lap, they gathered their baggage and walked out of the train, following Surzech. What they saw outside, however, left them flabbergasted. In front of them was a huge, huge castle. It seemed to have over 15 stories, and it almost reached the skies. It was made of a blackish type of metal that seemed to shine with the sunlight, that surprisingly as it seems, was just like the sun on the human realm. In fact, the sky was just as blue, and the clouds were a carbon copy of how they were in the human realm. If it weren't for the huge beasts flying in the sky, Issei would have thought that the train had somehow brought them back to Earth. Back to the castle, not only was it tall, it also seemed luxurious. For example, in the entrance, there were two huge, red dragon statues, at least Issei hoped that they were statues, that glared imposingly at them. Behind the statues was a humongous door that seemed like a giant could pass through it easily. There were even various markings that decorated the door, and, obviously, they were made of gold. Looking at the castle, and then back at the train that had even brought them directly to the front of the castle and not to a train station, he looked at Surzech with a knowing look. Let me guess. This mansion was made by the previous Lucifer. The fact that the trains delivered us right at the entrance also has to deal with him. Surzech could only nod, embarrassed. Seriously. Only him and his peerage lived there. There was no need for it to be so huge. Sadly, the previous Lucifer just had to state two rules that said that all future Lucifers had to live in the mansion and couldn't remodel it. Unless, of course, if they wanted to increase its size. If it was for spending even more money, then there was no problem. That was even explicitly written in the rules. Soon after, the trio, Issei, Seals, and Shirou, followed the Satan into the castle. Entering, they came to the conclusion that if the outside could be considered amazing, the inside, it was simply indescribable. Think of the most expensive place you have ever seen. It does not even has the right to leak the shoes of the interior of the castle. There was simply nothing that could compare to it. You must be kidding me, Issei immediately said as soon as he passed through the door. His eyes were widened to the size of dinner plates and his mouth left agape, hanging in the air. Behind him, Seals and Shirou had similar expressions, although Shirou's was slightly more restrained, as she had much more resistance to this kind of things. In the end, however, her eyes were still widened and her mouth opened slightly. The reason for their reactions was simple. The interior of the castle was golden. Gold here, gold there, gold everywhere. No matter where you looked, you would see gold. The floor, the ceiling, the furniture, all golden. This was a burglar's dream. Issei slowly and mechanically moved his head towards Surzech. Are you serious? The poor Satan could do nothing but to nod weakly, even more ashamed because of his ancestor. He then took in a deep breath and sighed while looking embarrassed. The interior of this castle almost made the Devil Society go bankrupt. Bankrupt. Issei's eyes widened even more. Although it was a lot, he didn't believe that it was enough to make one of the three great factions actually lose all of their money. Sighing, Surzech continued, this is only the beginning. In reality, the first floor of the castle was the least expensive one, only made out of gold. The following ones are made of even rarer and more expensive materials. For example, the fifth floor, where my study is completely made of imperial gold and celestial bronze, acquired from the Greeks, to get that terrifying amount of materials. Even to this day, we are indebted to them. A saddened look appeared on the pitiful Mao's eyes as he remembered the debt. Even to this day, it was hard dealing with the countless debts that the previous Lucifer Mao left behind for him. He had debts with the Greeks, Norses, Egyptians, Macedonians, vampires, elves, every single race or nationality you can think of. Thankfully, he wasn't in charge of managing the financial area of the underworld. The one in charge of that was the Asmodeus Mao, along with the military. He couldn't help but too deeply pity the poor fellow. Every time he passed by his castle, he could hear him endlessly cursing the previous Lucifer. Also, for some reason that he didn't know, he also started to hate him too. Every time they walked by each other, Asmodeus would send him an intense and murderous glare with his cold eyes that had heavy dark circles underneath, shaking his head to get rid of this useless thoughts. He looked back at the trio of teenagers. Either way, I'll be showing you guys to your rooms. After that, Issei started walking through the expensive corridor of the castle until they reached a stairway that shined brightly because of the gold. Climbing it up, they noticed that the materials of the walls, floor, and ceiling started changing. This time, it was a blackish color, but still seemed to shine brightly. Seeing the trio's curious gaze, Issei explained as they got off of the staircase and started walking through the corridors. This material is Egyptian black metal. Extremely precious and even more so, expensive. It's quasi-indestructible, by the way. Issei and company could only nod weakly to this new information, beginning to understand just how heterogeneous this grand castle was. After a while of walking around in the second floor, they finally reached a corridor that had many doors on each side. Issei then motioned towards the doors and said, "Freely choose your room. Pick whichever one you want." All of them nodded, and after a while, all three of them entered the first room on the right. Seeing that, Issei's sweat dropped. They couldn't possibly be thinking of. However, when he entered the room, he saw that his doubts were indeed spot on. All three of them were already placing their clothes on a closet, as if they intended to live there together. When Issei took notice of that, he couldn't help but to think, "You must be freaking kidding me." However, he still needed to make sure, so he asked, Issei, Seals, Shirou, why are you all in the same room?" Hearing Issei's question, all three of them stopped storing their stuff in the closet and turned around to look at him. Issei then gave a "Are you stupid? Look, what do you think? We are going to live here." "I see," Issei muttered slightly as his sweat dropped once more. Inside, he was cursing Fenrir. "What kind of parenting have you freaking done, you damn wolf?" He then asked another question, hoping with all his heart that the answer was yes. "Well, would you like me to bring 2 other beds to this room for you to sleep in?" The room was big, even bigger than the room that Issei had back in the human realm. Furthermore, it was mostly empty, with only some scarce furniture here and there, all extremely expensive, and a huge bed that could easily fit 4 people. However, it still had space to fit 2 more of those beds easily. However, Issei simply shook his head upon hearing Issei's question. "No need, we always slept on the same one back on the human realm." Alright." Issei's eyes widened before he finally answered. He then slowly took a step back and pointed at a bell that was by the side of the bed. "Well, I'll be on my room for the time being. If you need anything, just ring that bell. When dinner is done, either me or one of the maids will come here to tell you." After that, he quickly left the room and went directly to his own. That was on the 3rd floor. He then threw himself on the bed while he continuously cursed his best friend. "Fenrir, you damn bastard. Do you even know how to raise children?" However, as soon as he said that, he felt his pocket vibrating. It was Kai's cell phone ringing. He quickly placed his hand in his pocket and fished his phone out. He looked at the screen and saw that it had Fenrir's name on it. Issei's sweat drooped. Talk of the devil. In the end, he answered it. "Hello." Not even a second after, a wolfish and mischievous voice came from the line. "Issei." "Yes, it's me, you old rogue," Issei answered. "Hey, how are you? How are the kids faring?" Fenrir smirked and asked. Good. Issei began before he suddenly remembered that he was supposed to be mad at Fenrir. Immediately, he raged. "Fenrir, you old bastard. Just how have you brought up your children?" Fenrir asked as he was slightly taken aback, not understanding where this sudden outrage had come from. Come again, my ass," Issei cursed as he got up from his laying position and sat down on the bed. "Just how did you bring up those 3 children? Seriously, they are 15, 16 years old and still sleep on the same bed. Don't you know how to do parenting?" Fenrir said as he figured out what happened. "I figured that would happen." "You figured that would happen? That's all you have to say?" "Yes," Fenrir asked weakly. Issei was about to say something, but ultimately gave it up. He couldn't handle that damn old wolf any longer. Sighing, he said, "Either way, this Issei. Are you sure you aren't his real father?" "Issei, nah, I'm pretty sure." Fenrir smirked slightly as he said through the phone. "He is just like you," Issei muttered before he suddenly stopped as his eyes widened. "Wait, Fenrir, please don't tell me that he is also like you in those aspects." "Oh, which aspects?" "Womanizer, troublemaker, mischievous bastard." Issei began to say a huge list of names. "Damn, ready. You don't need to go that far." Fenrir sighed while faking being hurt. Either way, ready, don't worry about them too much. Although Issei is kind like me in my past days, a womanizer, he isn't someone rash. You don't have to worry. Sighing, Surzech finally nodded. All right, Fenrir, I'll trust you this once. Following that, both of them said their goodbyes and ended the call. Surzech took in a deep breath as he got up from his bed and walked to his desk. Sitting down in a chair, he got some documents and a pen. All right, I should probably hand in their school registration forms, Surzech muttered as he started scribbling on the documents, filling them with the information about the 3 kids and their situations. After everything was done, he picked up his cell phone. Going to contacts, he scrolled down to the letter M, and after that, started looking for a certain name. Finding it, he tapped on it, starting the call. A couple of seconds later, a slightly deep yet playful voice rang out on the phone. Surzech Kun. Biblia, I have something that I need from you, Surzech said in strict tone, ignoring the other man's causal voice. I want to enroll some students on your school. Oh, for you to personally ask me. Could it be that these students have special circumstances? The person on the other line, Biblia, asked. Exactly, Surzech started. They are humans. Silence followed that. After 10 seconds, Surzech asked again. Biblia. Silence followed for 3 more seconds before the voice came back. Surzech. Humans. Yes. Please tell me that this is a joke, Biblia asked while trying to force out a chuckle. I'm serious. I'll have Grafia watch over them while in there. Surzech, whoever, crushed Biblia's hopes with this phrase. Surzech. You. Biblia started, but stopped. All right. Do they have their registration forms? Nodding, Surzech said, I'll be sending them to you in a moment. After that, he finished the call and placed his cell phone aside. He then neatly stacked the documents in a bundle and raised his right hand, while muttering some words. In the next moment, a magic circle appeared beneath the documents as they disappeared. All right, Fenrir, it's done, Surzech sighed as he let his back rest in the chair, placing his arms behind his head, letting it rest on them as he closed his eyes. I just hope that you made the right choice. After a couple more minutes, a small miniature magic circle glowed by his right ear. Lucifer-sama, the dinner is ready. Hearing that, Surzech nodded. All right, Grafia, I'll be going down. Is she back yet? Immediately after, a reply came in. The mistress hasn't come back yet. She is probably still with Lady Grimoire. She also told me to tell you that she will only be back in an hour or so. Nodding, Surzech got up from his chair and opened the door of the room. Getting out, he said, the table. Have you already laid out the plates and silverware for our guests? Of course, Lucifer-sama. All right, I'll be there in a second. After that, Surzech tapped his right ear slightly, breaking the connection as he headed for the 2nd floor, and to be more specific, Issei and Company's room. Surzech walked quickly, and in a couple of minutes, he was already standing in front of the room belonging to the 3 adopted siblings. The door was closed, so he knocked on it. The dinner is ready. He was about to say some more, but suddenly stopped as he came to a realization. He, the Lucifer Mao, was acting just like these kids' butler, going to their room, saying the dinner is ready. If the other Maoists were to hear of this, they would mock him for centuries. However, he still couldn't get angry with the kids. Fenrir had personally asked him to take care of them, and he would guarantee that they received the best treatment. But, at the same time, he made a mental note to have a maid or butler come tell them this next time. Just as Surzech was deep in his thoughts, he heard Issei's voice from the room. All right, we will be going in a second. Within the room, Issei was currently playing chess with Shirou, Seals watching the match while leaning on Issei's right arm. Since there was no video games, he figured that he would just spend time the old-fashioned way. After hearing Fenrir's words, Issei rejoiced, as he was currently losing. He then looked at Shirou and said, let's go now. We will finish it when we get back. Shirou nodded. All right, Nyai. She then got up, but just as she turned around to get up, she heard the noises of pieces falling to the ground. Turning her head around as quickly as lightning, she saw that Issei had just swiped his arm, throwing out all the pieces from the chessboard. When she saw that, she looked annoyed. She understood her Nyai clearly. He did that because he was losing just now. Cutely raising an eyebrow in an expression of anger that to Issei looked extremely cute, she asked, Nyai, what is the meaning of this? Seeing that he had been found out, Issei smiled awkwardly and said, there was fly that landed on the chessboard, so I tried to kill it. Shirou's eyebrow raised even further. Is that a question or a statement? Issei simply laughed, getting up with Seals following suit. He then ignored Shirou's past sentence as he walked to the door, and when he reached it, he turned back and looked at her with a dazzling smile. Come on, Shirou. Dinner is ready. Looking at her rascal of a brother, Shirou could only sigh. In the end, she followed after him and said, as a reward, I'll sit on Nyai's lap for dinner. Issei simply nodded, already expecting that. In fact, even if he hadn't messed up with the chess game, she would still sit on his lap. Seals, however, had an annoyed look. This damn girl. It's on times like this that I wish to also be a lowly, she thought with anger. Even though it would be no problem for Issei if she sat on his lap, it would still get on his way when doing stuff like eating, since she was only a little smaller than him. Shirou, however, could freely sit on his lap, and that wouldn't affect his daily action in the least. It was on rare moments like this that she envied the little, cute, white-haired lowly. After opening the door, they saw that Sirzech had just begun climbing down the stairs. When he heard the door opening, Sirzech halted his steps and looked back, smiling. "Let's go," he asked, to which the trio nodded as they approached the stairs, starting to descend alongside Sirzech. They went down all the way to the first floor. After reaching it, Sirzech turned right and started walking away. Seeing that, the trio followed, and a couple of seconds later, they were looking at a huge, golden living room. On the middle, there was a huge table, with dozens of chairs on each side, and 2 bigger chairs at each end of the table. The table, as surprising as it may seem, wasn't golden and seemed to be made of wood instead. However, Issei had a slight feeling that this table alone was worth more than the entire first floor. Seeing Issei looking curiously at the table, Sirzech explained, "This table is made of heavenly wood that is only found in the forest of the elves. Furthermore, it was manufactured by dwarfs. It's one of the most expensive furniture in the castle." Hearing Sirzech's words, Issei was no longer as surprised as he should have been as he nodded weakly, all right, coming to terms with the ridiculous need to spend money that the previous Lucifer had. Shirou and Seals had similar thoughts. Sirzech then sat at one of the head chairs and motioned for the trio sit wherever they wanted. Issei then nodded as he walked forward and casually chose a random sit. Immediately after he sat, Shirou climbed up his chair and sat on his lap. At the same time, Seals pulled chair close to him, placed it as close to him as possible, and sat down on it. Looking at all of that was happening, Sirzech could only sweat drop. However, in the end, he decided to simply ignore it, no matter how much he found it strange for Shirou to sit on Issei's lap. Soon after, the doors on the opposite side of the room opened, which lead to the kitchen. From it, 6 or so either unbelievably cute or extremely sexy maids came out, all holding trays in their hands with dishes on them. When Issei saw the army of maids, his eyes narrowed slightly as he glared at them with no discretion. Noticing that, Shirou and Seals pinched him, but it did not to stop his lustful gaze. The maids clearly noticed it, but since he was exceedingly handsome, didn't seem to mind it. It's as they say, there are some things in this world that only the handsome can enjoy. Some even went as far as to follow the steps of the maid back in the Hell Express, sending Issei either coquettish or sultry smiles as they served the food. Only a selected few managed to keep themselves from flirting with the handsome stud. The most impressive of all was that even while ogling at girls, Issei managed to keep a straight face. His face was composed and serious, as if admiring a painting, but the lust in his eyes betrayed him. However, to the females, this looked kinda charming. They were devils, and what female devil didn't love some rough play? As such, they interpreted the lust in Issei's eyes as unmatched stamina and libido, which wasn't really far off to begin with. While all of that happened, Sirzech quietly sat by the side, watching as Issei received all the attention, while he, the handsome red-haired Mao, got nothing. Sighing, he thought, well, the maids know that I'm married, so it can be understood why they don't act with me like that, and instead flirt with Issei. Still, why do I have a feeling of déjà vu? As he thought that far, Sirzech's eyes widened as he was reminded of a scene that happened a long time ago. At that time, he still had yet to marry his wife, but Fenrir was already engaged to Athena. They were in France, attending an important banquet, and all the rich women in the saloon, even the married ones, kept flocking around the old wolf, completely ignoring Sirzech's presence. It wasn't that Sirzech was ugly or plain. In fact, he was extremely handsome. One of the most handsome devils, but compared to Fenrir, he seemed to be somewhat lacking. Fenrir just had that wild and rugged look to him that made females go crazy. His exquisite silver hair and deep amber eyes only helped to captivate the hearts of the females. In the end, however, he didn't have his way with any of them. As surprising as it may seem, Fenrir was a man of integrity. Since he was already with Athena by that time, he didn't have thoughts of pushing down other females. In fact, in all of the time that he had spent dating Athena, he had never cheated on her, although he could easily have done so thousands of times. Thinking of that, Sirzech could only bitterly smile as he thought that this kid was a carbon copy of his adopted father. If only his hair was silver white hair and amber eyes, he would be sure that he was looking at a younger Fenrir. In the end, he could only pick up his plate and serve himself as he observed as the maids continuously flirted with the young man. Taking a portion of the various dishes that sat on the table, he finally placed his plate down and begun to eat. When he tasted some of the meat, his eyes couldn't help but to widen. "Oh, Grafia sure has made a miracle." His words, while not intentional, caught Issei's attention. His chef's instincts kicking in, he for the first time set his eyes on the food that decorated the wide table. He could see a variety of dishes, ranging from simple ones to exquisite ones. With an entranced look, he placed a bit of everything on his plate, intending to take a little of everything so he could taste them all. The maids noticed that Issei had begun serving himself, so they no longer said anything as they took a step back and respectfully stood by the side of the table, ready to abide to any wish of the people having dinner. Only when Shirou and Seals noticed that the maids had pulled back did they stop sending murderous glares at them. At the same time, they also let go of their hands that had kept pinching Issei the entire time, also choosing to start eating. Soon, all three of them already had their plates in front of them, all of them full with a variety of foods. Issei's plate was by far the fullest, followed Seals, who had less food, and Shirou, who only chose a tiny little bit of food. Seeing the food on Shirou's plate, Seals couldn't help but to make fun of the little loli, still mad that she could sit on Issei's lap. Shirou, are you only going to eat that much? Aren't you afraid that you will always be that small? As soon as Issei heard Seals' word, he immediately cursed in his mind as he slowly placed down the fork that was about to reach his mouth, not being able to taste the food that seemed so amazing. He carefully looked at the little loli on his lap, afraid of an outburst. After all, talking about her size had always been a taboo for Shirou. Surzech also stopped eating and set his attention on the drama that was happening around Issei, interested at what would happen. However, to everyone's surprise, Shirou didn't snap. She continued eating her food like nothing happened, and then said, "You should be worrying about your health first. Eating that much, aren't you afraid of getting fat?" Seals got enraged and was about to pounce at Shirou and beat the crap out of her, but was stopped by Issei's hand. He sent her a deep look and said, "Seals, please, no. You are the one who started it." Hearing Issei's words, Seals immediately stopped as she realized that he was right. It was her that took the initiative to begin with. With a slightly downcast look, she said, "All right, Issei." Issei nodded, feeling proud that it stopped a probable catastrophe. He then looked down at his plate, and upon seeing such tasty-looking food, he could feel his mouth watering. Immediately, he brought force to his mouth. Back with Surzech, he could only sigh as he watched Issei's interactions with the two girls, so young yet can already deal with them so well. However, his train of thought was broken, as Issei's body suddenly bolted up straight. His eyes widened to the size of dinner plates as he looked at his plate and then at his fork. Surzech was taken aback by his sudden reaction. "Issei, is everything all right?" he asked with curiosity, wondering what had caused Issei to react like that. But Issei seemed to have no intention of answering his questions as he immediately asked, "Who cooked this?" Slightly surprised, Surzech answered, "It was Grafia, one of..." He couldn't finish his sentence as Issei quickly continued, interrupting him, "Is she still in the kitchen?" "Yes, but..." Surzech was once more unable to continue his sentence as in that moment, Issei took Shirou out of his lap and dashed to the kitchen. He must absolutely find out just who made these dishes. Entering it, all that he saw was a lone, silver-haired woman wearing an apron. She was absolutely beautiful, and the moment he saw her, his breath was taken away. Long silver hair with some small braids, a cold and sharp look, tall and with a devilishly amazing figure, she was basically a perfect woman. Furthermore, her figure seemed to be the perfect hourglass. From what Issei could see, given the outlines of her maid uniform, she had a slender abdomen, lithe waist, round buttocks, and big, amazing BS. He simply stood there, dazed. Immediately after he entered the kitchen, Grafia also noticed him as she turned around to look at him. She had just been finishing her preparations when this boy suddenly barged in. "Who might you be?" she asked as if talking to anyone else. It was as if Issei's handsomeness wasn't effective on her. It was currently night in the underworld, and the moon shined up in the night sky, coating the world in beautiful moonlight. The residence of Surzech Lucifer was quiet, most of the inhabitants having already gone to sleep, including the lord of the castle himself, laying next to his wife, that had arrived later that same day. One floor below Lucifer's room was another room, normally used as a guest room, but that now had 3 owners. On it, there was a big, luxurious and beautiful bed, a canopy around it. Laying on top of it, basked in moonlight, were 3 people. One laid in the middle, and the other 2 laid on each of the person in the middle sides. The one in the middle was a young man, who seemed to be between 17 and 15 years old. His hair was of light brown color, and so were his eyes. His face was handsome, the rugged, wild, and mischievous type. His body was built and chiseled, covered in normal sleeping clothes. On his right side, hugging his arm, was a silver-haired beauty. This beauty was of a small stature, and looked to be 11 years old, whilst her actual age was actually 14. Her petite little body was undeveloped, but it still had an alluring, innocent feel to it. Her face was undoubtedly beautiful, the cute and lovely type. Her eyes were closed, a peaceful, sleeping expression on her face as she hugged the man's arm, placing it between her thighs and arms, holding to it tightly as if it was her lifeline. Her silver-white hair, that reached her back, was splattered across the bed. On the ends of her hair, the silver color dispersed, giving birth to a rainbow-like pattern, giving off a beautiful feel. Going to the man's left side, there was also a beauty that laid there. This one, in contrast to the other one, had a full and buxom figure, with large, shapely and plentiful large and round buttocks, a tight waist and a slim, hourglass figure. Her face was the sultry, seductive type, and it was currently resting on the crook of the man's neck. Her bright blue eyes were closed, her long, blonde hair all over the bed, in a similar fashion to the silver-haired girl's hair, with some her golden locks resting on her face. Furthermore, like the small, silver-haired girl, she also held onto the young man's arm. She kept it close to her body, between her large and proud peaks, her arms and thighs also wrapped around it, holding it tightly. Her lips were curled at their ends, giving birth to a faint, peaceful smile. At this moment, the expression of the young man in the middle suddenly flickered, his eyes suddenly opening. He looked around, noticing the moonlight coming from the open window, passing through the curtains. He then cast his gaze to his sides, seeing the two beauties that clung to him. His lips curled slightly, just as it always did when he saw this scene. He didn't get up, or even move, in consideration for the girls, not wanting to wake them up. With a slight smile in his face, he looked up and thought about what would await him the following day, as he thought back to this day's past events. After entering the kitchen, before he could even introduce himself to the silver-haired woman, he was immediately pulled back by Seals and Shirou, who forced him to go back to his table and eat. Following that, they kept paying attention to his every move, making sure that he wouldn't go after Grafia. Following that, Surzech explained that when the next day he would bring them to the school they would be studying at. As such, Issei couldn't help but to feel trouble. He had never been in a school before, and although he had watched animes with a school setting before, he didn't have any real experience. Furthermore, it was a school in hell. No matter how similar the underworld was compared to the human world, there were bound to be differences in the method of teaching. In the end, though, Issei couldn't take a rain check on this trip to school, so all he could do was to resign himself to the cruel, miserable fate of having to study in this school. He also consoled himself with the thoughts of being able to meet female devils. From what he had seen so far, devils, in terms of appearance, were much, much more enticing than humans. Every single female devil he had seen so far, in the human world, would definitely be a top model, and an amazing one at that. As such, although he was troubled by the prospects of having to go to school, he couldn't help but to slightly look forward to it. Sighing, he simply laid in his bed, waiting for sleep to take over him again. A few moments later, he had eyes slowly closed, his breathing stabilized, and once more drifted into a peaceful slumber. In the next morning, Issei and his adopted sisters were woken up by someone knocking on the door. Lazily lifting his head up from the bed, he looked at the door, before checking his alarm clock that he had set by his bed. When he saw the time, he couldn't help but to curse. Damn, it's only 5:30 a.m. Who the hell is trying to wake me up in this hour? Of course, he had completely forgotten about the fact that he had school. Or maybe, his brain had forced him to forget. Looking back at the door, annoyance clearly shone in his eyes, Issei asked with coldness, "Who is it?" From behind the door, a calm yet warm male voice came out. "It's me, Surzech. Just here to tell you to get dressed already. We'll be leaving shortly." Surzech. Issei's eyes widened, before wave after wave of memories came upon him, his eyes suddenly shining in enlightenment. "All right," Issei answered, now aware of the situation he was in, cursing silently in his mind. Following his answer, he could hear the sound of footsteps getting smaller, which meant that Surzech had walked away. Deeply inhaling, filling his lungs with the unpolluted air of the underworld, Issei looked down, eyeing his two sisters who hadn't been awoken by the knocking. Looking at their cute faces, the corner of his lips curled up in a smile. However, he remembered his task at hand, and forced himself to carry on with what should be done. He then shook his arms slightly. "Shirou, Seals, we need to get ready." Amen. Immediately after he shook them, their eyes opened, only to blink a few times. Both girls looked around, before settling their gazes on Issei. "Nai, eyes kun." Sighing, Issei freed his arms from their grasps as he slowly got up from his bed and walked to the closet. While explaining the situation, "We have school today. We need to get ready, remember?" "Oh." Seal's face revealed a surprised expression before nodding, also getting off of the bed and heading towards the closet. Shirou, however, stayed in bed, gazing at the alarm clock in a trance-like manner. Looking at his cute little sister, Issei couldn't help but to ask, "Shirou, anything wrong?" However, at that moment, he saw his little sister's eyes watered as tears started to run down her cute, rosy cheeks. She then turned around to face Issei, an expression that could shatter hearts on her face. "Nai," she muttered. "It's so early." Hearing her words and seeing her expression, Issei's sweat dropped. "Shirou, please, get over your issue of waking up early." At this point, he remembered another peculiar characteristic of his petite little sister. She absolutely, utterly loathed waking up early. In that regard, she simply had no saving. "Nai," she repeated again as she turned around and buried her face in the pillow. "I'm not going." After that, she pulled the sheets back up, covering herself. Looking at that scene, Issei could only sigh and shake his head as he continued his walk to the closet. After arriving there, he picked out the clothes that Sirzich had gotten for them, which were their uniforms. The male version consisted of a white dress shirt and a dark suit jacket for the upper body. The jacket had white lines as its outlines, and its sleeves were pulled back, held together by a button. On the B pocket, there was what seemed to be a symbol of a golden, Egyptian-style eye. For the lower clothing, it consisted of grayish pants and dark brown penny loafers. It also came with a red, checkered necktie. As for the female uniform, it consisted of the same dark suit jacket, albeit slightly shorter and more feminine. It also came with the female version of the dress shirt and bow tie. Also, for the lower body, it came with a red, checkered, short skirt. There was a single male uniform, while two female uniforms, one much bigger than the other. Seeing the uniform, Issei nodded slightly, seemingly pleased, before giving the biggest female one to Seals, who was waiting by his side. Thanks, eyes. She then took it in her arms, winked at him, and walked into the room's bathroom. However, just as she opened the door, she looked back at him with a sultry smile. Don't peek. Hi. Issei nodded, although he was sure that even if he peeked, he wouldn't be in much trouble. After all, he knew that the girl actually wanted him to peek. After that, Seals nodded slightly, although a little displeased by his lack of interest. In the end, she closed the door of the bathroom. That was inside the room. Oh yeah, it was a suite. Yeah, the previous Lucifer sure did like to spend money. In fact, all of the rooms in the castle had bathrooms, including the study, living room, kitchen. Bathrooms everywhere. It seemed that not only did the previous Lucifer like to spend, he was also fond of bathroom. Or he had a serious bathroom problem, that he had to go to it every second, going so far as to place a bathroom in every single corner of the castle. If it was the latter, Issei really didn't want to know. Anyhow, Issei then took the smaller female uniform in his arms and walked to the bed, where Shirou was already sleeping. Sighing, he pulled back the sheets, making the little girl's body shake slightly. Her eyes immediately opened, glancing around in confusion before finally settling on Issei. Issei didn't say anything, and simply picked her up from the bed and Princess Carrie, taking her away from it. At this point, Shirou's eyes widened as terror appeared on them. The bed, she screamed frantically, as she tried to twist her body around and free herself from his hold and jump onto his bed. However, Issei didn't pay heed to her words, nor did he bother with her struggling, as he got her to the other side of the room, placing her down on the sofa and handing her the uniform. Afterward, he walked back, crossed his arms and glared at her. You'll not be getting back to the bed. Shirou asked, her eyes tearing up again. She tried to run, but Issei, who was trained under Fenrir, was much faster than her. She didn't stand a chance. Picking her up again, he placed her down on the sofa, walked back and said, Shirou, we really need to go. We don't have a say in this matter. His voice was soft yet strict. In the end, every time he looked at his cute little sister, he would always soften up. But, Shirou pouted cutely. Not buts, Issei exclaimed firmly, crossing his arms once more. It pained him to do this, but it was necessary. Or else, his point wouldn't be delivered as he wanted it to. All right, Shirou finally nodded while looking down at the ground with a downcast look. Seeing his little sister's sad face, Issei's eyes softened even more. He then sighed lightly and shook his head, thinking that he spoiled his little sister too much. In the end, he still said, I'll find a way for you to sleep in class. Don't worry. At this moment, Shirou perked up, hope shining in her eyes. Really? Yeah, Issei nodded, but only if you get dressed quickly. Shirou immediately nodded as she took off her long shirt that covered her body, now only clad in her cute, blue panties. Issei was already used to the sight, so he simply nodded slightly, turned around and walked back to the closet, getting the uniform that he had left there. Picking it up, he examined it as he thought of how he should wear it. Maybe this, Issei asked himself as he donned the white dress shirt, pulling up the sleeves to a little above his shoulder. He then placed on the tie and did a loose knot. He also tried to put on the dark suit jacket, but decided against it when he felt that it was uncomfortable, settling to leaving it hanging on his shoulder. Looking at himself in the mirror that was by the side of the bed, he couldn't help but to smirk lightly, revealing a wild grin. Oh, this is gonna be good. Issei clearly knew that he was handsome, and always used that to pick up girls. As such, he knew that in the style that he was using, it would make his job much easier. After that, he turned around and saw that Shirou had already donned her uniform, although it was rather loose and messy. Well, it was her style. Or maybe she was just lazy to put it on correctly. At that moment, the door to the bathroom opened up, revealing Seals clad in her school uniform. Differently from the other two, she didn't customize hers too much and was using it the correct way. I'm done, Seals said with a smile as she looked around the room, searching for her object of affection. However, the first thing she saw was Shirou wearing her uniform in a completely disheveled manner. Shirou, she muttered, slightly distressed at how the young girl was dressed. However, at that moment, she caught sight of Issei. Holy, was all she could say, not managing to find any other words. Issei was naturally handsome, but when he tried, the result was certainly amazing. In a short while, Seals managed to snap out of it, and quickly swiped the droll that was coming out of her mouth with her sleeves. After that, she looked at Issei, awaiting for further instructions. Issei noticed that, and nodded. Well, we should get going now. Issei opened the door and held it, motioning for the girls to walk out. After they did so, he also walked out and closed the door in the process. Now, in the corridor, he figured that Surzech was most likely in the living room, waiting for them. As such, he, along with his sisters, climbed down the stairs, entering the first floor. There, just as expected, he found Surzech, a tall, blue-haired woman on his right side, and not too far away was the silver-haired beauty from before, still using the French-made costume. This blue-haired tall woman, from what Issei could figure, was most likely Surzech's wife. The day before, he had informed him that his wife was out, having tea with her friends, and had only come back later that day. She was tall, but not as tall as Surzech's, being around Graphia's height. Her hair was blue and long, tied behind in a thin ponytail that reached her buttocks. Her face was sharp, her eyes round and clear, also blue. She was dressed in a dress that reached her knees, and from it was possible to see her curves. She had an extremely curvaceous form, just like Seals, even slightly more than her. All in all, she was undoubtedly beautiful. If it wasn't for the fact that she was Surzech's wife, Issei most likely would have already tried to hit on her. In the end, Issei wasn't much into NTR, and also respected Surzech, so he didn't dare to do anything. Furthermore, the fact that Surzech could kill him only by thinking also was a crucial factor in his decision. Seeing the three of them enter the room, Surzech smiled lightly. I see that you're all here. Let's get going. I'll explain about the situation on the way. After that, he turned around and walked to the door, Graphia and his wife following behind. Issei looked at his two adopted sisters, nodded and then walked forward, following Surzech outside. Leaving the castle, what they saw was the huge garden that they had seen earlier. On the far end, there was the same train from the day before, the Hell Express train. When Issei caught sight of the train, he looked at Surzech with disbelief. We are taking the train to school. Surzech nodded, once more turning slightly flustered. Well, I can't use magic circles with you guys. Also, this train is literally the personal train for the Maoists. We can use it to get wherever we want. After that, he walked to the train, everyone following him. After reaching it, the doors automatically opened, and they entered. Inside, Issei, Shirou and Seals sat on the same place that they had used on the previous day. As for Surzech, his wife and Graphia, they simply summoned a sofa in front of Issei's, blocking their view from the television. After that, both Surzech and his wife sat down, while Graphia stood by the side, a respectful yet monotone look on her face. Surzech then settled his gaze on Issei and company and kindly smiled. First things first, I believe that you still don't know my wife. I'll start with introductions. He then motioned towards Shirou. This is Shirou. After that, he motioned for both Issei and Seals, saying their names. When he finished, his wife nodded. I'm Misao of the Narumi family. It's a pleasure to meet you. She kindly smiled at the three kids. She then turned around and looked at Issei, a look of confusion etched on face. When she looked at the young man, she had a feeling that he had seen him, or at least someone that looked like him somewhere. However, she just couldn't remember that someone, although she had a feeling in her gut that she definitely hated that someone. In deep though, she looked at Issei strangely and said in a dazed manner, "You remind me of someone. Not someone good though." Fenrir, Surzech suggested, although it wasn't much of a suggestion, since he was sure that he was right. Misao's eyes widened as the faint image of that someone suddenly became clear, transforming into a tall, rugged male in his mid to late 20s, silver hair and amber-colored eyes, a foolish grin on his face. Misao's face suddenly became one of intense hatred. Oh yes, that damnable wolf. She cursed in clear disgust. Surzech's sweat dropped lightly, as he remembered that he had forgotten to tell his wife the situation about the kids. They are actually Fenrir and Athena's adopted children. What? A look of disbelief flashed across Misao's eyes. She looked at the teens in front of her again, glancing back and forth between them and Surzech, and seeing the sincere look in his face, she was sure that he wasn't lying. She then remembered something, instantly turning her head to look at Issei worriedly. Tell me, boy, how much has he corrupted you? Issei was about to answer, but his adopted sisters beat him to it. Completely. There's no saving for him. Shirou and Seals said in order, so it's too late to save him. Misao closed her eyes, a look of sadness on her face as she looked at Issei. I pity you. What is up with these events? Issei couldn't help but to think, sweat dropping. However, he kept quiet as he glanced at Surzech, his eyes saying, Hey, what the heck is going on here? Surzech could only nod in an apologetic manner, his eyes saying, Don't mind her. At this moment, Surzech coughed slightly, gaining the attention of everyone in the vicinity. He first looked at Misao. Dear, let's forget about Fenrir for now. We have other subjects to address too. He then turned around to face Issei, Shirou and Seals. Well, before I start telling you about the school, I suppose I should begin with how the devil's magic work. All three of them nodded, so he continued. All right, let's begin. Well, I'll start with the types of magic, Surzech said as he straightened his back, preparing for the long explanation. Firstly, all of the three main factions use different types of magic. We, devil, use the devil magic, also known as the sinful magic. You see, there's a reason why it's called this way. That's because the sinful magic derives its power from the 7 sins, which are lust, pride, sloth, wrath, greed, gluttony, and envy. In our terms, they are called, respectively, luxuria, superbia, acedia, ira, avaritia, gula, and invidia. As I said before, the sinful magic derives from the 7 deadly sins. Each devil must choose one of the sins in order to practice magic. You see, we call the sins as archives, and a devil can only choose one, and it's impossible to change it later on. Usually, we choose a sin that is the opposite of our personality. Anyways, each sin has different kinds of magic, which are called thema. Differently from the archives, each devil is allowed to have more than one thema. As for how many you have, it all depends on your hard work and talent. Well, themas are, in fact, different kinds of magic. For example, my archive is the Ira, which represents wrath. Reaching that point, Surzech raised up his left hand, and on it, a black energy ball suddenly appeared. He then continued, I have 4 themas and a large amount of magical power, which grants me the title of an ultimate class devil war god. This is also the fact why I received the title of Lucifer. He then motioned towards the floating, menacing, black energy ball on his hand. This ball is the product of one of my thema, the Annihilatio thema. Normally, all of the themas from the Era archive are focused on either destruction or runes, and my thema is the former. For example, if this sphere of energy touches anything, it will immediately be erased from existence. Intending to showcase his powers, he threw a glass cup up in the air and launched the sphere at it. The moment they collided, the glass cup suddenly disappeared, completely erased from existence. After that, Surzech smiled lightly as he saw the surprised looks on the faces of all the 3 teens. Well, 2 teens, as Issei had a look of longing on his face as he watched the magic spell. When he gazed at that amazing power, he couldn't help but to feel pain in his heart, knowing that it was impossible for him to achieve that level. Surzech then coughed once again, making everyone turn their eyes back to him, before continuing, either way, I have 3 more themas, but they are too destructive and can't be used here. Anyway, that's the basics about archives and themas. The rest should be taught in school. He then stopped, seemed to think of how he should proceed, and then continued, well, the school you'll be attending is a devil-exclusive school, and there are many classes there focused solely on magic. I have already talked to the principal, and you'll be excluded from these classes. Anyways, that's all you really need to know about devil magic. As for the school, it is one of the 3 main magic schools of the underworld, the Royal Biblia Academy. Surzech then looked at his wife and inquired, did I leave anything out? Misao, surprisingly, nodded as she said, yes, but no need to continue. I'll take over now. Surzech looked slightly surprised, but nodded in the end. Misao then turned around and faced the 3 teens. So, just like my husband said, the school you'll be going to is the Royal Biblia Academy. I believe that before you go there, I should tell you about some other characteristics about devils. You see, although there are as many devil as there are humans, which means that there are much more members from the devil race than the other 2 factions, we aren't the strongest. That's because the magic we use, the sinful magic, is actually extremely difficult to learn. And those that are actually good at it is only a small percentage. While, for the angels and fallen angels, their magic is much, much easier to learn, so they actually end up having the advantage. Furthermore, it must also be said that there's another thing about the sinful magic. It's actually rare to see a male devil using devil magic. As to them, it's much more difficult to control than for the females. The reason for that is unknown, so don't bother asking me. She then stopped and saw the thoughtful look on Issei's eyes. Sighing, she confirmed his thoughts. Yes, corrupted boy, this means what you are thinking. Most of the student body of the school is composed of females. Hearing that, an excited look appeared on Issei's face, now really looking forward to the school. A school composed mainly of female students. Just how lucky could he get? In Issei's mind, he was already thinking, infinite stratos, here I go. Anyhow, ignoring Issei's antics, Misao continued. Either way, there are still some strong male devils. My hubby, for example, is the strongest out of all the Maoists and is a male. Also, the headmaster of the Royal Biblia Academy, Master Biblia, is also an extremely strong devil and still male. She then stopped and nodded. Well, that should be all that you need to know. Any questions? The 2 girls shook their heads, Seals for already knowing this information and Shirou because she was simply uninterested. Differently from Issei, she had no Chunibyo fantasies and wasn't that attracted to magic and such. In fact, the only thing that could truly make her interested was her Nyai. All other things aside from him were simply secondary and of minor importance. Issei, however, couldn't help but to ask, "I only have a single question." "Oh?" Misao seemed surprised. Before smiling lightly, "Please, do say it." Issei nodded. "Well, I'm just curious as to how me and Shirou are expected to survive there. Differently from seals, we have no magic power. Although I have a sacred gear, and probably a strong one, I'm still unable to activate it." Hearing his question, Misao was about to answer, but this time, Surzech was faster as he immediately took that opportunity to enter the conversation once more. "Obviously, we have already arranged for that. While in the school, my queen, Graphia, will keep a close watch on you." "Graphia," Issei said in surprise, subconsciously glancing at the silver-haired beauty. His lips curled up slightly, but just as they did so, Issei realized something from what Surzech had said. "Wait, your queen? Queen? Just what did he mean by that? Could that be some kinky way of saying mistress? Like, Surzech had an inferiority fetish or something? Damn, that would be strange, to say the least." However, at this moment, an expression of enlightenment appeared on both Surzech's and Misao's faces. The Satan then exclaimed, "Ah, I knew that I had forgotten something." He then looked at Issei and said, "You see, the Devils also has another system, the Evil Peace system." "Evil Peace system?" Issei inquired, his interest piqued. At the very least, that name really did sound like something interesting. "Yes," Surzech nodded. "The Evil Peace system was only created recently, and it allows we, pure-breed devils, to resurrect other races into devils." Resurrect. At this point, not only Issei, but also seals, and hell, even Shirou's interest was piqued. "Yes, resurrect." Misao took over and nodded. "You see, the Evil Peace system is based on the chess system. There are 8 pawns, 2 knights, 2 bishops, 2 towers, 1 queen and 1 king, and each one of them is in the form of a piece that can be used to resurrect someone. For example, if a person has died recently, by placing this piece on their chest, they would be able to resurrect into a devil." "Oh, resurrect into a devil?" Issei asked. "Then, am I right to say that each people needs different amount of pieces? After all, a sacred gear user is bound to cost much more than a normal human." "Sharp, just like Fenrir," Surzech acknowledged. "Indeed, different people need different amount of pieces. However, that isn't the main focus. You see, the main point here is the fact that the resurrected devils would become part of the peerage of the person that resurrected him. That peerage would be that person's personal army, and their team." Issei nodded, motioning for him to continue. "Anyways, although this is important information, you shouldn't pay too much attention about it. It will most likely be taught in your classes in the Biblia Academy. And there are only a limited number of devils there that have peerages, so it isn't of much importance. In fact, in the entire school, aside from the principal and some of the teachers, there are only 2 students there who possess peerages." "2 students? Who are they?" Issei inquired, clearly interested. After all, for a devil to have a peerage, from what Issei could see, it would mean that their ranking in society was definitely not a low one. When he heard Issei's question, the corner of Surzech's lips curled up in a smile as he answered, "My little sister, Ria's Grimoire, and the little sister of the Leviathan Mao, Sona's Citri." A couple of minutes later, a large, imposing building entered his line of sight. The building was large, at least large enough to fit 10 of Surzech's castles within it, and that was definitely an achievement to be proud of. Not only that, it had an archaic feel to it. The building was clearly old-fashioned, with architecture style that most likely dated back to the Middle Ages. Still, it was well kept and tidy. Surrounding it, there was also a huge campus. Aside from this large, main building, there were also various other strangely shaped buildings in the campus. For example, not too far away from the train where Issei was a huge arena with a dome-like ceiling. Right across it was a bathhouse. When Issei caught sight of it through the window, his smart, brown eyes widened at the sheer massiveness of the building as he immediately glanced at Surzech. "Is that the Royal Biblia Academy?" "Exactly," said the Mao with a proud smile on his face. After all, he did have the qualifications to be proud. This building belonged to the Devil's factions, and as one of the rulers of said faction, he could boast its achievements as his own. At this point, both Seals and Shirou also looked over at the window and gazed at the large campus. Their widened eyes revealed amazement. After all, they had never seen such a grandiose building before. Even Surzech's castle paled in comparison. After a while, the train suddenly halted midair and descended to the ground, right in the middle of the campus, near to the school's main building. Thankfully, the classes had already started, and no students were nearby, so no one took notice of the huge, menacing train literally flying into the middle of the yard. Or else, well, that could lead to some needless troubles. A couple of minutes later, Issei, his sisters, along with Caesarch, his wife, and Grafia, were already inside the building, standing in front of a large door with 2 wooden pillars on each side. Caesarch then walked over and knocked lightly on the door. From the other side, after a couple of seconds, a playful yet deep voice came. "Come in." Caesarch nodded, turned around to look at Issei and company one last time, gave them a reassuring smile and opened the door, leading his group in. Inside, the decoration was rather scarce. There was only a large table with some messy paperwork on top and a window behind it. Aside from that, the room seemed kinda bleak. Anyhow, sitting on a chair, with his elbows resting on the table and his chin laying on his hands, was man. From what Issei could see, he was tall and slender, with long, pale hair tied in a ponytail. His eyes were sharp, of a light red color. Right in front of his eyes, resting on his nose, were his glasses. As for clothing, he wore a white dress shirt with a suit on top of it. His right hand also had a black glove stuck on it, while his left hand was bare. As soon as the strange-looking man caught sight of Caesarch, a bright smile appeared on his face. "If it isn't Caesarch," he exclaimed happily, "to what do I owe the pleasure?" The Mao in question sighed. "I already told you that I would be bringing in some new students." "Oh, yes, yes," the man exclaimed lightly while waving his hands. He then directed his gaze towards Issei and his sisters. The moment he did so, his eyes suddenly narrowed lightly as he gave an evaluation. He started with Issei. For a fraction of a second, his eyes narrowed darkly, but as soon as it came, it disappeared. No one noticed. "Wields a sacred gear," he began. "Longinus class, I presume." His eyes then fixed on seals. "Oh, not human?" he asked in surprise, earning an astonished look from everyone in the room. Nevertheless, he looked at Shirou in the end. "As for you," he began, but suddenly stopped midway, his eyes widening. Who would have thought? However, he didn't elaborate any further. Finally, he looked back at Caesarch, a smart smile on his face, "And here I was, thinking that you would bring me some normal humans." Shrugging his shoulders, Caesarch looked back at him. "I never said so." He sighed and turned around to gaze at Issei and his friends. "Well, this man before you is the headmaster of the Royal Biblia Academy. Master Biblia. Master Biblia." Issei's eyes widened slightly. Was this truly this man's real name? How strange. Or could it be that this was just a title or alias? Still, it's strange nonetheless. Issei then took a step forward and extended his hand towards Master Biblia. "Issei Hayaudu. Nice to meet you." Master Biblia looked at his outstretched hand for a slight second, before shaking it with his ungloved hand, a small smile on his face. "Likewise." Issei then stepped back to where his adopted sisters were standing. Caesarch then noticed that the introductions were done, as the girls showed no intention of introducing themselves. As for his wife and Grafia, they stood close to the door, as far away from Biblia as possible. Either way, Caesarch, Master Biblia began, gathering everyone's attention. "Why does this Issei Hayaudu reminds me of someone?" Hearing that question, Caesarch couldn't help but to sigh. This was the second time he was asked this same question in a time span of an hour. Maybe he should just hang a plaque on Issei's shoulders that said, "I'm Fenrir's adopted son." That would definitely save him a lot of time. He's Fenrir adopted children. In the end, Caesarch decided against getting him the plaque. Even if he did, he was pretty much sure that there was no way that Issei would even wear it. "What?" A look of disbelief ran across Master Biblia's face before he immediately turned his head to gaze at Issei. After a moment, a look of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. "Wow, they truly look similar." Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and asked with a sly grin, "So, Issei-kun, how's the old wolf doing?" "Pretty fine," Issei answered back, slightly surprised at the fact that all the way until now, everyone that he had met in the underworld seemed to know Fenrir in one way or another. Could it be that he was some kind of celebrity or something down here? That would truly explain some things. "Well, either way, Biblia," Caesarch called out, gathering everyone's attention. "I already told you the details. Take care of them." After that, he turned around, nodded towards the siblings, and headed outside of the room, opening the door and walking out. Misao, who had stayed behind, seemed to be struggling over something as if she was faced with some difficult decision. After a while, however, she finally gave in. Even she, the wife of the Mao, needed to show respect to her superiors. "If you excuse me, Master Biblia," she said politely, albeit in a forced manner. In the next moment, before Master Biblia could even answer, she rushed out of the room. In Misao's opinion, that was the maximum amount of respect that she would ever show to that sly lewd man. "Misao-chan," Master Biblia called out, clearly displeased at the sudden leave of the beauty. However, he soon shook it off, as if used to it. He then turned around to gaze at Grafia, who immediately took a step back, a wary look in her face, as she seemed prepared to engage in battle at any given moment. The atmosphere in the room also dropped by a few levels. "So, Grafia-chan," Master Biblia smiled widely, completely not bothered by the sudden drop in the temperature. Since you will be staying here, how about staying with me in my room? I have got an empty space in my bed just for you. The silver-haired queen then clenched her teeth as she had to resist the urge to punch a hole through the lascivious man's face. In the end, she forced herself to bow down as she tried to speak in a polite tone. I'm flattered, but I already have my plans, Master Biblia. Master Biblia shook his head. That's no good. He was about to continue, but when he noticed the cold look on Graphia's face, he suddenly stopped, deciding that he had teased her enough. Sighing, he turned around to face the trio of siblings, who were watching his interactions with the Silver Queen with keen interest. So, how much has Sirzech told you about magic? Issei thought over for a bit before replying. The basics. Master Biblia nodded. Well, that should be enough for the time being. He then stopped and seemed to think of something. Well, I only have one warning. What is it? Asked Issei curiously. Well, this warning is exactly for you. Master Biblia smiled. Don't try to harass the female students here. It will end badly. While Master Biblia said that, he shuddered a little, as if reminiscing to past and cruel times. From what Issei could see, he was clearly speaking from experiencing. Although Issei considered this advice valuable, he was still curious as to why Master Biblia presumed that it would be useful to him, so Issei couldn't help but to ask, is there any reason why you're telling me this? When Master Biblia heard his sentence, he smiled brightly as he got up from his chair, walked over to Issei and placed his arm over his shoulder while he whispered in his ear, I could recognize a kindred soul anywhere. Furthermore, you're Fenrir's kid. While he said that, he placed something in the young man's pockets. After that, he winked at him lightly and smiled slyly, use them well. Afterward, he took a step back and looked over everyone in the room. His facial expression was a happy one, and his sharp eyes were shining brightly. Well, all you need to know will be taught during class, so don't worry too much. He then turned around to face Graphia. You'll be watching them from the distance or up close. Distance, Graphia answered briskly, full of coldness. Master Biblia winced at her coldness, and couldn't help but to mutter, keep it up like that, and you won't get yourself a husband. The moment Graphia heard that, her eyes narrowed as the atmosphere in the room grew even colder than before. Issei could have sworn that he caught sight of ice shards appearing around her. What did you say? Master Biblia quickly took a step back as he waved his hands in front of him in a protecting manner. Nothing, haha. By the side, Issei's eyes were widened. At first, he had thought that this Graphia woman was Sirzech's mistress or something, but now he had been proven wrong. Furthermore, she was single from the looks of it. A smile crept up on Issei's lips. How interesting, he muttered slightly. By his sides, the eyes of his sisters grew sharper, as they clearly understood their brother's line of thoughts. In the end, however, they weren't too worried, as they believed that no matter how good Issei was, it would be impossible to capture the heart of the silver-haired queen. After all, he was just too weak when compared to her. Anyhow, Master Biblia addressed Graphia once more. All right, so I'll be calling someone to lead them to class right now. Will you? Before he could continue, Graphia suddenly disappeared from sight. Even though she had clearly disappeared, Issei still could feel that, somehow, he was still being watched. Sweat dropping, Master Biblia sighed, as cold as always. How fitting. He then turned around to face Issei and his sisters. Well, I'll be placing you in Class 1A. After that, he touched his left ear slightly, a magic circle appearing on it. After whispering some words, it disappeared. He then looked back at Issei. Well, I have already called your homeroom teacher here. She should arrive in a minute or two. Issei nodded, and then asked, as for us being human, will that be kept a secret or will be open to public? Public. Master Biblia shook his head. It would be impossible to conceal it, anyways. Well, maybe your sister Seals could pull it off by using her own magic power, but for you and Shirou, it's simply impossible. All right, Issei nodded, already expecting such answer. Like Master Biblia, he shared the same line of thought. After a couple of minutes, someone knocked on the door, and without waiting for an answer, pushed it open. From the other side, what came in was a red-haired beauty. As soon as Issei saw her, his eyes widened. Not bad, truly not bad, was Issei's first impression of her. The woman in question was young, around her late teens, with long red hair that reaches down her waist, styled with a single strand of her bangs braided, as well as the sides of her hair pulled back and held together with a small basic clip. Her figure, also, was nothing short of top-notch. With plentiful BS, large buttocks and an hourglass figure only slightly inferior to Seals, she was nothing short of a goddess. As for her attire, she was using what Issei assumed to be the school's female uniform, consisting of a white-collared blouse, black jacket, checkered skirt, black thigh-high socks, and penny loafers. However, Issei noticed some slight differences. She was wearing the male uniform's necktie instead of the female bow tie. Her shirt was also untucked, with shirtails sticking out below the blazer. She also sported a pair of glasses. Did you call for me, headmaster? The woman bowed politely. her BS bouncing slightly, which gained Issei's attention. Once more, the poor man was pinched by his sisters. Master Biblia smiled lightly as he looked at the young woman. Yes, Lilith-chan. He then pointed towards Issei and his sisters. Those are the new students that will be entering your class. Oh, Lilith turned her head around and finally took notice of Issei and company. She then smiled politely. Nice to meet you. It's my pleasure. Issei smiled lightly, entering his gentleman persona. By his sides, his sisters couldn't help but to sweat drop. Seriously, this brother of theirs. Lilith smiled politely, then turned around to face Master Biblia. Headmaster, right now we are in the middle of the theoretical knowledge test, and afterward, we will have a practical class. Would you like me to test their abilities then? About that, Master Biblia smiled awkwardly. There's no need. Why is that? They can't use magic. Master Biblia continued. Because they aren't devils. Huh? Immediately, a surprised look appeared on Lilith's face as she turned around to face Issei. Aren't devils? So, yokai. Not that also. Master Biblia sighed. They are humans. Humans, Lilith exclaimed in shock, losing her composure. Headmaster, why are you bringing humans here? One thing led to another which led to another. Master Biblia replied offhandedly, too lazy to explain the entire situation. Well, just bring them to class for now. But, no buts. Master Biblia interrupted her. Only buts. Hearing that, Lilith got slightly flustered. You. At that moment, Issei coughed, interrupting the fight that was about to emerge. He then smiled kindly at Lilith. Lilith-san, is it? The class is still going on right now, right? Shouldn't we get going? Lilith's eyes widened. Yes. She then walked back to the door while purposely ignoring the headmaster. Follow me. Issei nodded and, along with his sisters, followed after her. On the way, however, he didn't forget to give Master Biblia a thumbs up. After they had walked out of the room, Biblia sat back in his chair, placing his feet on the table, a thoughtful look on his face. Currently, he was thinking back to the strange trio of siblings. Those 3 siblings are really something. Firstly, we have Seals, a being with enough magic power to be classified as Saint class. After that, we have Shirou, who has an abnormally high talent for human magic, with a mind-blowing amount of magic circuits. Finally, and most astonishing of all, we have that Issei boy. When he mentioned Issei's name, his face grew serious. That boy. He truly isn't to be underestimated. Furthermore, his sacred gear is most likely the least scary part about him. He then sighed as he took out his cell phone, going to his photo gallery. There were countless pics that he had gotten from the female students while they changed clothes. Well, let's not think too much into it. Right now, I should just relax. While Biblia drooled over the photos taken from the female body of the academy, Issei and his sisters, along with Lilith, finally reached their classroom. Lilith entered first and announced that there would be new students transferring in. Afterward, she called the 3 siblings inside. She first motioned towards Issei. This is one of our exchange students. How do Issei-san? Issei looked at Lilith curiously, and at that moment, noticed that there weren't any teachers in the room. Furthermore, she was the one introducing them. Could it be? Issei looked over to her and whispered, You are the teacher. She nodded slightly as she said back to him, At times like this, you should first greet everyone else. She then stopped and continued, Also, stop calling me you. My name is Lilith. All right, I can live with that, Issei muttered, acknowledging the fact that his teacher was only 2 years older than him. He then turned around to face the rest of the students. My name, as mentioned previously, is Issei Hyaudu. It's a pleasure to meet you. He bowed politely, before pointing towards his sisters. This one is my adopted sister, Seals, and the other one is my other adopted sister, Shirou. It's nice to meet you. Seals bowed slightly, a polite smile on her face. Shirou, however, kept quiet as she kept her body close to Issei's, her hand resting on his shirt, as she refused to look at the faces of the students. It must be said that Shirou, in contrast to her brother, was a shy person and much more taciturn. Issei then suddenly smiled lightly and dropped the bomb. Also, we are humans. What? With that single, mind-boggling sentence, everyone in the class revealed flabbergasted expressions as they all exclaimed in unison. Quickly after, a student raised her hand. Excuse me, I have a question. The one who raised her hand was a young, petite girl, whose blonde hair was tied in twin tails. She looked rather small, only a little taller than Shirou. Her eyes were blue, and her body, although small, wasn't flat and was rather well proportioned. Yes, Selena-san? Lilith asked as she glared at Issei accusingly. She had planned on slowly explaining to the students about the fact that this trio was composed of humans, but he just went and said it. Issei, however, smiled back at her sheepishly. Obviously, he had done it on purpose. In fact, Issei didn't really find the fact that he was human troublesome. Sure, he was much weaker when compared to his classmates, but he wasn't scared. After all, he had the backing of Lucifer and a personal bodyguard, Graphia. As such, he decided to get the matter of him being human done as soon as possible. Anyhow, the girl named Selena then looked directly at Issei. Are you truly human? Issei nodded slightly, completely. Selena then looked at Lilith with a questioning look. Sighing, Lilith confirmed it. He is telling the truth. When the class heard the confirmation, everyone got agitated once more. Lilith, as their teacher, wouldn't lie, which meant that these three were truly human. Just what sort of concept was this? All right then. Selena nodded before turning around to look at Issei once more. What kind of girls do you like? Huh? Issei's eyes widened slightly. Where did this question come from? At that moment, he also noticed the lustful gazes belonging to the female students that followed his every movement. A small smirk appeared on Issei's face as he regained his bearings. Ones with big BS, he replied with a straight face, which earned him a pinch on his waist, courtesy of Shirou. Sighing, he added a follow-up. All right, I like the ones with small BS too. Hearing that, Shirou nodded slightly, clearly pleased, and released her pinch. Enemy of all women, Selena muttered as she scribbled in a notebook. Understood. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Issei flashed her his gentleman's smile while he winked at her. Playboy, Selena muttered once more as she added some new information to her notebook. What followed after that was what Issei assumed to be normal classes. Aside from the practical classes, everything else was just like he had seen in animes. The only difference is that aside from the main subjects, he also learned more about devils and their magic. What he had learned, in short, was just some further in-depth knowledge of what Sirzech had taught him, so it didn't leave him too surprised. The only two new things that he had learned were about the utilities of the evil pieces and about the Trinity 7. For the evil pieces, like mentioned previously, there were the same amount of pieces per peerage like there would be in a chess game. However, each chess piece had a different property. For example, someone that was resurrected with the knight piece would gain a boost in speed, while someone resurrected with the rook piece would get his or her strength and defense enhanced. As for the bishop, it increased your magic powers, while the queen gave you all of the boosts. Finally, going to the pawn, it gave someone that ability to promote. For example, when a pawn entered what their master would consider an enemy's base, they could change their properties to any of the pieces. Either way, there was also the Trinity 7. In short, the Trinity 7 were the 7 mages who stand at the peak of their fields of expertise. All of them have a different archive, and they all have great achievements within them. Lilith, Issei's teacher, for example, was a member of the Trinity 7, with her theme being Luxuria, which was the equivalent of lust. Also, as Sirzech mentioned previously, mages normally choose the theme that is the opposite of their personality, so that allowed one to have an idea of what kind of person Lilith was. Anyhow, just like this, 1 week had gone by. From mornings to afternoons, Issei and his sisters would stay in class, learning about various subjects, and, when it came to practical classes, they were dispensed. As for where they were staying at, it was in the dorm in the campus. Obviously, they all shared a room. Normally, such a thing would be impossible as the female and male students slept in separate dorms, but since Issei was quick to become bros with the headmaster, he opened an exception and even went as far as creating an additional, albeit much smaller, dorm only for Issei and his sisters. Obviously, Sirzech also influenced that decision. Either way, on a particular day, 1 week after Issei had been enrolled in the school, he received a message from Grafia, who told him that she wouldn't be able to watch him for today because she had some important business to take care of. She also warned him to not get into any troubles. During this week, from the shadows, Grafia was always tailing them, making sure to protect them. Issei was aware of that, so he didn't have many reservations and lived his school life quite willfully. However, this day, she made sure to warn him to not get into trouble, as she would not be able to help him if he did. This was, without a doubt, the worst day that Grafia could have ever chosen to handle her business. During the day, class proceeded as usual. Issei, along with his sisters, sat quietly in class, sometimes scribbling down some important information on their notebooks and other times sleeping during class. The problem arose in the afternoon. As it can be expected, Issei's sisters, Seals and Shirou, were really eye-catching beauties. Most of the male students in the school already had their eyes on them, but no matter how much they tried to advance on the two girls, both girls would always remain oblivious and keep clinging to their adopted brother. Because of that, coupled with how much attention Issei was receiving from the female student body, and the fact that he was only human, some of the male students began to hold ill intent towards Issei. On this particular day, 2 of such male students coincidentally decided to set a plan in action. During lunch, they drugged Issei's and his sister's foods. On Issei's and Shirou's, since they didn't pose much threat, they only placed some sleeping drug. As for Seals, they went a step further and not only did they add sleeping drug, but also one to seal their powers. They were well informed, and knew that Seals had some attainments in her own kind of magic. Afterward, it wasn't too hard to bypass the school security and bring the 3 siblings to a secluded storehouse in the academy that wasn't used anymore. It was far away from the other facilities, and not many people passed by it, so it was the perfect location for what they were planning on doing. A couple of minutes later, Issei woke up, and the first thing he noticed was how tight his body was. With widened eyes, Issei looked down, only to see that he was tied up to a chair. Looking at his sides, he saw that both his sisters were in similar conditions. Also, in that moment, he noticed the two males that were glaring at him maliciously. Currently, they were in the opposite side of the room. Their appearances wasn't nothing much, and they look relatively generic. Furthermore, they seemed to be their seniors in the school. Those two people, who orchestrated the entire plan, immediately noticed the moment that Issei woke up. Obviously, they were waiting for said moment. Their eyes shined brightly as they realized that they could finally set their plan in motion. The one farthest to the left, whose name is Kazane, smiled cruelly as he said, "Oh, look at who's awake." His fellow friend, Nero, at his side nodded, "Yeah, took you long enough." Facing such a situation, Issei's eyes widened as he immediately figured out what was happening. Most likely, they had drugged his food and then dragged him here. However, they waited until he woke up. Issei's pupils suddenly constricted as his eyes narrowed. Could it be? "What do you want?" Issei snarled, clearly angered. If his theory was correct, then he had all the reason in the world to be angry. Currently, he was cursing the fact that Grafia just had to go out this day. Us, the one on the left, Kazane, smiled, nothing much. Following that, he walked forward and tore open the cords that bound Seals to the chair, only leaving her tied up. While he did so, the one on the right, Nero, did the same with Shirou. When Issei saw that, his eyes narrowed even further. So his theory was correct. Both of them then went back to their original positions, placed the sleeping girls on a wall, and turned back to look at Issei. "You know," Kazane started, "you have been getting on my nerves lately. Like, seriously, you're just a human. How dare you monopolize these two girls to yourself?" Nero seemed to share the same views as he nodded. "Yeah, Shiro-chan should belong with us." Issei, however, kept calm as he said, "I have connections with Lucifer. You don't know who you're playing with." "Lucifer," Kazane sneered, as if, brat. While he said that, he turned back to face Seals, a lascivious look in his eyes. He then glanced at Issei. "So, useless human, as punishment for hogging this beauties for yourselves, I'll have you watch while we ravage them." While he said so, he brought out a knife and was about to use it to rip apart her uniform. However, before he could, Issei's cold voice entered his ears. "Go one step further and you are dead." Turning his body around, he saw Issei glaring at him, his eyes filled with killing intent and coldness. Even then, however, he didn't seem to be scared as he smiled darkly. "What can a human like you do to me? I can do whatever I want." He then turned around to face Seals and slapped her hard on the cheek to prove his point, waking her up in the process. "Huh," the blonde muttered in shock, both at being awakened and at being suddenly hurt. It was also at this moment that she caught sight of the situation. She was laying against a wall, completely bound. A man in front of her and in the background was her brother, tied to a chair. Surprise filled her face, soon overlapped by bloodlust as she glared at the male who had just slapped her. "What do you think you're doing?" As if on cue, upon hearing her shout, Shirou, who was by the side, also woke up, and when she saw the situation, her eyes suddenly narrowed darkly. However, her first thought wasn't to worry for herself, but instead, for her Nai. "Nai, are you all right?" she hurriedly asked, concern all over her face. "Why must it always be you?" Following that, he raised his hand, a magic circle appearing on it as he exclaimed, "Wind blade." From the magic circle, wind started to condense, forming into a medium-sized blade of wind that collided directly against Issei's torso, piercing his shirt, and creating a deep cut that started to bleed profusely. "Nai, eyes," both of his sisters exclaimed in shock and concern, obviously worrying for their brother's well-being. The wounded boy in question didn't even wince as his gaze was as cold as ever. "Release them." "Oh," Kazane smirked, "seems like you have quite the endurance." He then walked forward, grabbed Issei's face and brought it down on his knee. Crack. A sound of something breaking rang out as Kazane lifted Issei's head, showing his bloodied mouth and nose to everyone in the room. Seeing that, Seals and Shirou's face grew even more worried as they called his name again. Issei, however, once more seemed like he didn't feel pain as he repeated as coldly as ever, "Release them." "Damn brat." The boy cursed once more as he punched Issei hard on the face, finishing breaking his nose. Even then, however, Issei repeated, "Release them." Kazane struck again, full of loathing, but his answer was the same. Issei kept his hard cold gaze glued onto Kazane as he uttered the same words from before, "Release them." "Mother-fur." "Bam." "Release them." "Bastard." "Crack." "Release them." By the end, Issei was already laying on the ground, his entire body bloodied. The youth then fiercely stamped Issei on the back, the sounds of bones breaking echoing in the room. "This should finish it." He cursed, his whole body bloodied. Not from his blood, but from Issei's. However, just as he was about to step away, he found it hard to move. Looking down, he saw a hand grabbing his leg, unwilling to let go. Release them. The voice that reached his ears was cold, devoid of any emotion, and sent chills down his spine. Seeing that, Shirou and Seals, whose throats were already hoarse from shouting, cried. They simply couldn't stand seeing their brother in such a miserable state. Even if it meant sacrificing themselves, they would gladly do it in order to stop their brother's suffering. Nay, stop it. Eyes. This is enough. F you, Kazane screamed as he launched a wind blade at Issei, piercing his back, blood coming out of the wound in a constant flow. Following that, Issei grew silent, as if he couldn't speak anymore. Either that, or he had died. Finally, the youth exclaimed in joy, turning around to face Seals and Shirou. His friend, that had helped him on beating up Issei, also revealed a lascivious expression as they walked towards the sisters, ready to claim their prizes. They had already spent too much time dealing with the human trash. They couldn't wait to enjoy themselves with the two sisters. When they were about to reach the pair of sisters, Kazane's hand on his knife, reaching to tear their clothes, his eyes suddenly widened as he felt magic build up behind him. In the next moment, all he felt was wind passing by him as his hand that held a knife flew to the ground. Arg! Kazane immediately let out a blood-curdling scream as he clenched his now severed arm, his face twisting into one of absolute pain. His eyes, along with his friends, immediately turned around to see what had happened. However, what they saw completely startled them. With a completely bloodied body, standing up, was Issei. However, what made them flabbergasted was Issei's eyes. They were no longer brown like before. Instead, in the place where his pupils should have been, there was a magic circle, one in each eye. Both magic circles shined brightly, creating a contrast with his shadowed features. And, on Issei's hand, there was a magic circle, the same used for the wind blade magic. The man's eyes widened as he took a step back. Aren't you human? Issei, however, didn't say anything as he raised his right hand. Instantly, around his hands, a dozen magic circles appeared, all of them being the ones of the wind blade spell. I told ... you ... to release them, Issei muttered, his voice hoarse and rigid, as if in a trance. At that moment, the magic circles around him activated, creating countless wind blades that headed directly towards the two youths. Before Kazane and Nero could even register what was happening, their entire bodies were cut into pieces, their lives being taken in a single second. Further back in the room, with widened eyes, Shirou and Seals watched as their brother completely butchered the two students while using devil magic. Eyes, Seals muttered, a look of disbelief in her eyes. As for Shirou, her eyes were widened, unable to utter even a single word. However, right at the moment that Issei killed the two boys, his eyes suddenly rolled over as his body collided hard against the ground. He didn't know when it started, but at some point through his beating, something started talking to him. The voice was faint, yet bloodthirsty. It didn't seem to be coming from outside him. It was as if it came from inside his mind. Do you desire for power? Was the first question. Issei wanted to answer, but he couldn't. Do you desire for strength? I can give them for you. It was at this moment that Kazane threw Issei at the ground and stamped his back. The voice, however, continued as if nothing worthy of note had happened. Still, it seemed to have gotten more excited. Do you desire for what should be yours? Do you want revenge? Do you want to protect your loved ones? Then, the voice then grew dark and cruel, sending chills down Issei's spine. Slaughter everyone. Kill whoever stands in your way. Kill, devour, slaughter. Become a demon, become darkness. As soon as the voice resounded in Issei's mind, his eyes widened, as he felt a burning pain coming from them. The pain started faint, as if only a slight candle fire. Slowly, however, the pain kept increasing. By the end, Issei was about to scream out. However, as soon as it reached this point, the pain disappeared. His eyes, however, experienced a change. His pupils had disappeared, now replaced by two shining magic circles. At the same time, power started to rush through Issei's veins. His body started regenerating, his pain fading away. Everything started to heal. And not only that, it was as if not only was he healing, he was getting stronger than before. Led by this sudden surge of power, Issei's hand grabbed Kazane's retreating leg. The moment he did so, however, he felt something building up on top of him. He had never felt this feeling before, but the moment he sensed it, he understood it was magic. For some reason or another, he now could sense the magic. Unbeknownst to Kazane, he lifted his head up slightly and gazed at the magic circle that adorned his hand. The moment he did so, an endless string of various number and words flashed before his eyes. If it were any other situation, those seemingly randomly placed numbers and letters wouldn't make any sense, but to him, it couldn't be any clearer. Just from glancing at them, he understood the length of the magic, the amount of magic energy required, the attack power, the area of effect, speed, and every other characteristic pertaining to it. Not only that, he felt as if he could use the magic. The wind blade then collided against his back, and he stopped moving. Unknown to others, however, he was now decomposing the information he had acquired. It all felt natural to him. It all made sense. Slowly, he lifted his body up from the ground and strength started to surge through his body in waves. His eyes glowed brighter, and within his body, something akin to flame sparked. This flame was small, but at the same time, it burned brightly in 7 different colors. Issei didn't know how, but he understood that that was the magic of the 7 deadly sins. At the same time, in his head, the cruel and dark voice from before came back. This power, it could all be yours, the voice started. You only need to pass a single test. Kill those 2 youths who stand in your way. Issei nodded weakly, his mind muddled. Currently, he was unable to think straight. Still, he understood that no matter what, he must follow whatever this voice ordered. If he did so, he would be able to acquire what he always wanted, what he always needed, power. In the next second, he concentrated on the ever-burning flame within him, and at the same time, thought back to the information he had acquired from observing the wind blade magic. Slowly, while following the steps, the flame within him released a wisp that flew to his hands. This wisp then went out of his body, becoming an exact replica of the previous magic circle. With a single thought on Issei's part, the wind blade was sent forward, sailing through the air, before slashing apart Kazane's hand. I told you ... release ... them. Issei murmured, his voice hoarse. In the next moment, he concentrated on the flame within him again. Wisps once more were released, all of them becoming countless magic circles that surrounded him. He didn't know what he was doing, how he was doing it, or anything else. It all occurred naturally to him, and all of his actions were from pure, raw instinct. Go! The magic circles around him instantly burst with power, as countless of wind blades appeared. In the next moment, the 2 youths in front of him were reduced to a pile of minced-up flesh. As soon as that happened, the voice rang by his ear again. You did well. I'll unseal some of your powers for now. With that, he passed out. Issei woke up with a start. His first instinct, as always, was to look around. Thankfully, he confirmed that he was now in what seemed to be the school's infirmary. Just as he was about to breathe out a sigh of relief, he noticed 2 figures laying by his bed. One of them was Seal's. Her eyes were closed, and she was sitting in a chair, her upper body resting against his bed. She must have probably have been waiting for him to wake for a long time. As for Shirou, she was in the opposite side of the bed, also sitting in a chair and in the same state as Seal's. Both of them were asleep and were obviously tired. Looking at his 2 sisters, the corner of Issei's lips curled upwards slightly. Thanks, girls, he murmured slowly, not wanting to wake them up. He then looked down at his body and saw that most of his wounds had already healed. At the same time, however, many of them had left scars. For the scars to have already appeared, then it must mean that I truly did regenerate quickly on that fight. Issei got up from his bed slowly and stood up in the ground. He then tried to move his limbs a little. Although a little stiff, he could already move them fairly well. Well, this is for the best. Issei nodded as he carefully picked up Seal's body in a princess carry and laid her on the bed, letting her rest on a better position. Afterward, he did the same with Shirou, placing her on another bed. After covering both of them up, he smiled satisfactorily. After that was done, he sat down on the chair, waiting for his sisters to wake up. While he did so, he thought back to what had happened in the previous day. So, it seems like some kind of being granted me some powers, deciding to test if his theory was correct. Issei slowly thought back to what he felt the other day. Power, a surge of power. Issei closed his eyes and searched for the 7-colored flame within him. Just as he thought, there it was, burning brightly. Not only that, it was even brighter and bigger than the day before. This should be the essence of the devil's magic, Issei concluded after a while. Still, I'm only human. How can I possess such a thing? Issei then shook his head. Well, let's forget about such technical things for now. At the moment, I need to focus. He then concentrated and tried to control the flame. Slowly, one of its wisps separated from it and flew into his bloodstream. With a single thought of his part, the wisp reached his hand, thereupon becoming a magic circle. Wind blade. On the next moment, from the magic circle, a small, curved air current came out, going forward for a few meters before dissipating. NVIDIA Archive. Thema Expectatio, Shamanic Spell Branch. Issei slowly recited the information that he had learned the day before from simply observing the magic. At that moment, not only did he learn its powers, range, magic consumption, he also learned many other important characteristics regarding it. Issei then concentrated a little more, and the magic circle in his hands changed slightly. Although it was the same design, some lines were thicker while some were thinner. Not only that, some lights started to shine brighter than others. Wind blade. From the magic circle, what came out wasn't the usual wind blade. This one was much thicker, faster, and wider. Looking at the result, a surprised look appeared on Issei's face. So, just from modifying the endless string of numbers and words, I'm able to change the base characteristics of the spell. Issei had learned a couple of days back that when it came to devil magic, the only way to change a spell was to increase the amount of magic power used. That, however, would only increase the potency. Aside from that, there were no other rooms for improvements. What Issei did, however, was to literally change the foundations of the spell, changing the basic characteristics. That was no different from creating a new spell. And even as someone on Lucifer's level wouldn't be able to pull that off. Obviously, Issei was already aware of that. And because of this, he couldn't help but to be surprised. The only reason why I'm able to do this is because I managed to analyze the spell yesterday when in that strange mode. I wonder if I can activate it again. He then looked around for a mirror, but all that he found was his cell phone that was resting on top of a table not too far away. Well, that should do the job. Picking the cell phone up, Issei turned on the camera function. Once it was loaded, he turned the camera to face himself, allowing him to have a good look of his face, especially his eyes. Closing his eyes once more, Issei concentrated, thinking back to the feeling that he had felt the day before, much in the same way that he had done when contacting with his seven-colored flame. Slowly, he felt a tugging feeling in the back of his head. In the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his eyes. When he opened them again, he saw that in the place where his pupils should have been, there were now two miniature magic circles. They were of a blood-red color and seemed to shine brightly. Looking at that, the corner of Issei's lips curled upwards. So, I truly am able to activate them. He then closed his eyes again and dispelled the magic off of them. When they opened, they were back to normal. Once more, he concentrated on his eyes, and soon he felt a sharp pain, although fainter than last time. After that, Issei kept activating and deactivating his eyes until it reached the point when he could activate them in the same instant without feeling any pain. Seeing that his objective was achieved, Issei breathed out a sigh of relief. He had always been a perfectionist, and since he saw that these eyes were undoubtedly precious, he wanted to hone them to the peak. So, before even beginning investigating their abilities, he made sure that he would be able to use them at will without backlash. Issei then blinked, and the magic circles disappeared. In the same second, he blinked again, and the magic circles came back. Seeing that he had finally achieved what he considered to be peak condition, he was about to celebrate, but suddenly, he remembered something. Fenrir once told me that in a battle, 1 millisecond can determine life and death. To blink takes too long. This time, without closing his eyes, he tried to activate them. He once more felt a bit of pain, and when he saw that it was possible, he trained on it until he once more reached the point of being able to activate it in the same instant, without even a bit of pain. Alright, this should be enough for now. Issei nodded his head. He then checked the time, and saw that it had already been 1 hour since he had started training his eyes. Alright, until the girls wake up, I'll try finding out what else this eye can do. Placing his cell phone in his pocket, Issei moved back to seat in his chair. With a single thought, the magic circles appeared in his eyes. His first thought, obviously, was to look at the girls with it and determine whether or not her had see-through clothes vision. Sadly, even after looking at the girls, no changes occurred in his vision. Shrugging his shoulders, Issei sighed. Well, a man can dream. He then tried many other things, but no matter what, the eyes didn't show any reaction. Up until now, the only times that they had reacted was when he saw Kazane using the wind blade magic. Armed with this newfound piece of knowledge, Issei began to contemplate. The only time they actually worked was when I gazed at magic. After that, I managed to learn that same magic, and not only that, I became able to change the properties of the magic, something that should have been impossible. Issei's fist suddenly struck against his palm in realization. Could it be that I have something akin to the Sharingan from Naruto? As a person that spent his days playing games and watching anime, Issei was clearly knowledgeable on popular series such as Naruto. He had already finished the manga, and because of that, he was quick to make a connection between his peculiar eyes and the legendary Sharingan. Yes, from what I could deduce, this eyes give me the ability to copy just like the Sharingan. The only difference is that the Sharingan doesn't allow me to modify the spell. Also, it seems that it was that dark voice that granted me these eyes. Although Issei couldn't think straight at the time, he clearly remembered everything that had happened, including the mysterious bloodthirsty voice. I wonder what that was. Just as Issei was thinking that, the door of the infirmary suddenly opened, and from the other side, Surzech and Grafia rushed inside. Well, Surzech did. Grafia walked calmly behind, although there was some consternation on her face. Where is he? Surzech immediately looked around. But upon seeing Issei sitting on a chair just fine in the middle of the room and the girls sleeping on the bed, his eyes widened. But, he had a flabbergasted look on his face, as if he couldn't make heads or tail out of the situation. In reality, when he was in the mansion, he received a call informing him that Issei had received serious and life-threatening injuries. As such, he came rushing in as fast as he could. But it took him quite some time, as magic circles can't be used in the Royal Biblia Academy. Wait, what? Surzech quickly snapped out of it and hurried over to Issei. Are you all right? Where did they hurt you? Whoa, I'm fine. Issei took a step back, a look of surprise in his face. Never in his life would he have expected to see the almighty Lucifer acting like an overly concerned parent. Fine, but the report. Lord Lucifer, however, wouldn't believe him, as he once more tried to make sure that Issei was all right. Obviously, Issei being hurt, to him, was one of the worst outcomes possible. Why? Because of what he would have to face later on. Seeing the look on the poor Mao's face, Issei sighed as he lifted up his shirt, showing them his upper body. Before, it was almost flawless and completely scarless, as every time that he was hurt, Athena would personally heal him. Now, however, after receiving the beating and regenerating on such a fast speed, his upper body was littered with scars. "See," said Issei, "only scars, no wounds." Before he could start barraging her with curses, Issei's body quickly flashed, and in the next second, he appeared right in front of Graphia. "Surzech, calm down. It isn't her fault," Issei firmly stated, not wanting to bring any troubles to the poor maid. He just couldn't stand the idea of having such a beautiful, dignified woman taking the blame for something that she just couldn't help. Not her fault. She could have just stayed here and sent someone else on the mission. It wasn't even that important. He was about to push Issei out of the way. In reality, that wasn't really the real Surzech at work. One of the downsides of the sinful magic is that when one emotion took precedence over the other, devils tend to do crazy things. Right now, Surzech's fear and rage were at their peak. Looking at the situation, Issei cursed lightly. He knew that he didn't have the qualification to even block his path for a second. He needed to make something to snap him out of it, to startle him, to make him surprised beyond belief. "Oh well, I guess I'll have to use that sooner than I thought." Issei slowly raised his right hand, and a magic circle appeared on it. From within, a wind blade shot out, coming dangerously close to Surzech's head before dissipating. As soon as that happened, Surzech stopped dead on his tracks, a look of disbelief on his face. Behind Issei, Graphia also showed the most expression that she had ever showed this past century. Her mouth was agape, and her eyes were widened. That. Surzech tried opening his mouth, but all that came was a random string of words. His eyes shined with disbelief. Did you just use devil magic?" "But how?" Surzech started shaking him even more. "This just isn't possible." "Well," Issei sighed, "it's a long story. Let's sit down first." After Issei got both Surzech and Graphia to calm down, he began explaining what happened, of how he was captured and all of the events that had taken place. He explained everything, with one exception, about the voice. When it reached that part, he just said that he felt something stirring up within him. In the next minute, the eyes appeared. Obviously, he knew that if he talked about the voice, it would only bring unnecessary troubles. Also, if he had learned one thing after reading mangas was that this kind of voice would only bring him troubles if others were to learn of it. By the end of his explanation, Surzech was looking at him with widened eyes. "So, this eye can copy other spells and gives you the ability to change them?" "From what I could see, yes." Issei nodded. "Can you activate them?" "Sure." In the next moment, Issei's pupils were replaced by 2 red magic circles. As soon as Surzech and Graphia saw that, they felt a chill run down their spines. "So you were speaking the truth," Surzech said slowly. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, as he raised his arm, and a magic circle appeared. "Remember the magic I showed you on the train?" Surzech asked as he started pouring power into the spell. "Yeah, what about it?" "Era Archive, Annihilatio Thema, Destruction Branch," Issei murmured subconsciously as he analyzed the spell. He then waved his hands, and the magic circle disappeared. Waving his hands once more, the same magic circle appeared, but this one had some slight differences, such as the size, the thickness of the lines, and some other minor tweaks. When the magic circle shined again, what appeared was a different type of energy. This one was now a small spike, and around it, the power of destruction was even greater. "Yeah, I guess that's a bit too much," Issei breathed in slowly, trying to regain his breathing. Within him, the almighty 7-colored flame had been reduced to mere wisp. This spear was truly terrifying. He then raised his head, only to see Surzech and Graphia looking at his spear as if they had seen a ghost. Are you guys all right?" Before he could do anything, Surzech jumped a few steps back, and an ice barrier appeared around Graphia. From the distance, Surzech screamed out, "Dispel that spear, slowly, don't let it fall down." "Oh," Issei waved his hands, and the spear scattered into tiny magic particles. He then looked at Surzech and Graphia. "It's safe now." Immediately after, Surzech rushed forward, and the ice barrier around Graphia disappeared. After arriving in front of Issei, Surzech glared at his eyes, a look of disbelief on his face. Without saying anything, he looked at Graphia, who was by his side. "Any ideas?" he asked, not regarding the spear, but about Issei's eyes. "Azazel?" Surzech asked. "Well, most likely." As he said that, he fished a cell phone out of his pocket, took a picture of Issei, and then placed it back. After he finished, he glanced back at Issei, an unsure look on his face. At the same time, deep within his eyes was a little bit of fear. Issei, I'm sorry, but I truly don't know about your eyes. No problems, Issei shrugged his shoulders. Though, do I have to keep it a secret? Since I now have magic, I was kinda looking forward to partake in classes. Not keep it a secret? Huh. Surzech thought over for a bit before nodding. He then waved his hands, and around Issei, a red aura appeared before retracting into his skin. This is my devil aura. I have imbued some of it within you. But this, devils lower than Mao class will think you're a devil. Seeing his actions, Issei immediately understood it. So you are saying that in order for me to take part in classes, I must pretend that you resurrected me as a devil. Not bad, Surzech nodded. Yes, for now, I'll have Biblia announce that you were killed yesterday, and I had you resurrected as a devil using a pawn piece. As such, you must keep it a secret that you are in fact a human. As for those who can know, they are limited to your sister and Biblia. Is that clear? All right, Issei nodded, as he couldn't think of a better development. So, since you resurrected me, I'll be part of your peerage in name. Do you happen to have a pawn piece remaining to prove it? Surzech nodded. It just so happened that I indeed have one less servant than normal, as Enku only takes up 4 mutated pawns and Beowulf 3. So, if anyone asks, you took up my last pawn piece. So, I can brag about being part of the peerage of the almighty Lucifer? Huh. Issei smirked. His school days had just gotten much more interesting. At this moment, behind Issei, the bodies of Seals and Shirou trembled a little as they slowly woke up at the same time. Looking up, the first thing they saw was Issei's back. Eyes. Oh, Issei turned around, only to be thrown onto the floor as 2 girls clashed onto him. Both of them hugged his neck as tears streamed down their eyes. Seeing that, Issei smiled sadly. Don't worry, your big brother is all right. He then stopped for a moment and added with a devilish smirk that could put even the original Lucifer to shame. Oh yeah, I now am part of Lucifer's peerage. What? Standing in front of Master Biblia's office was a trio of siblings. Right in the middle, surrounded by his 2 adopted sisters, was Issei, who was looking at the door, thinking of how he should proceed. His eyes had already been reverted back to normal, in order to not attract too much attention. After all, glowing magic circle-like eyes weren't some everyday occurrence. Previously, Surzech left, saying that he had to consult some old friend of his about something regarding his eyes. On the way, he also told Issei to head to Master Biblia's office. Gazing at the door once more, Issei smiled, since he knew that on the moment he unlocked those eyes of his path in this school forever changed. Countless of doors opened for him, and opportunities arose. And, Issei being Issei, he wasn't about to let them pass. Surzech already told me the situation. Master Biblia smiled lightly, although his face was a little serious, his fingers constantly knocking against the table in rhythmic manner. Congrats on getting into the peerage of the Mao, even if it's only a cover. At the very least, you can forget about bullying. Reaching that point, a dark expression appeared on his face. About that incident before, I'm truly sorry. I shouldn't have let that happen. As he said so, he walked up from his chair and bowed down. Although he was a man with one of the highest positions in the underworld, he still acknowledged his mistakes. He was the headmaster of the school, and the students were his responsibility. As such, he felt that it was his fault that he let such a thing happen. Issei, seeing that, shook his head slightly. Don't worry, I know that it isn't your fault. He then stopped a little before continuing. About the deaths of the students. Lifting up his head, Biblia smiled bitterly. Don't worry, I will handle that situation. No blame will come to you. Hearing his answer, Issei let out a breath that he didn't know he was holding. Thanks. Nodding slightly, Biblia walked back to his desk. About those eyes, can you show me them? Although Surzech already told me the situation, I'm still quite interested in them. Sure, Issei nodded, and in the next moment, 2 magic circles appeared in the place where his pupils were. Seeing that, a surprised look appeared on Master Biblia's face. As I thought, his sacred gear isn't all that special compared to his other powers. He murmured slightly, a dark smile on his face. He then shook his head as he looked up at Issei. You can copy any magic, right? Yes. Master Biblia nodded slightly, already knowing that info. Then, aside from copying, are you able to learn it? Learning? A surprised expression appeared on Issei's face. I haven't tried before. All right, we'll try that in a while. Biblia nodded before he walked back to the door of his office. Follow me. There is a place where we must go. Issei nodded, and along with his sisters, followed after Biblia. They walked around the school for a while, before reaching the library. Once there, Master Biblia walked to the far end, right in front of a wall. He then waved his hands, and the wall in front of them distorted, becoming a large door. Seeing the surprised expressions on the trio's faces, Master Biblia smiled lightly. This is the place where we keep out grimoires. Grimoires? Issei questioned, while Shirou's and Seal's head perked up in interest. Grimoires are the object where a magician records his spells and his studies on his themas in order to help them with their research. In case you need to learn magic, you need a grimoire. The room was wide, at least tens of dozens the size of the library above, and within it there were various pillars. On top of each of these pillars were various kinds of objects. Some were books, some were crystal balls, along with dolls, miniature gates, and many other random things. These are grimoires. Issei walked over to the pillar close to him and observed the object that laid above it. It was a small plush toy in a rubber duck design. It looked absolutely harmless, and he had no idea how one was supposed to write down their knowledge of their thema in a rubber duck. Exactly, Biblia nodded, ignoring Issei's incredulous look. Grimoires come in all shapes and forms, and there are thousands of them. In this room alone there are over 50,000. 50,000. Issei's eyes widened as he sent his eyes across the wide room, surprised at the sheer number. And which one can I choose? Hearing his question, Biblia shook his head slightly, as if already expecting that question. You don't choose a grimoire chooses you. Oh, a look of interest appeared on Issei's eyes as he glanced at the rubber duck once more, feeling that it was glaring at him. And, how do they choose me? Follow me. Biblia started walking again, deeper into the room. Soon, they reached the center of the room, where a large platform was. Covering the platform was a large and complex magic circle. Pointing at it, Biblia smiled. Step into the platform. After that, the grimoires that take an interest in you will be determined. Nodding, Issei walked up to the platform and stood right in its middle, leaving his sisters and Biblia back in the ground. Biblia smiled lightly. I'm starting it now. As soon as that happened, all over the library, humming sounds started to emanate from every corner. In a single moment, thousands upon thousands of grimoires left their stands, and with extremely fast speed, they headed towards Issei. Needless to say, within that crowd was the almighty rubber duck. Seeing that, Biblia's eyes widened as he took a step back. Biblia had participated in many of such rituals, and the maximum amount of grimoires that he had ever seen choosing the same person was 25, and that was already considered as having a superb talent. Now, however, he was witnessing as thousands upon thousands of grimoires flew towards Issei. The grimoires, upon reaching him, starting floating around him in a circular manner, just like a funnel with him in the middle. Just what is happening? Before Biblia could even continue, from deep within the room, the sounds of chains clashing against the ground could be heard. The sounds kept getting louder, and it seemed like something was trying to break free from its fetters. Hearing that sound, Biblia's eyes that were already widened even further as he started to pant, his breath getting ragged. It can't be. Bang! The sounds of chains breaking rang out in the entire room, shaking the foundations of the place while the ground trembled. Shirou and seals, who weren't prepared, fell to the ground. Only Biblia and Issei were left standing. Following that, a black streak of light flew past in unimaginable speeds as it pierced through the agglomerate of grimoires that surrounded Issei, shattering a not-so-small amount of them in the process. The black streak of light only stopped when it was right in front of Issei. The light that coated it slowly dispersed, revealing a chained, small, black book. Although small, the moment the book appeared, all of the other grimoires around it flew back, as in fear of the chained book. Back in the sidelines, Biblia's eyes were filled with disbelief as he glanced between the book and Issei. That grimoire, the Issei manuscript, Magic King, he kept mumbling, as his brain couldn't keep up with the situation. In fact, he just couldn't bring himself to believe it. It was insane, impossible, preposterous. That grimoire, the Issei manuscript, was a legendary grimoire that the Biblia Academy had obtained with great difficulty. It was much more powerful than normal grimoires, and had a special characteristic to it. It would only accept Magic Kings as its owner. Every devil knew of the existence of Magic Kings. According to general knowledge, Magic Kings are the most powerful magus in the devil's world. And it's a level that can be achieved through hard work and effort, and it's believed for there to exist various Magic Kings candidates. In reality, however, that was far from the truth. Magic Kings, actually, are decided from the moment that they are born. The Magic King is an existence fated to destroy the world, and the candidates refer to those who have a Magic King element within their bodies, thus possessing magic on the same level. But, at the same time, even between the candidates, there will always be a seated candidate with much more Magic King element in their bodies than others. That one is the one who always becomes the true Magic King, while the rest are only vessels for him to absorb. The Issei manuscript would only choose the seated one. As for how one is born with a Magic King element, normally, the ones who possess it are the ones who possess extremely high talent for sinful magic. The seated candidate, for example, is the one with the most talent from his generation. Right upon birth, the level of talent for the sinful magic can be determined, and the Magic King's elements, that are constantly on watch, will choose the being with the highest amount of talent. But there's a thing that can't be questioned. only devils can be magic kings. However, right now, what he saw completely shattered his beliefs. A human was actually a magic king candidate. Not only that, he was the seated one. Just what was this? If anyone else told Biblia this, he would have thought that they were insane. But the Issei manuscript wouldn't choose anyone else except the magic king. That was a fact, and couldn't be questioned. So, that meant that this human was actually the first non-devil magic king since time immemorial. This also meant that his talent for sinful magic was unprecedented, even above that of devils, which is, supposedly, the only race capable of such magic. While he was immersed in such thoughts, back in the platform, Issei was looking with curiosity at the small grimoire in front of him. To him, it was already obvious that this little grimoire was without a doubt special. At the same time, however, he didn't know what it meant for it to choose him. Initially, he was going to ask Master Biblia which one he should choose. But upon seeing this grimoire, he understood that none of the others one could possibly compare to it. Just from looking at the fearful reaction of the grimoires around him, it was obvious that the small, black book was something of a level higher than the others. Without a shroud of doubt, this one was definitely the one that he should choose. At the same time, in his eyes, without him even noticing, the magic circles appeared, and they seemed to be shining in anticipation. Issei slowly lifted up his hand and lightly tapped on the grimoire. Following that, a blinding white light filled the whole place as he felt his consciousness slowly created a link to the grimoire. The light kept growing brighter, and even Biblia was forced to close his eyes. A couple of seconds later, the light faded away. Standing in the middle of the platform was Issei, with the small grimoire tied around his pulse through the various chains around it. As for the grimoires that were previously floating in the air, they had long since retreated back to their original position, as they saw that Issei had already been claimed. Looking at the grimoire in his pulse, Issei smiled lightly, liking how it was tied to his body. Just as he was about to touch it, he saw Biblia rushing up to the platform and glaring at him with disbelief. After standing up in front of Issei, he sent one last glance to the grimoire in his pulse. Taking in a deep breath, he organized the information in his mind. After a while, he finally spoke. Issei-chan, it seems that we will have to do a change of plans. Change of plans? Issei's left eyebrow set up in a questioning manner. Yes, Biblia nodded, a thoughtful look on his face. Instead of announcing to the school that you were once a human that got reincarnated as a devil, I'll tell them that you were undercover as a devil since the very start. I'll make it seem as if you were only pretending to be human. Hearing that, Issei's eyes narrowed. For Biblia to say such a thing right after he acquired the grimoire, something fishy was going on. Is this related to the grimoire? Yes, Biblia glanced at the grimoire again, as if he was still unable to accept reality. You see, following that, Biblia explained about the grimoire and what it choosing him implied. Shirou and Seals, who had also climbed up the platform, also listened on with disbelief. After Biblia finished, Issei glanced at the grimoire once more with disbelief. If what Biblia had said was truly the truth, then his life has just gotten 1,000 times more interesting. As an otaku and gamer, Issei absolutely enjoyed power and the feeling of being the main character. And, if there could only be one seated Magic King candidate, then in one way or another, he was in the spotlight, and about destroying the world. Well, that could prove troublesome, but so what? It wasn't like he would destroy the world so soon, right? Taking in a deep breath, Issei couldn't help but to ask, I suppose we will have to make the information public. Everyone in school knows about the Issei manuscript. Even if it wasn't disclosed, everyone would end up figuring it out in the end. Biblia shook his head slightly, still surprised at this sudden development. Thinking a little more, he picked up his cell phone from his pocket and dialed a number. A couple of seconds later, someone on the other side picked up. Hey, Sirzech, Biblia, shouldn't you be with Issei to get himself a grimoire? Yeah, I already got him one, Biblia nodded. The Issei manuscript, by the way. Ah, I see. The legendary class grimoire? Huh. Well, that suddenly Sirzech stopped as if he was struck by lightning. Wait, did you just say the Issei manuscript? Please tell me there's more than one grimoire with the name Issei manuscript, Sirzech pleaded as he stopped whatever he was doing. Lately, too many surprising things had been happening. If Issei turned out to be a magic king, then he had no idea of what he should do. Biblia, however, shattered all of his hopes. No, it's that one. On the other side of the line, Sirzech sighed. At this point, he couldn't even bring himself to be surprised. Now that he thought about it, sure, those eyes and being the Magic King were surprising at all, but considering the fact that their adopted parents were Fenrir and Athena, it made him think that this was actually quite normal. Taking in a deep breath, Sirzech repeated, Are you sure? 100%, Biblia nodded. So the kid's a seated Magic King candidate, Sirzech confirmed again, in order to make sure that he was getting everything right. Yes, Biblia nodded. It has already been over 300 years since the death of the previous seated Magic King candidate. Both of us know that another one will keep popping up until a candidate finally becomes the Magic King. You should know, since you participated in the competition back then. I participated, Shirou scoffed. Please, you also participated in the Magic King War 300 years ago. I still remember that you almost killed me for my Magic King element. Well, let's not place too much importance in the past, right? Biblia smiled bitterly, as he knew that Shirou's accusations were right. 300 years ago, both of them were indeed the Magic King candidates, and they fought each other, but in the end, their elements were absorbed by the seated one. Do you think she will appear again? Shirou couldn't help but to ask, as he reminisced to the previous war. Just as the previous seated Magic King candidate was about to absorb the last candidate, she appeared and with a single word, ended the entire war. The necromancer, Biblia inquired. I wouldn't worry too much. She is currently guarding that sword. She shouldn't make a move for the next 2 millennia. On the other side of the line, Shirou nodded. All right, if that's the case, then carry on as usual. Since he is the seated one, introduce them to the Trinity 7. Let them mingle together a little. The Trinity 7. Biblia revealed a proud smirk. I raised them well this time. The brat better thank me. I'm handing him such a high-quality harem. There are 3 lolis, a rare big bed loli, a teacher, Before he could even finish, Shirou ended the call, obviously not interested at his words. Seeing his friend's antics, Biblia couldn't help but to murmur, You are such a strict guy. Fenrir is much better company. Raising his head, he saw that the trio of siblings were looking at him with expectation, wondering what their next move would be. All right, I'll be announcing your status shortly. He then stopped and glared mischievously at Issei before waving his hands. In the next second, in front of him, a small notebook appeared, which was then tossed over to Issei. With a sly and lascivious smile, he said, Take a look. Seeing that smile, Issei couldn't help but to grin, as he already knew that there was definitely good stuff there. Without even bothering to hide it from his sisters, he opened it up. Inside, he saw the picture of 7 different girls, their names and their info. Looking at them, Issei noticed that one of them was his SFXY teacher, Lilith. Still, he couldn't understand the reason for the smile. Although the pictures were good, there wasn't anything dirty or something of the likes on them. Looking up, he shot Biblia an inquiring look. These girls. Biblia started upon seeing Issei's confusion. Are your harem? My harem. Issei's eyes widened as he looked back at the girls, looking at them with much more attention now. 3 lolis, a teacher. Oh, what's this? A big bed loli. Biblia's face suddenly turned proud upon hearing Issei's mumbles. Someone who understands me. After a while, Issei looked up at Biblia, and without even asking why he was getting a harem, how in the story behind it, he smiled. He didn't say anything, but that smile conveyed 1,000 words. By his sides, his sisters, that had kept quiet until now, turned enraged. Shirou pouted as she pinched Issei's sides, while Seals revealed a look full of confusion. You said that those are Issei's harem? Huh? Seals couldn't help but to ask, obviously confused at the situation. In 1 second, he's a simple human with magic eyes, and in the other, he is a magic king with a harem. Even Seal's brain couldn't follow up to that. It will all be explained shortly. Biblia smiled mysteriously, before walking away. A couple of minutes later, throughout the school, announcement, announcement, announcement. In every corner of the school, Biblia's voice rang out. There weren't any speakers, but it as if his voice was coming from everywhere. Immediately, all of the students looked up in confusion, as this was the first time that Biblia had ever announced anything. At the same time, all of the teachers also stopped their lessons, curious. I'm proud to say that this school now has the addition of a Magic King candidate. Not only that, he's the seated one. Seated Magic King candidate. Throughout the whole school, everyone's eyes widened, including a certain 6 girls. Yes, this is not a joke. I would like to welcome Issei Hayao, the seated Magic King candidate, into our school. Previously, for some reasons, he was under disguise as a human, but after some other things happened, which lead to another events, he has decided to drop the act. Wait, what? The human boy actually turned out to be the seated Magic King candidate. What? All right, that's all for now. Treat him well and no bullying. With that, Biblia finished the transmission, immediately looking over to the trio of siblings who were looking at him with deadpan expressions. Puffing his chest up proudly, he joked, So, surprised at my superb acting skills, some things happened which led to another events. Issei questioned, You seriously couldn't think of a better lie? Wait, that cannot even be considered a lie. Right at that moment, the door to the room burst open as Lilith rushed inside with a flushed look on her face. Headmaster, that announcement, was it real? Oh, Lilith-chan. Biblia smiled. You came at just the right time. Please bring the kids back to their class, if you will. What about the Magic King candidate? Then, Lilith was about to continue, but Issei interrupted her with a polite smile. Sorry, Lilith-sensei, but all to trouble you to bring us back to our class, he quickly said, as he noticed that Biblia wasn't really good with lies. If left be, then he would definitely blow his cover. All right. Lilith was still quite disorientated. Just as she was about to turn around, she stopped. But about the magic. The class, Lilith, Issei smiled once more, urging her forward. This time, she seemed to have given up, and walked out of the door along with the three siblings. While they walked, Shirou and Seals kept stealing glances at Lilith. Before, they had seen her photo on that small notebook, so supposedly, she was to be part of Issei's future harem. Because of that, they couldn't help but to be wary of her. On the way, Issei's eyes suddenly flickered, a magic circle appearing on it for a second before disappearing. In the next moment, Issei halted his steps and looked up. Above him, on the ceiling, there was a dark-haired girl lowly with a ponytail, glaring at him. Her body was covered in a disguise of shorts, but her head was out in the open. "Oh, you noticed my presence." The girl in the ceiling smiled lightly, before back-flipping onto the ground, right in front of Issei. "Yo, oh, a ninja?" Issei couldn't help but to ask, seeing the way she carried herself and her attire. That seemed ninja-ish. At the same time, behind Issei, the girls took a step back, surprised. With a monotone face, the ninja girl looked at Issei. "I'm cool, right?" "Sure," Issei murmured as he took a step back, feeling that this girl is strange. With a smile, the girl straightened up her body. "Nice to meet you, Magic King Candidate San. I'm Kazama Levy, a ninja." Ninja. Seal's interest perked up, as from all the siblings, her interest in ninjas and samurais was the greatest. Really, however, even after hearing her question, the girl, Kazama Levy, ignored her as she continued to look at Issei. Seeing that, Seals was about to curse, but Shirou lightly pulled on her shirt. "She is an enemy." Enemy. Seal's eyes suddenly widened as she remembered that she had seen her photo in the notebook before. "I see." Meanwhile, Issei turned around to ask Lily. "Ninja, I thought that this school taught magic." Levy then smiled as she continued Lilith's sentence. "For example, ninja techniques, astrology, psychology, and even bed techniques are magic here, you know." "The bed." Hearing that, Lilith's face turned slightly red. At the same time, Issei's interest was instantly perked up. Bedroom techniques. Obviously, from all of those listed, this one interested him the most. It could be understood, though. "Nai no ekai." Shirou pouted as she elbowed him in the gut, while Seals took a step forward and glared at Levy accusingly. "Don't go giving eyes ideas." "Oh, who are you?" Levy looked at them with curiosity. "His girlfriends." Just as Issei was about to nod, Seals answered for them. "His sisters." "Oh." A devilish look appeared on Levy's face. "So what's the problem if I give him ideas, huh? It's not your business if I'm interested in him or not." But, while those two girls discussed, Issei turned his attention to Lilith. "Am I right to assume that she is part of the Trinity 7? Before, when Issei received the book, he noticed that in total, there were 7 girls, and Lilith was included. As such, he came to the conclusion that they were the Trinity 7. Just as Issei was about to answer, Levy dodged Seals and entered the conversation. "That's right, I'm Levy Kazane, part of the Trinity 7. "I see. But didn't it say that to be one you must first excel in an area?" Issei inquired, as he couldn't understand the area of her power. "Of course I exceed in an area. I'm an awesome ninja," she exclaimed proudly. "I know everything from assassination and stealth skills to perverted tech." "No you don't," Seals exclaimed as she attempted to stop her. However, she was too late, as her horny brother already peeked up on her sentence. "Perverted ones. Could you show me them?" "First hand, of course." "Hey," his sisters and Lilith exclaimed. "Well," Seals and Lilith exclaimed. As for Shirou, she did the usual, which was a pinch on his sides and a pout. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office, "I wonder if I should call him," Biblia murmured as he laid his head back in his chair. "I already know that Sirzech is going over to Azazel for help, but I have a feeling that not even he is knowledgeable on such subjects. However, if we are talking about him, then he definitely knows, even more so when it's regarding such overpowered magic and the status of the Magic King." He then closed his eyes slightly as a smile appeared on his face. On a second thought, I don't really need to call him, right? Since he is already here after all. He then opened his left eye slightly, eyeing the figure that had suddenly appeared in front of him out of thin air. It was an old man, seemingly in his mid to late 60s. His white hair was pulled back while his beard was carefully combed, and his hardened and dark face was full of wrinkles. As for clothes, he was wearing a long, stylish robe. In his hands was a large cane. Biblia then continued as he opened his right eye, a dark smile on his face. "Isn't that right, Kisher Zelwet Schweinorg, or should I say, Kaleidoscope?" While walking in the corridor with Lilith, his sisters and Levy, Issei's attention was drawn towards the window, which allowed him a clear sight of the campus. Walking through the school's ground were 2 girls, both of them on their early to mid-teens. The first and smallest girl was short, only slightly taller than Shirou, and had long, blonde hair. Her hairstyle was short all around with her bangs swept to both sides, along with twin strands on top of her head. As for the back portion of her hair, it was much longer, reaching all the way to her legs. By the side of her head was a small, red ribbon. The second girl, on the other hand, was the complete opposite. She was tall, only 5 or so centimeters smaller than Issei, and had long, black hair. Her legs were long and graceful, covered by a long black skirt that reached all the way to just above her ankles. She had a modest bust, not too small like Shirou's or too big like Seal's, and was wearing a loose, dress shirt akin to Issei, although her sleeves weren't pulled up and hers exposed her cleavage and stomach. On the right side of her head was a small, red ribbon tied to several strands of her lush, black hair, which covered her entire back. Both of them were walking around the school campus, their expressions serious. Looking at them, Issei felt that they looked familiar. Thinking back, he had seen both of their faces on that notebook that Biblia had handed him. Turning around to face Lilith, he wanted to check whether his theory was correct. Are those two also part of the Trinity 7? Oh, Lilith, who was going to pass by the window without noticing it, suddenly stopped, along with the other girls, turning around to face the window. Seeing the two girls, she nodded. Yes, they are Akio Fudo and Mary Yamana, both part of the Trinity 7. So it's like that. By now, Issei was already sure of it. His so-called harem was, in fact, the members of the Trinity 7. He already knew Lilith and Levi, and had already seen Mira and Akio. Right now, all that remained were 3 more girls. Nodding, Issei continued walking, ignoring the constant bickering between Seals, Levi, and, occasionally, Shirou, who would chime in once in a while to give snappy, yet monotone, remarks. As he walked through the corridor, Issei couldn't help but to murmur, "It really is mostly girls." Previously, Sizerch had already told him that when it came to the sinful magic, most of the users were female, but he didn't really take it to heart. Right now, however, he found out that it was indeed the truth. Out of a group of 40 students, there would only be 1 male student, with 39 of them being girls. Thinking to how he previously killed 2 male students the day before, Issei couldn't help but to feel that because of that, the male percentage of the school experienced a large drop. At the same time, by his side, Levi, who had been discussing with Seals, suddenly walked forward, having listened to Issei's murmur about it being full of girls. With a monotone face, she explained, "The sinful magic is a study of the mental and emotional. Boys may excel in theoretical and logical areas, but compared to women, they can't quite grasp the aspects of magics, so male students are rare. At the same time, however, when a boy truly comprehends magic, he normally ends up being stronger than the female. That's why most of the Maoists are males." Listening to her explanation, Issei was surprised at first, but soon nodded. "So the more emotional you are, the better." His face then grew lascivious as he added, "So it would be good to give in to your inner desires." Hurriedly, seeing his train of thought, with a blush, Lilith exclaimed, "And no, that's not good. We still need moderation, and..." Just as she was about to continue, Levi smirked as she waved her hands. "See what I mean? She's blushing like crazy. Don't you feel aroused?" "Can't say I'm no." Issei was about to nod, but was suddenly pinched by his jealous little sister, Shirou. At the same time, Seals, that had been left out of the conversation, was thinking of ways to counter Levi's further arguments. "Akai no Issei." Shirou pouted slightly, already used to it. Issei tousled her hair and smiled at her slightly before looking back at Lilith. "Still, you're pretty good." He lifted his hand to his chin, and with a serious face, gave his mind-blowing evaluation. "Big BS, nice hourglass figure." "Issei," without letting him continue, Lilith cried out enraged and then knocked him down. Soon after, she fed, turned around and stormed away while fuming and mumbling about perverts. Lifting his torso up from the ground and watching Lilith's retreating figure, Issei sighed as he rubbed his temple. "Damn, she has got some temper." Levi then offered her hand to help him up as she nodded. "True, but in reality, I haven't seen Lilith showing so much emotion in a long time." She then stopped, seemed to think about something, and smiled slyly. "Maybe she is enjoying it." "Oh," Issei's interest was perked up as he turned around to look at her. "Is she usually unemotional or something?" Around him, his adopted siblings also came closer, interested in knowing everything about their possible future rivals, in a much similar way to Sun Tzu's, a Chinese general, famous sentence. It is said that if you know your enemies and know yourself, you will not be imperiled in 100 battles. In layman's terms, this meant that if you know your enemy, you won't lose. As such, they tried to gain as much information on their rivals as possible. Seeing that everyone's attention was on her, Levi smiled as she explained, "Lilith is considered an ice queen of sorts." She then stopped for a while before continuing. "Or at least was, before you arrived." "Is that so?" Issei couldn't help but to think back to the lively and bashful Lilith, and couldn't really picture her as a so-called ice queen. To him, this concept was so alien that it was borderline incomprehensible. Seeing his expression, Levi smiled. "However, right now, she is like that." She then glanced at Issei curiously. "Well, it's probably because you're special." "Special? I'm special?" Issei's eyebrows set up as he pointed at himself in a questioning manner. "How so?" "Phew. Levi smiled mysteriously, before suddenly saying, "You'll never know." Before Issei could even question her, she threw a smoke bomb at the ground and disappeared. Seeing that, Issei and his sister's sweat dropped, truly like a ninja. After that, they went to class, which brought forth a wave of students questioning him, asking to be friends and many other things. Before, he was believed to be a human, so although some girls fancied him, most of them didn't really make any approaches. Now that his status as a magic king had appeared, and he pretended to be a devil, everyone's reaction towards him changed from indifference to ultimate interest. Later on, after classes, Issei laid in his bed, looking up at the ceiling and wondering how much his life had changed in a single day. Well, he was mostly thinking about the girls, but the former sounds better. As for Shirou and Seals, they had both went out to do stuff of their own, so he was left alone to contemplate the meaning of life, the universe, BS and the beyond. Sighing, Issei looked at his pulse and happened to notice that his grimoire had suddenly disappeared. His eyes widened as he suddenly realized that it was missing. I don't remember taking it out. I'm right here, you know. Suddenly, from his chest area, a voice came out. Looking down, Issei saw that the grimoire was now around his neck, and, apparently, it could talk. Wait, so you can talk? His eyes showed a surprised expression as he lifted the grimoire with his hands, eyeing it with curiosity. Well, yes, amazing. Issei nodded his head, understanding that the little black book, the Issei manuscript, wasn't as simple as it seemed. So, why did you only speak out now? I see. Issei nodded, letting his back fall down on the bed again. And you disappeared from my pulse because I can appear and disappear whenever you call for me. Though, that's convenient, Issei nodded. You don't really seem surprised. The Issei manuscript couldn't help but to state, surprised by his lack of reaction. Never before had it seen such an easygoing human. After all, most people would be surprised out of their minds when facing a talking, magical grimoire. Well, after everything I have gone through, a talking book is nothing really serious. Issei shrugged his shoulders. He had already thrown his common sense out of the window years ago, when he was only 6 or 7. Living with a god and a wolf yokai could certainly do wonders to you. I guess that makes sense. The Issei manuscript continued, understanding its new master was someone out of the ordinary. Suddenly, it seemed to have thought of something, and spoke out, Hey, you're tired, aren't you? How about you take a bath? I have heard that there's a huge bath in the dorms. Issei looked surprised at the suggestion, before nodding, as he was indeed tired and a bath wouldn't hurt. However, just as he was about to get up from the bed, he suddenly stopped. Directing his gaze to the grimoire, he looked at it cautiously. Wait, you have heard. Don't bother with details, just go. A bath is best when you're tired, right? The Issei manuscript stated proudly, as if deciphering an esoteric meaning of life. Can't argue with that. Issei shook his head and entered the bath with the sign male baths on top. Inside, surprisingly, he saw that it was luxuriously decorated, with marble Greek columns, golden statues and many other kinds of fancy stuff all over the face. Wow, the male baths is like this. And that's considering that there are almost no males in this school. Why do I think the previous Lucifer had a hand in this? Issei couldn't help but to sigh, already blaming the previous Lucifer in a way similar to Caesar's. This only means that the females' baths are even better. I can go check it for you next time. His grimoire kindly offered. You can go check it out. Issei's sweat dropped, not knowing how the book was planning on doing this, but in the end, he nodded, not willing to miss this chance. All right, just make sure to bring me some details about the people inside too. Pictures would be for the best. Wait, maybe a video would be better. My new master sure is perverted. The grimoire couldn't help saying. And with that, it disappeared from his neck, probably making itself invisible or something. It's your fault for choosing me. Issei shrugged his shoulders and took off his clothes, while wrapping a small towel around his waist that reached his mid-tights, revealing his toned body, which was a result of intensive training with Fenrir. Walking inside, the first thing he saw, however, was a naked girl walking by. Her body was petite, slender and cute, a little taller than Shirou, and her short hair was of a light blue-gray color, with a single strand jumping out. On her face was a blank expression as she glanced at Issei's half-naked form, while doing nothing to conceal her completely naked figure, which was barely covered by the fog. Looking at the girl, Issei stopped thinking for a moment before nodding. Good evening, he politely greeted, while looking at her in the face. He didn't look flustered in the least, and in fact, he was quite at ease. Hello, the girl answered back, also looking at him in the face. With the greetings done, as if there wasn't anything unusual going on, Issei casually walked to a stool and began to wash himself with some liquid soap, pumping some of it into his hands. He was about to pass it over his hair, but suddenly, from his side, the same girl from before stopped him. That's body soap. Issei exclaimed as he looked at the label, and just as she said, it was indeed body soap. Without a single word, the girl pointed at another bottle. That one is the shampoo. She then extended her arms and got it, revealing her bare naked torso to Issei, especially her petite and slightly undeveloped chest area. Although she was small, she was definitely bigger than Shirou, who was almost as flat as a board. Looking at her chest, and then at her facial expression, Issei's sweat dropped. Aren't you supposed to go Kaya? Or something of the like. The girl, with her face still monotone, mused over his words, handing Issei the shampoo at the same time. Well, maybe you're right. Following that, she slowly opened her mouth, and with a completely straight face, she said, Kaya. Shaking his head, Issei corrected her. No, you're doing it wrong. It should be. He then coughed a little and exclaimed in the most girly tone that he could muster. Kaio. Oh, the girl looked surprised and nodded. So, Kaio. No, by this point, Issei couldn't handle it any longer as he shook his head with vigor. You have to put more feeling into it. Kaio. The girl tried once more, but just like the previous times, her voice came out as monotone as ever, and her face showed no change in expression. Sighing, Issei could only resign himself to the fact that the girl in front of him was simply unable to kai properly. Such a strange girl. Issei couldn't help but to murmur as he glanced at her. Seeing him look at her, the girl thought over for a bit before speaking out. My BSR 82C. Listening to her words, Issei shook his head, not willing to endure this any longer. This girl completely broke the image of other girls. It was as if she was completely shattering his reality, and he wasn't liking it even one bit. As such, he decided to put up some distance between them. Who knows, maybe her personality is contagious. Rushing out of the bathroom with only his towel wrapped around his waist, the first thing he saw was Lilith. Oh, Issei-san. Suddenly, Lilith stopped as her face turned as red as a tomato. Put some clothes on. Seeing the way Lilith was blushing, how she held her hands against her chest and how she exclaimed in a high-pitched cry, Issei couldn't help but to nod in satisfaction. That's what I'm talking about. That's the reaction. He then grabbed her by the hand and started walking towards the bathroom. I need you to teach a poor soul how to react correctly. Follow me. However, Lilith pulled her hand back as she exclaimed with her blush deepening. What are you talking about? Amazing. Issei's expression got even brighter as he looked at her in admiration. That's perfectly it. The way you say it, the stutter, your body language. It's all natural. You'll definitely be able to fix that stray soul. Just as he was about to continue, however, Lilith hit him in the head and exclaimed, what is going on? And what are you doing with only a tea towel? Oh, realizing that he had forgotten to explain the situation, Issei cleared his throat and began his explanation. I just saw a clueless, emotionless girl in the baths. I need you to enlighten her. Is that so? Lilith nodded, and just as she was about to continue, she suddenly stopped. Wait, you saw her in the baths? Yeah, why? Issei looked at her curiously, wondering why she suddenly stopped. At that moment, from the entrance of the baths, the small, petite girl from before came out with a towel wrapped around her, covering her vital areas. On her hands was a carton of milk with a pink straw. Immediately, Lilith exclaimed, Aaron-san. That is the male baths. The girl, who was apparently named Aaron, looked at her. Oh, Lilith. She then stopped, took a sip of milk, and continued. There was no one inside, and I like the silence. But there's someone there now. Lilith exclaimed back, blushing even further. Shrugging her shoulders, Aaron took another sip of her milk. I don't really mind. Please mind. The young teacher exclaimed back. Hearing her words, it seemed as if Aaron had realized something. Opening her mouth, just like before, she said in a monotone tone, Kaya, your timing is way off. Also, what's with that monotone expression? Lilith's eyes widened as she sweat dropped. Putting his hands on Lilith's shoulder, Issei nodded. Now you know my pain. Afterward, Lilith brought Aaron to the female baths while Issei went back to his to fetch his clothes. Putting them on, the grimoire appeared on his neck. Girls are complicated creatures, aren't they, grimoire? I don't really know. The grimoire replied offhandedly. But did you enjoy it? Definitely. Issei proudly nodded as he pulled up his sleeves, thinking back to Aaron. Maybe this was meant to raise a flag with her or something. Most likely. Is that a good thing? In most cases, yes. Issei placed his tie around his neck. But that girl is just too strange. She doesn't show any reactions. Sighing, he walked out of the baths and looked out of the window. Still, I feel that the Trinity 7 will play an important role in my life. Issei-san. Suddenly, Lilith walked out of the girl's bath, and just as she was about to walk over to him, she suddenly blushed. Put some pants on. Oh, looking down, Issei saw that indeed, he had forgotten about this crucial part. He then looked back at her. Oops. One punch to the head and 2 minutes later, Issei was back in the hall, this time with pants. Lilith and Aaron were already there, both wearing their respective uniforms. Looking at Aaron in her uniform, Issei suddenly realized that he had seen her picture before. Oh, so she's also part of the Trinity 7. He murmured as he remembered that he had seen her face on the notebook handed to him by Biblia. Well, that makes 5 of them. All that is left is the big bed lowly and the blonde with big knockers. A couple of minutes later, Issei was back in his room, but for some reason or another, he wasn't alone. Before, it had been mentioned that the headmaster, Biblia, had built a separate dorm for him and his sisters, albeit much smaller than the others. This one only had 10 rooms, but all of them were much bigger than the normal rooms. At the same time, in his room, that was normally occupied by only him and his sisters, there were 3 additional guests. They were Lilith, Levi, and the twin-tailed girl who had questioned his preferences on the first day of class, Selena. Looking at his room, which was now filled with 5 girls, Issei's sweat dropped as he directed his attention to his guests. "What are you doing here?" "Collecting data." The small, petite girl, Selena, smiled as she took out a notebook. "Data collection," Levi smirked. As for Lilith, "As a teacher, I just couldn't leave girls alone in a boy's room like this." She cleared her throat with a blush. "Huh." Issei turned around and motioned towards his 2 sisters, who were glaring at the other 3 girls like vipers. "You know that I live with them, right?" "But they are your siblings." "It doesn't count," Lilith exclaimed as she stuttered, her blush deepening. "We aren't blood related." Issei smiled slightly, making the other 3 devils in his room gasp. Immediately, Selena began to scrabble on her notebook while Levi revealed a surprised expression. Lilith simply looked at him with disbelief. To let a boy alone with 2 girls alone, with no blood relations. Just what is the headmaster thinking? By her side, Levi tried to calm her down. "Chill, Lilith. It's not like they sleep in the same bed." Seal's eyes immediately widened as she saw this as an opportunity to claim her ownership on her beloved. She then took a step forward and exclaimed, "Actually, we do." She then looked at Shirou. "Isn't that right?" "Indeed." The white-haired lowly nodded her head. By this point, "Never mind, Lilith." Even the straightforward Levi blushed a little. However, that was temporary as she jumped forward towards Issei. "Hey, if I call you Nai-san, can I also sleep with you?" She smiled slightly while licking her lips, a lascivious expression on her face. She seemed rather eager to try out her so-called perverted arts. "Actually, you don't even need to ask." Issei winked at her with a foxy smile. "You're free to come whenever you." "Nai, eyes," both of his sisters suddenly called out while pinching him, looks of annoyance on their faces. Shaking his head, Issei gave Levi an apologetic look. "Well, maybe not." After everyone settled down, Issei sat on a chair and looked at the girls gathered, before turning to Lilith. "Hey, Lilith, the headmaster didn't explain it very well, so can you please explain to me what on earth is this thing?" As he said so, he grabbed the grimoire that was hanging by his neck and showed it to her. All that he knew was that it could talk, disappear at will, and was called a still manuscript, along with the fact that it would only choose the seated Magic King candidate. Since Lilith was a teacher, he expected her to know something about it. At least she should be able to give him a more in-depth explanation about his mysterious grimoire. In reality, if he could, he would have asked the grimoire himself in order to get a better explanation, but it seemed to have entered a state of slumber, as no matter how he tried to call out to it, it wouldn't answer back. So, he needed to resort to his beautiful teacher, Lilith. Looking at the small, black book, Lilith was initially confused. In her mind, she thought that she had seen it before, but suddenly, just like lightning, realization struck her. Her eyes then widened as she exclaimed while pointing at it in shock. "That's the Issei manuscript." Immediately, the eyes of Levi and Selena widened, as they were also familiar with that name. In fact, all of the Trinity 7 knew of it. As for Selena, who wasn't part of the Trinity 7, she had her ways. "What? The Issei manuscript?" Both of their expressions were of shock. And as the look that they gave Issei turned mysterious and complicated, as if there were some deep meaning behind it. As for Lilith, who still looked surprised, she nodded. "There's no doubt about it. Only the Issei manuscript can have that form." This also explains how the headmaster figured out that Issei-sen was a magic king. Just as she was about to continue, she remembered Issei's question and turned around to face him. The Issei manuscript is a legendary grimoire that is believed to contain information about another world. Not only that, it can only choose the seated Magic King candidate as its owner. Oh, hearing that explanation, Issei looked back at the grimoire, surprised about that information. So it is something extraordinary. Previously, he already knew that it was something amazing, seeing that it could talk and all, but containing information about another world certainly caught his interest. Lilith then straightened her back as she continued with a slightly disappointed look. "I don't know anything else about this manuscript, since it had been sealed away beneath the school for a long time. In fact, most people believed it to be a legend." Sighing, Lilith shook her head as she continued. "Anyways, I'm sure that the headmaster has told you, but as your teacher, it would be wise to remind you. As you know, we, devil magicians, all require a research concept, also known as thema, to begin with. Information about this thema is recorded in manuscripts like this." Just as she was about finish, the room suddenly began to shake violently, making most of the girls fall to the ground. The lights then suddenly went out, plunging the room in darkness. What's happening?" An earthquake followed by a blackout. "Nai." In a separate room, further inside the academy, 2 men were facing each other. The first one was tall and had long hair styled in a ponytail. He was none other than Master Biblia, the headmaster of the Royal Biblia Academy. As for the second man, he was old and ancient, seemingly in his mid to late 60s, and was wearing long robes, a crane in his hands. His eyes were wizened, but from within shined boundless wisdom and power. This man was Kisher Zelrech Schweinorg, also known as Kaleidoscope and Old Man of the Jewels. Both of these mans were titans on their own right. The first one, Master Biblia, was a devil whose level of power was immeasurable, and 300 years ago, he had been a Magic King candidate who had his Magic King element absorbed. At the same time, however, he was able to easily defeat the current Lucifer Mao Sizerch in the competition. Now, he is the headmaster of one of the underworld's most powerful magic schools, Royal Biblia Academy. As for the second man, in the supernatural world, he is a complete legend. The man who could control the second magic, Kaleidoscope, and also a parallel worlds traveler, Zelrech had once been a human, but now was part of the 27 Dead Apostle Ancestors, a terrifying group. Currently, Biblia had a serious face as he looked at the old man in front of him, who was feared by even gods. This information. Are you sure about it? Zelrech laughed heartily. Why would I lie, Biblia? Oh, I don't know. Biblia rolled his eyes as he crossed his arms. Because you love sparking conflicts? Or is extremely meddlesome and nasty? Let's forget about such matters. Zelrech waved his arms offhandedly. I'm serious here. The kid is much more dangerous than you think. He wouldn't have caught my interest otherwise. Hearing his words, Biblia couldn't help but to admit that he was right. Sighing, he continued. All right, I see your point. Still, to think that he would have such a combination. Indeed, Zelrech smiled. He has the alpha stigma for eyes and the ultimate energy body. The brat is a complete monster. It's no wonder that he was chosen by the Magic King element as the seated Magic King candidate. Although not being a devil, in all of history, there has never been someone with so much potential for magic up to now. Indeed, Biblia nodded. And the most terrifying part is that his talent doesn't only apply to devil magic. Because of his monstrous combination of eyes and body, he is able to learn, copy, and develop all kinds of magic in the world, be it draconic, alchemic, sinful, holy, exorcist, yauki, or nature. Exactly. This kid can be considered the complete sovereign of magic. Zelrech suddenly stopped before laughing. Hey, doesn't he seem like, a god, in some ways? Oh, how so? Think back to what the original concept of God means. Zelrech smiled. A god is an entity who has complete power over a single aspect of the universe. It has nothing to do with immortality. As long as you represent an aspect of reality and is the complete ruler over it, you are considered a god. At least, that is the original concept. So you mean that he is? Biblia's eyes widened as he looked at Zelrech with disbelief, shocked by this revelation. The god of magic, Zelrech nodded. In the entire world, he is the best when it comes to magic. Not even Hecate can compare to him because of his eyes and body. Being introduced to such a concept, Biblia's eyes widened even further. Just as he was about to say something, someone knocked on his door. Zelrech's figure suddenly distorted, and in a single moment, he blended with the shadows, masking his presence. Opening the door to the room, Erin, the emotionless girl, entered. Erin Chan. Biblia smiled, his serious demeanor completely disappearing. How is it going? The barrier has been activated. Erin walked over to him with a monotone expression. Now we shall wait and see how he proceeds. Indeed, Biblia gleefully smiled. I sure want to know how he is going to deal with this. At the same time, he, without Erin noticing, cast a glance towards Zelrech, that was hiding in the shadows. Looking back at Erin, he nodded towards her. Go there and keep watch. Constantly send me updates. All right. The light blue-haired lowly nodded before walking out of the room. Immediately after, Zelrech walked out of the shadows. How do you think it will go? Not bad, I suppose. Biblia shrugged his shoulders. Also, going back to what we were talking before, I want to ask you something. What is it? We have already determined that Issei is certainly a terrifying existence. But what about his sister? I'm not talking about the blonde one, who is obviously something else, but instead about the white-haired one, Shirou. Shirou. Zelrech's eyes narrowed. Although she isn't as amazing as her brother, she interests me almost as much as him. Is it because of her magic circuits? Biblia suggested, although he already knew the answer. Yes, Zelrech nodded. Aside from the boy, who possessed the ultimate eyes and body, I have never seen someone with so much talent towards magic. Not only that, just from...
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.